Thanks, Pat. It's going to be a great day for racing here in Dover. Temperature's going to be in the 70s, not a cloud in the sky, and a very tightly packed competitive field. Well, last Saturday night, Rusty Wallace really put it to him and just thoroughly dominated on the short track at Richmond under the lights. That had to be a great deal of fun, not just to win, but to be able to go out and really put it to him like that.
That's been a long time, I'll tell you that. I mean, 34 races winless, and I've never went that far before. And I got to tell you, when I won last weekend, it was like my very first win. I've had people coming over to me all week long saying, congratulations. And you would have thought I won another championship or my first victory, but I guess it feels like that after it's been so long.
I know you never lose your confidence, but self-doubt's got to kind of creep in. Not so much that we can't win, but where's the problem? What's going wrong? Did you find anything last Saturday night that gave you a clue to why it's been so long?
Well, it's just been just a matter of a couple of different things have happened. We've been really working hard on the engine program. That was a brand new car we had the past weekend. The organization is much, much better with Buddy Parrott there now. Everybody's respecting each other more, and we're really lined in our pit stops. Our pit stops are just flawless now. That last stop was like an 18.4 or 18.5, which is quicker than anybody, and everything's just clicking right now.
Well, now let's talk about momentum. Not only did Rusty win last Saturday night, but here he's qualified on the second row. So is there a carryover?
Well, I think so. I think the team's pretty pumped up. This is the car that had a Darlington that I thought I was going to win the race with, the Darlington. I finished third with it here last time. Although the track is in probably poor condition I've ever seen it. Goodyear's got a new radial tire that's a lot harder to try to keep down from the blistering. And the cars are pretty loose, and so we've softened the springs up a lot. So it's got everybody kind of thinking which direction the track's going to go in right now. Our team's prepared with spring rubbers to insert in the springs and wedge and adjustments. So if you don't see the car running quick early, I will be working on it throughout the day to make it right at the end.
All right, Pat.
It sounds like, Mike, that there's a lot of confusion as to how to set the car up due to the track changes. Is everybody experiencing the same thing as Rusty kind of touched on?
Well, I think there's a lot of that in the garage area. There's a lot of carrying springs and sway bars back and forth from the car to the truck and trying different things in practice. And it's not so much the racetrack hasn't changed this time, but Goodyear's approach to it with the tires, and I see a lot of head scratching in the garage.
Well, the neat thing about Goodyear is that we had just a little bit of blistering problem last time. I mean, I never had any problems. Some teams did, but they said, hey, why be on the borderline? Let's make it safer. You know, that's the neat thing about Goodyear. They always want everything real nice and safe. And so they hardened the tires up. But the problem we had then is then the car starts sliding around more. So then to counteract that, we just had to start changing the springs and sway bars. And that really gets into something when you start doing all that.
One more quick question for you, Mike. Davey Allison's condition seemed in pretty good shape this weekend?
Davey seems to be in pretty good shape. But, you know, one thing I've seen through the whole garage area here, you watch in qualifying and every car out there comes off turn 4 and standing on pit road, you can read the numbers on the right side of the car that everybody is so loose. People, I think there's a little bit of nervousness around here about how this racetrack's going to treat them today.
Well, everybody's just driving the racetrack real careful. I mean, you're driving in a corner straight, you're making your arc through the center really conservative, then you're trying to drive straight up off the corners. We've got 2 lanes to deal with right now. And I'd say after the 250-mile mark, sure, we'll have the top lane burned in more, but not as much as we usually have been.
All right, thanks for...
Even worshipped by their fans. Who do they admire and respect? The thoughtful men called crew chiefs. Some are graduate engineers. Some graduates of the School of Hard Knocks. But all have earned a doctorate in this, the most demanding theater of motorsport, NASCAR. Most are men of few words. Flamboyance is not their style. But their relentless pursuit of perfection has proven 29 weekends each season. Of all the tracks they confront, none accept their challenge so eagerly as this monster. The most treacherous mile of macadam in the world, Dover Downs in Dover, Delaware. TNN Motorsports proudly presents live flag-to-flag coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup action from Dover, Delaware. Into the wall, destroying their primary race car. They had a backup car. Paul and crew got it out. It wasn't nearly ready to qualify. But in 2 hours, it was on pit road, last in line. And guess what? The driver, Alan Kowicki, put it on the pole. And, Alan, I think you were more amazed than anybody else.
Well, that crash didn't do anything to help my confidence out, and This is a tough track, but, you know, the crew did a great job getting the other car ready, and we managed to pull the other Hooters Ford Thunderbird out and win the pole, and it was the best salvation we could have for that day. Hopefully we're going to have a good, safe race today and pick up a few points.
And this has been a good horse for you. It won at Bristol and Pocono, I believe.
This car is just as good as the other cars. It's just a little different design, and, you know, when you say it's your backup car, it doesn't mean it's not a good car or a secondary car. It's just not the one we chose to use this weekend.
Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, right now, let's meet my broadcast pal on pit road, Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Steve. Tim Brewer has had a little easier time of things this week than Paul Andrews had, but his efforts were still a little disappointing as his car, driven by Winston Cup points leader Bill Elliott, had to settle for a 13th starting position. However, traditionally, Elliott has been super tough at this racetrack. He's one of the best at keeping the car under him all day long. What's the secret here to survival at the Monster Mile, Bill?
Well, I think today it's going to be survival. This racetrack's just a tough racetrack. You set in the car a long time, and the problem is you get somebody hooked up real well here and they can put you a lap down in a hurry, and hopefully we don't run into that situation.
Well, you've got the points lead now. This is a tough place to try to protect the points lead. Does that enter into your strategy today?
Well, of course, you know, for us, our strategy is first finish and then try to finish first. But for us, it's, you know, we need to get through here in the next couple of races, you know, at least get to Charlotte in pretty good shape.
Well, best of luck to you. He'll be a factor in today's race for sure. Steve Evans?
Kirk Shelmerdine, the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt, the number 3 car, has prepared this pit for a lot of action today because when the yellow comes out at Dover, the cars come in. Right now, let's go to a guy who's always prepared, our racecaster, Mike Joy.
Well, thank you, Steve, and hello, everybody. Bill Elliott's going to find that Dover is a tough place to go point chasing. Why, just yesterday, Joe Nemechek spun out of 6th place and out of the point lead in the Busch Grand National Series with just 3 laps left to go. He got caught up in a calamity. Short straightaways, long corners, and a long way from that low groove up to the top of the retaining wall, and when that one gets you, it really hurts. Dover is perhaps the one track on the circuit that best embodies the concept of racing being a team sport. Yeah, the driver has to survive out there, but the crew has to put the car under him and keep it under him all day. It takes a lot of personnel to do that and a lot of effort. My 2 broadcast partners, Neil Bonnet and Buddy Baker, have spent the morning down in the garage area to show us just that. First, let's go to Neil Bonnet on tape. Here's Neil.
Guys, I slipped off in the garage early this morning to show you how hectic it is on race morning. It's pretty hectic, but there's a lot of people getting this race car ready. Darryl, what's going on?
Well, there really is, and everybody here's got a job. There's about 12 of us, and got Dave Tapman, our engine tuner. We got Charlie Siegert over there, our engine builder. Got Sam Conway here, our general manager. Got Jake, the crew chief. Got Joe, the business manager. Got Doug, who is Jake's right-hand man. We got Danny here that sets up pits. Behind him is Randy, that's a general mechanic. Up here is Big Moose that helps in the pit and does gas mileage. Best truck driver in racing, Tom McCrinnan. One of our best mechanics there, Ronnie Hoover. Got Billy Hodges back there that takes care of brakes. Move on back here a little bit. We got Ronnie that sets up pits. We got Jerry the pilot. We got Red the fabricator, and we got Bob Sutton that puts the bodies on these things to make them go fast. And down there on the side, don't forget, look here. Western Auto, #1 sponsor in racing.
And we got Darryl Walter. Can remember it all. There's a lot of work going on down here. It takes a lot of work to get ready for this race. Let's go to Buddy Baker for another story.
Well, Neil, just as Darryl Walter's crew has to do a lot to make a car go for 500 miles, we have to do a lot to keep the driver comfortable here, too. It's a very demanding racetrack. Let me point out a few things. Right here is a motor-driven air cool from the right-hand side. You have a special built seat to keep the G-forces down. You have a headrest up here in case the guy's neck gets tired. He can put it up against the brace there. You have air cool coming in that side. You have leg braces in here to take the G-force load off. It's just a very demanding racetrack. You have to work for driver convenience just like you do a car go 500 miles.
Buddy tried to bring one of those Butler-built seats and a cool suit up into the broadcast booth, but they wouldn't fit this morning. TNN Motorsports exclusive live coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 presented by Pep Boys is brought to you by Peak, the heavy-duty engine antifreeze. Don't stop short of the Peak. By Haviland Formula. Over the past 23 years, Richard has posted marks likely to stand for years, if not forever. 7 wins, 26 top 10 finishes. He's led 1 out of every 8 laps he's driven here. And in this race in 1971, he led 491 of the 500 laps. That, of course, is one reason they call him the king of stock car racing. Let's meet him with Steve Evans.
Well, Mike, today the king matches wits with the monster for the final time. And Richard, I know it's with mixed emotions you say goodbye to Dover.
Well, any of them is mixed emotions, and we've had some good runs here. And any place you have good runs, you hate not to come back to, but we're here to try it one more time.
And you'll never forget the year you won 199 right here at Dover.
That was a big win for us. You know, all of them were big wins, but 199 we had to get to before we could get to 200. So that was the biggest win we've ever had here at Dover.
Have a great final ride.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Let's go back to Mike Joy for this week's Haviland Update. Winston Cup action from last weekend.
69,000 fans came to Richmond last Saturday night for the Miller Genuine Draft 400, and did they get their money's worth? Through the second half of the race, Darrell Waltrip and Rusty Wallace traded the lead back and forth, sometimes several times per lap. Lap 295, Mike Waltrip brought out the third caution of the night after tagging the wall at turn 3 and 4. Some 12 laps later, Davey Allison took this ride through the infield. He would finish the race 5 spots behind point leader Bill Elliott. But no mistaking who was in charge on this night. Rusty Wallace ran away and hid, leading 231 of the 400 laps. Wallace posted a nearly 4-second margin of victory in taking his first Winston Cup win since July 1991. Elliott holds a strong point lead. Davey Allison leads Alan Kulwicki for second now by just 30 points. Then Harry Gant and Mark Martin. 6th through 9th very tightly bunched. Darrell Waltrip, Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd, and Dale Earnhardt. Then Morgan Shepherd in 10th.
Well, things can certainly change in a hurry in Winston Cup racing. Until last week, Rusty Wallace was mired in a frustrating season, struggling along. Then he soundly whipped the field. You guys turned things around in a hurry.
Yeah, we sure did. I mean, the car's really running good. Got a good engine combination. The car's handling good. Buddy Paris done a marvelous job. I just like the brewery. Everybody stood behind us through all our downtimes, and now everything's looking good.
Well, this car has been awfully fast. You're one of the favorites for today. What's your strategy? You going to attack this thing, or you got to lay back and wait?
Well, it's been real fast, no doubt about that. But I've got springs in this car a little softer than I normally like to run. So the first part of the race, if you see the car going backwards, I'll probably be doing some adjusting to get it back to the front of the end of the race.
And I imagine that's where he'll end up. Mike Joy?
Thanks, Glenn. There's a look at the backstretch enclosed grandstand here at Dover Downs. That's the front stretch for the horse track inside this 1 mile oval. You see the turns are banked 24 degrees, and the straightaways here are banked more than the corners on some short tracks. And of the 5,280 feet that make up a lap here, only 2,100 of that is straightaway. The rest is all corner. And it makes for a long, tough day for the fellas that sit in those 36 seats. As the engines fire down on pit road, we'll have a look at the starting lineup for today's Peak Antifreeze 500. Alan Kulwicki's 4th pole of the season, and Mark Martin, who's been 3 times a runner-up here on the Monster Mile, will share the front row. In row 2, last week's winner Rusty Wallace, and Terry Labonte with a great qualifying run. In the 3rd row, Dale Earnhardt, the 1989 winner of this race, and Ricky Rudd, who's won here back-to-back. Dick Trickle finished 6th here last year, and Jeff Bodine, a former winner here, in the 4th row. In row 5, Ken Schrader, who won a race here last year, and Rick Mast, his first top 10 start of the season. Dale Jarrett and Dave Marcus, who finished 2nd here in 1982. Bill Elliott's won here 4 times. He's the point leader. Darrell Waltrip won this race twice. Sterling Marlin has finished 5th here 2 times, and Kyle Petty was runner-up here 10 years ago. Ted Musgrave and Brett Bodine share the 9th row. Back in row 10, Ernie Irvin, scheduled to start there along with Hut Strickland in the Judy Donlevy car. Morgan Shepherd, fastest second-round qualifier, shares row 11 with Harry Gant, Bobby Hamilton, and Michael Waltrip, 5th in this event last year. Here's the king with 7 victories here at Dover, and Jimmy Hensley, who'll be the Rookie of the Year. Wally Dallenbach making his 2nd Dover start, and Mike Potter with the only Buick in the race. Davey Allison, his farthest back starting spot of the season, and Jim Sauter in the Dave Marcus car. Derek Cope, a former winner here, and Chad Little in the Harry Melling Ford. Then in the 17th row, Jeff Purvis driving for Bobby Allison, and Jimmy Means making his 32nd start here. Graham Taylor makes his second Winston Cup start, and James Hilton, who finished third at Dover in the very first race here in 1969, will fill out the starting field, 36 cars strong, no provisionals. Richard Petty will lead the field around for the parade lap, as he's done at every race in the second half of this, his final season as a driver, and every fan in the grandstand has a number 43 flag to wave. And of course, a few nicely placed banners as well. Long live the king. You bet. Saw another one go by, said Harry Gant for president. I guess it is that year, isn't it? Warming the engines on pit road. Look at how steeply banked. That's the straightaway, folks. That's not the corner. It's about the transition starting to get into the corner, but that's still straightaway there. We'll be riding along with 3 of the 36 drivers in the field. There you see the roof cam atop Mark Martin's car. He'll be giving us pictures from his 360-degree tilt and pan race cam inside the car over his right shoulder. And shots from the roof cam on Mark Martin's car as well, which shows the driver's point of view. We'll also be riding along with Rusty Wallace, last week's winner at Richmond. He's going to have our backseat driver cam. Now that's where it's situated, back on the back of the roll cage. And also he'll have a side view cam looking back out the windshield post there on the passenger side. We'll also be riding with Davey Allison, starting from deep in the field, and he'll give you these views from the Haviland Ford. Out the windshield of Davey's car. And also back at the rest of the field. Those are the views we'll see, and as you look at the sky as the field rolls by, it is a beautiful day for racing here in Delaware. Hardly a cloud in the sky, and it's gotten up into the 70s here today. There's a look at the weather radar, and you don't see a cloud on the screen. None of that yellow, red, or green stuff. It's going to be a just perfect day. Temperature may hit 80 today. It'll be close. Mild wind, mostly sunny skies. It'll be a great day for racing. Ernie Irvin has moved to the back of the field, having had problems with a car in practice. He had to start the car, the backup car, at the tail end of the field, and so has moved back there. Welcome Neil Bonnet and Buddy Baker up here to the broadcast booth as the field comes by. And Buddy, I'm sorry all that stuff you had down in the garage wouldn't fit up here, but you'll just have to endure 500 laps on one of these chairs like the rest of us.
Well, I tell you what, they really load these cars up with damps and things to take care of this race. This is a tough race if it was 50 degrees, much less the way it is today.
Nearly $700,000 at stake here, the maximum potential awards. The 36 cars started. The race record was set here 2 years ago by Bill Elliott, including caution flags, average speed 125 miles an hour. Kulwicki lapped this track at 146 miles an hour to qualify. There from Davey Allison's car, you see Richard Petty moving back into his qualifying position as we get set to go racing next time by. Only car out in front of Mark Martin is the pace car. And alongside Alan Kulwicki, of course, the pole sitter. There's our backseat driver cam showing Rusty Wallace hard at work scrubbing tires.
Take a look out in front of Mark Martin's car a while ago. He might get that look because in practice when we were clocking everybody, Mark Martin's car has been extremely fast. He's had a real good race setup in there. He might be the guy that takes off and jumps out front. You know, Quicky's a big question mark with that car. Very little practice on it.
If there is a favorite, a pre-race favorite, it would be Mark Martin here. Through practice and qualifying. You saw Ernie Irvin there at the back of the field, running a backup car. Getting set to roll here for 500 miles. On the brake, it is Mark Martin by a fender down into turn number 1. Looks Kulwicki brings the race right back to him.
They actually got together there, Mike, in that corner. Looked like they tagged each other a little bit on the start of the race.
You notice Kulwicki's car jumping sideways, coming off the corner. He may have a little bit of a loose condition with that car.
I'll tell you one condition he has. He's got a condition of a little blue car inside of him in a hurry.
Kulwicki will lead the first lap, and then Martin returns the favor down in turn number 1.
There comes Dale Earnhardt up in the third.
Now, why would Alan Kulwicki run so hard on the first lap? 5 bonus points. He's right up there in 3rd in the Winston Cup standings. Needed those bonus points. Then let Mark Martin on by.
Yeah, he can adjust after a while. He was glad to get that 5 points on the first lap, but he may not lead it for a little while now.
1 of 2 Jack Roush Fords in the race. Mark Martin on the point. Wally Dallenbach drives the other. Ford's running 1-2. Terry Labonte in 3rd. Up to a moment ago when Earnhardt went past. The Ford Chevrolet.
Mark Martin's car, they're capable with Jack Roush. They pull a real low gear in that race car. And boy, does that pay off in a place like this. The payoff can't make it all day long. This place is really abusive on engines, and Mark and his guys really put a lot of gear in their race cars.
Rusty Wallace has fallen way back on the start. You're riding with Rusty. He started 3rd, and he's now back to 14th position.
Mike, we almost missed that when we interviewed Rusty at the top of the show. He said, hey, I might fall back. I got a softer spring. He's waiting for later in the race for that thing to come to him a little bit. But you can't wait too long because he's really dropping back in a hurry.
Now riding with Davey Allison as he trails Morgan Shepherd, who had a bit of a wiggle coming off turn number 4, as did most drivers qualifying here on Friday afternoon.
You don't need a wiggle right now because there's just 496 more to go.
Right. Out behind Davey's car as he makes the pass on Shepherd.
Neil, it looks like Davey's car is handling good down the straightaway again today.
Yeah, I think does. I walked through the garage and talked to Robert Yates, and they had trouble qualifying and all. They said they worked on it, and they finally did one thing and it seemed like it straightened them out, and they're running good again now.
Up front, Martin and Kulwicki keep close tabs on one another.
You know what might have happened there? Kulwicki might have started on brand new tires, and the 6th car was on used tires. I tell you, it looks like they're pretty equal now. As far as him running away like everybody thought he was going to do, he's going to have to work just to stay ahead of Kulwicki.
Kulwicki's got to have it in the back of his head, Mike. You know, this is the 2nd race here this year, and that's his 5th race car.
Right.
He went through 3 the first race, and he took 2 for this race. He's got a lot of money tied up trying to finish 2 races at Dover.
Friday, he admitted to being a little spooked there during that qualifying run and didn't think he had turned a good lap.
They need to scare him every week.
At least for a lap. You see the distance back to Earnhardt in 3rd, and now Ricky Rudd, who runs very well here at Dover, has picked up the 4th spot. In fact, Ricky has had a couple of good runs these last few weeks, Darlington and at Richmond. Had a chance to win at both tracks. There's Richard Petty working under Rick Mast. Mike Waltrip right behind, and then Davey Allison. You're riding with Allison. Mike Waltrip just ahead. The outside groove taken up by Rick Mast's car as they trail Richard Petty. Richard in 20th position.
That's pretty impressive there. Davey just drove under 2 cars and pulled away from them.
Allison now up to 21st. 10 laps this time by for leader Mark Martin. And trouble up in turn 2. Rick Mast got way up, and they got 3 wide as Mike Waltrip had a bobble there. Mast recovers. Everything okay. We stay green.
They had a wreck. They just didn't finish it. They were all over the place.
And Mike Waltrip's off the pace. He'll come to pit road. After 10 laps, Mark Martin, the race leader. Alan Kulwicki running in 2nd. Dale Earnhardt is 3rd. Ricky Rudd is 4th. Terry Labonte is the 5th place car here at Dover. As Mike Waltrip makes the pit stop, we'll be right back.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
It's a beautiful morning.
Was it the desk clerk's smile?
Gonna meet my new granddaughter today.
The days in discounts for seniors.
I hope she looks a lot like me.
Maybe the wake-up call.
Not him.
One thing's for sure.
The beautiful morning.
Days in. Isn't it time you wake up to us?
I think I'll go outside and just smile.
Most of our customers come to AutoZone for low prices and for parts they can replace themselves. But many people come because we speak their language. Things like duration and lift and compression ratios, stuff like that. Because a guy who's going to rebuild an engine, he won't buy parts from just anybody. And since AutoZone stocks complete engines, we know what makes them tick inside and out. Sure, we sell our best parts at our best prices every day. But if we know something that's going to help you do the job right, you get that free.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think? Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon.
We're back and we're under caution here at Dover Down. Kenny Schrader had a spin up in turn 2 that we'll show you here in a second. He's back underway without too much damage to the Kodiak Chevrolet of Rick Hendrick. But it brings out the first caution at lap 14. Let's have a look at what happened to Schrader down in turns 1 and 2.
Okay, they go down in here. He goes in extremely hard, and you see the back end of the car coming out right there. It's history from there on. He's along for the ride now. Everybody was able to miss him, and he spun around and starts up towards the wall backwards now.
Bill Elliott just missed him on the low side, so did Sterling Marlin.
Oh, boy, he hit hard there. When you hit flat like that, it don't look like it hit that hard, but that car took a pretty good whacking.
So Schrader is on pit road, as is Rick Mast. And they're getting waved off.
Because of the line. He's over the line right there. See the man pointing down at the white line? He's got the nose hanging over the line. If you go ahead and do the pit stop, they're going to put him back a lap, but that's the least his problem right now. Now they roll it back. The guys give the okay signal, so maybe there won't be a penalty with it.
Well, both left side tires are flat, so he has to change those, and they really didn't hurt him that much. They need to work on that car and make sure the fenders don't drag, or he'll do the same thing again.
He squared it up enough. It looked like the left rear wheel would possibly rub real hard, so as much travel as they have as they go off in these deep corners,
there we go. There we go.
Well, he's still on the lead lap. And they'll send him out. They may bring him back in. 51 seconds on pit road. Of course, we are under caution, and Schrader stays on the lead lap.
What you got to wonder about it, something like that. Maybe they get the sheet metal off, but you can see when you hit the wall how the wheels were turned around. That toe-in stuff, all the steering components on there, they take that kind of look, it usually bends something.
And on Michael Waltrip, his stop a while ago, he had a flat right front while he stopped.
So Mike Waltrip has fallen 1 lap down. That's Elmo Cam. Elmo Langley, the pace car driver for NASCAR, hauling the field around Dover Down. He may get a workout today. We'll be right back.
To be cowboy.
It's the Big Four. Willie, Will, and Johnny and Chris, the Highwaymen, Monday on TNN.
A lifetime of self-esteem with Melanie Mayron.
I cannot stress the importance of good self-esteem, because if you don't have it, you're destined to be a doormat. You know, like you feel like a piece of... The key to a reasonably okay life is to learn that you deserve everything. You're worth a lot. You matter. That's where Melissa and I have something in common. Sure, we still have some more work to do. But hey, we're getting there.
In addition to our complete coverage of the coming presidential and vice presidential debates, C-SPAN will present a series of high school forums to be held the day after each of the 4 scheduled debates. Students will give their reactions to what was said and who said it best. C-SPAN's high school forums will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on September 23rd and September 30th, and on October 5th and October 16th. C-SPAN is brought to you by your local cable company.
Watching from out the back of the Pontiac safety car here at Dover Down at Mark Martin and the rest of this 36-car field.
It's a pretty good sized piece of paper he's got hung on that thing.
On the front grille of Martin's car. Our 800 lines are open if you have questions about the running of this race, how this is going along. We'd invite your questions, and we'll try to get as many of them on the air as possible today. 800-451-7331. This is a free call. We have operators in Nashville standing by to take your questions about the race. We'll either try to get them answered up here in the booth or pass them along to our pit reporters and get the straight scoop from down on pit road. We do hope, though, if you have just questions of a general nature about the sport, that you'll save those and send them in to Inside Winston Cup Racing, the fine weekly show on TNN. It's a better forum to deal with general questions about the sport of Winston Cup Racing. But if you have something that pertains to this race as you watch it, we want you to be part of the telecast. And again, that number is 1-800-451-7331. That'll be operational throughout today's telecast. Green flag at lap 18. Mark Martin and Alan Kulwicki haul the field off into turn number 1. Dale Earnhardt, who's always tough here at Dover, running in third and right on Kulwicki's bumper.
That Dale, he makes that car a present, doesn't he? Oh, looks like he might have touched a little bit coming out of the corner there, Neil.
Yeah, I tell you, you put a lot of heat on before you get off the corner. You're going to loosen him up, right him off. He's trying his best to get up under him there. Trickle slipped out of the line a little bit. We were talking about how fast he ran, and then he slipped out of the line. He's falling back a little bit.
Dick Trickle was the 5th place car. Jeff Bodine just getting past him. 4 of the front 6 cars are Fords. Earnhardt and Rudd's Chevrolet. Back at 13th place, Kyle Petty. Trying to run down Rusty Wallace. They had the pit board up for Wallace, but he did not come in during that caution.
Rusty's car looks like he's pushing in the center of the corner. See him telling him to go by. I got problems with this thing to allow just on it.
Buddy, people don't know what's going on. You and I've done that a lot. You motion to the inside. Rusty said, I'll give you the inside. You see Kyle's already by him. He motioned to take the inside, or you'll either give him inside or outside. Rusty told him where he wanted to clear him at.
Now, folks have wondered why you do something like that. Why wave a guy by? But I guess if you can send him past at a point and in a manner where it doesn't slow down either car, you're doing both of yourselves a favor.
Well, the other thing, you give a little common courtesy like that. You don't hold the guy up if he's faster, and he'll remember that thing in the middle part of the race when you might be adjusted where you can run better than he does.
This is not like when Jake the Snake whispers in the guy ear, you know, let's try the tomato drop fall or whatever. It's a little different from that. Darrell Waltrip in 15th behind Ted Musgrave in the 55. Ford and Bobby Hamilton moving up to give his Nashville neighbor a hello. And here comes Davey. Darrell Waltrip. Wow. Moving up in the wrong direction.
Darrell looks bad. Davey looks that good going by. He's really happy.
That's the 90 car, the Judy Donlevy car with Hut Strickland right behind Darrell.
Davey's been just marching to the front. They had a terrible qualifying time, and he's just been picking his way to the front. Jake's told me before the race started, he said, we got this thing running, and it certainly looks like it.
Davey up to 17th spot. Just ahead of Waltrip, who is 18th. Morgan Shepherd in the Wood Brothers car. Pulling up now behind Waltrip. Let's move back up where Davey Allison gets underneath Bobby Hamilton. That's at 16th position.
That 28 car come up out of his corner. He just pulling Bobby right up out of the corner.
A little further up, Dale Jarrett has moved up ahead of Jeff Bodine. Excuse me, ahead of Bill Elliott. Or ahead of Jeff Bodine. There's Jeff Bodine up behind Ricky Rudd.
I tell you, we see these Fords perform real well here. A lot of tracks, but you go to Fords have always ran good at this racetrack. You go to some places, and they seem to just have the knack at running at that particular track, and they really fly around.
It's like Charlotte and Atlanta use a lot of torque here instead of just RPM to get you out of the corner.
Jarrett is 7th. Elliott, the points leader, is 8th. His Junior Johnson stablemate Sterling Marlin right behind. Then Brett Bodine.
Just talking, there's not that much difference between the two makes anymore as far as horsepower and the way they run down the straightaway. It's the car that handles the best that really gets the job done anymore.
That battle for 7th place. They're running 3 seconds behind the leader. Let's go back to 11th position. Terry Labonte, number 94, in 11th in the Sunoco car. And right with him, the mellow yellow Pontiac of Kyle Petty in 12th. Kyle started 16th and was moved up a bit. Labonte started 4th. You know, it used to be here at Dover that real early in the race you'd see cars up in the middle of the racetrack and Harry Gant up there in that lonely groove scraping the Dover Downs paint off the wall. And now look at how everybody's right on the bottom.
Mike, I'm telling you, they might as well, that last 20 foot, they can put grandstands up there. It's almost unusable. They might as well put a new wall and put some seats there, because if you get on the top of the racetrack, you're going for a ride. The bottom is the place to run, and if you get up there high, you're going to slip and slide.
Here's Kenny Schrader back on the speedway, moving well, going past Derek Cope. Schrader is in 25th position and continues on the lead lap. James Hilton and Mike Waltrip are the only lap cars.
Well, Schrader's car, you know, when he hit the wall, we thought he might have a lot of problems. He's coming on back. It takes a little while to get the confidence back. If you wreck a car that bad, to see if it still feels good enough to run hard.
Well, the one thing he's got in his favor right now, he stopped and got 4 tires, too.
3rd place has changed hands. Jeff Bodine has moved around Dale Earnhardt. And Dick Trickle is right there in the Snickers Ford.
That makes it 3 Fords up front. And Trickle right behind Earnhardt. We'll see those guys work their way to the front.
And Ricky Rudd right with them. Bodine gets past Earnhardt. He's taken off, headed for Alan Kulwicki. Jeff Bodine announced yesterday he has re-signed for next season with Bud Moore and the Motorcraft people. He'll be back behind the wheel of one of Bud's Fords.
There's a lot of times, too, it would surprise you when there's rumors going on. Here's Trickle down under Earnhardt. A lot of times when those rumor mills are going and a guy's going to leave, performance falls on the team. As soon as they sign up for next year, you'll see a change in performance. Everybody gels to get a little bit better. And when they said they're ready to go racing, now look, all of a sudden the car should be running good.
This has always been a good track for Bud. I think Ricky Rudd won here for him, Bobby Allison. A lot of drivers have driven his cars to victory here. 30 years with Ford as a car owner. Both in Winston Cup and in Trans Am racing. Bud Moore. Ricky Rudd now right there working Earnhardt.
Jeff Bodine just went by the Hooters car right down in the middle of the corner, and he's in 2nd place and moving right on up. There we have Ricky Rudd working underneath Earnhardt, trying to get by him. Earnhardt's running a little bit slower than normal through the middle part of the corner. He may have a pushing position.
You saw how Trickle was able to just open up the distance on him right there in one corner.
You know, there's Earnhardt and Rudd with the Chevrolet contingent. They're racing themselves to death back there, and they're way back in 5th place. So, boy, these other guys are giving them a fit right now.
Back there was 3rd place a minute ago, and now it's back at 5th. Behind them in 6th is Rudd. 7th is Dale Jarrett, Interstate Batteries car. And 8th is Bill Elliott. 36 laps complete here at Dover Downs. Mark Martin leads by 1.2 seconds over Jeff Bodine. Here's a look at the top 10. We'll be back after this.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sport Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Where to find the mountain man. A mountain man can often be found on the trail of adventure, in search of remote watering holes, or weathering harsh climates. Most often, however, you'll find the Mountain Man wherever you find smooth bush beer or easy drinking Busch Light. So, head for the mountains and find yourself in the wide, open world of the Mountain Man.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
How many bowls of this cereal would it take to equal the nutritional value of the fresh fruit, eggs, grits, and bacon on Shoney's breakfast bar? Well, it depends on how big your bowl is. Cereal, bananas, peaches, melons, fruit salad, cottage cheese, bacon, scrambled eggs, sausage, potatoes, blueberry muffin, biscuits, country milk gravy, grits.
Welcome back to Dover Down. Mike Joy with Neil Bonnet and Buddy Baker. Up top, Steve Evans and Glenn Jarrett about to get busy down on pit road as Jeff Purvis has spun the Bobby Allison Ray Vestas Ford to bring out the second caution of the day at lap 42. And this time, I think we'll see most of the front runners on pit road.
Ran 40-something laps. That's about almost halfway on the fuel stop, so just about certain they'll come in.
Let's look at what happened to Purvis.
Well, that's a little late. He actually went in the corner, and they got a lot of buildup now because everybody's running right on the bottom of the racetrack. So the rubbers began to build up in the higher part of the racetrack. He got up there, and it spun him out.
Luckily enough, he didn't hit anything. And we've seen a couple of cars spin and still be in a race. That's unusual for Dover. Usually when you spin it, you have a bunch of junk left.
I was just going to say, that car's been backwards about 3/4 of a mile this week already.
He spun on his qualifying lap here in first round qualifying, spun out of turn 4, made a loop, came across the line sideways, still out-qualified several drivers.
Here they all come.
Let's do a little action down here now.
Everybody on the lead lap eligible to pit this time around, and that includes all but 2 cars. 2 wheel marks on Alan Kulwicki's car. That's Paul Andrews. Gang goes to work.
With 4 tires. The guys already got the look. That's off the left side. Same thing here. They're going forward.
Mark Martin looks like they're going with scuffs on his car.
You see the wheel marks on the side of Mark Martin? Those we just saw on Quickies. That was the very first lap of the race. We said they got together and it kind of donutted the left side of this one and the right side of Quickie.
Match set. Real quick pit stops from Ricky Rudd and Dick Trickle. Get them out near the front of the line, but it's going to be Earnhardt behind Mark Martin.
Yeah, Mark did slide out right there in front.
And the reason for that is Earnhardt, as Winston Cup champion, has first choice of pit positions. He pits all the way down the end of pit road, and all he has to do is scoot across that line in front of Jimmy Cox to get his place in line. Steve Evans?
Well, those were scrubbed tires or slightly used tires they put on the Kulwicki car. You can see these are all sticker tires here. There's about 20 of those and only about 7 or 8 of the used tires. And at this point in the race, they've elected to go with the scrubbs. What do you think that is, Neil, buddy?
Well, what they do, they get them that, are already broke in. They'll run longer, cooler when they got a few laps on them. So the first of the race, when there's not much rubber on the racetrack, they rather run the broken tire.
Yeah, and they also like to keep that new stuff for the end. You're kind of in the mode right now where you're going to get some miles behind you. And they like to have all that brand new stuff that's thrown right at the end if they can.
Mike Walter makes another stop, and we'll take a moment to tell you about the Gillette Halfway Challenge. The leader of the halfway lap in this race will win $10,000. And one of you fans at home that entered by mail may be called to identify the halfway leader and win a new Chevrolet Lumina Z34. If you've entered and your entry selected, and you can name that driver, the car is yours. You must be 18 or over to enter, and you can enter the contest for the Goodies 500 next week at Martinsville by riding to Gillette Halfway Challenge Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida. You must be 18 years of age or over, and they must have your entry by next Saturday. Good luck. 44 laps complete. Davey Allison has moved up to 11th from 29th. Combination of good running and good pit work. Ernie Irvin started last with a backup car after he crashed in practice, and he has moved up to 15th position. Was running laps at 25.68 before the caution flag, and that's every bit as quick as Mark Martin's been running in the lead. Take you back through the field after this round of pit stops. Martin, Earnhardt with that quick stop. Jeff Bodine in third, Ricky Rudd and Dick Trickle. That's the top five. Ford of Alan Kulwicki, Kyle Petty's Pontiac, Bill Elliott, Sterling Marlin, Brett Bodine all in four. It's your top 10. Davey Allison, Rusty Wallace, Jarrett, Shepard, and Irvin. They're in the 15th spot. Then Jim Sauter, he's driving for Dave Marcus. Ted Musgrave, Derek Cope. Dave Marcus is in the Kellogg's car. He's replaced Greg Sachs. And Darrell Waltrip is 20th. Also on the lead lap, you go to the cars of Harry Gant, Jimmy Hensley, Bobby Hamilton, and Terry Labonte. Rick Mast and Chad Little, Richard Petty, Hunt Strickland, Kenny Schrader remains on the lead lap, and Wally Dallenbach.
You know, we were talking about Kulwicki going with scuff tires. Glenn Jarrett just called up and he said that the 6-car Mark Martin lead race with stickers. So they're just playing some games right now, trying. Sometimes stickers are quicker, sometimes a little scuff. So they're just playing with them now.
On our 800 line, you see the NASCAR officials there arrayed in white. One of our viewers called in, how many officials per pit does NASCAR use along pit road? And generally, there's an official stationed in every other pit along the pit lane. So they can pretty well cover what goes on pit road, mainly from a safety aspect, to make sure that the stops are safe, all the lug nuts are on, the drivers are in their own pit, to cover any other infractions that might occur in their area of responsibility. And, they're kind of like the umpires in baseball. They're seldom noticed, but they really do a great job. Getting ready to go back to green. That's Jeff Purvis down on the inside. Lap car. As Mark Martin brings them across. Green flag at lap 46. Two-car breakaway. Purvis has split the field. Dale Earnhardt to the lead.
I don't know if 5 points, the 5 points of what it was, but he did get in the lead there. He's putting a lot of heat on the 6-car, maybe a little bit of sheep out there, but made the pass.
This is only the third race that Earnhardt has led since they were here in May, or in June rather. That's 12 races. Since he's taken the lead, there was a poster being circulated, wanted, missing persons notice, wanted car number 3 missing from the front of the pack. They've been taking a bit of ribbon. You can't win them all, you can't run up front every week, but it's been uncharacteristic to see that car out of the top spot for so long.
Neil, he got his 5 points, but that's all he's going to get out of this little deal.
Yeah, that thing of Mark Martin is stout.
Made a pass and halfway through the corner to the straightaway. It usually takes half a lap to make. So that car is really, really happy.
Mark Martin has just served notice to the field that he is the man to beat today.
Oh, he's been strong. Darlington is the fastest car also.
You might hit on something a while ago. The 4-car is real strong. It's going to take him a while to get there.
See how long it takes. Ernie took the restart at 15th spot. We are 50 of 500 laps complete. We'll be right back.
When Darrell Waltrip needs a part, he needs the right part, and he needs it fast.
And when you need parts, see the parts team at Western Auto. We've got top name brands and thousands of parts in stock. Right, guys?
Right, DW.
And we've got the right price, backed by our low price guarantee, right?
Right, DW. And while you're here, pick up Haviland Formula 3 motor oil at a low discount price. Add more life to your car with Haviland Formula 3.
Western Auto, the official auto parts and service store of NASCAR. Right, guys?
Right, DW.
Yo, guys, this is Yogi.
You can't top the Pringles pop. The taste is top.
Pringles? I haven't tried them in years.
Pringles taste better than these bag chips. Check it out, yo.
I'll believe it when I believe it.
So?
I believe it. They taste better.
Yeah. Observe. Bag chips feel greasy.
Grease don't taste good. Taste tastes good.
Yeah.
Once you pop, you can't stop.
In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there.
It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil with not one but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
Here we go again, guys. Wow, I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient Paul, we're guaranteed. I feel good. Yeah, 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Vegas. I feel good. Yeah. Daytona. I would now. LA. Wherever we're going. Yeah. And we're not even tired.
Welcome back to Dover Downs. Watching Dick Trickle, Alan Kulwicki, Kyle Petty, and the rest of this field battle. This race for fifth position. Just past the 10% mark here. Bill Elliott, a part of that pack as well. One of the best battles on the racetrack. As we went to break, we spoke of Ernie Irvin and how well he'd been running before the caution. Now, he and Davey Allison have been bumper to bumper, and Neil, you said they were about toe-to-toe last week at Richmond for a bit.
Yeah, they got together a little bit at Richmond. It was a little heated up over it, and Ernie and Davey, they've been beating on each other pretty good the last few laps. Ernie got up there, and they were shoving each other around a little bit, so this is a real heated battle right here.
Back in 11th, Allison. 12th is Irvin. Just behind Sterling and Fred Bonard. 3 Fords and a Chevrolet in this pack.
That's probably Chevrolet's strongest hope right now, really. The way Irvin's running is for him to work his way to the front, see if he can work with the other Fords and do anything with them. He's had about the quickest Chevrolet all week, even though this is a backup car. He destroyed his major car, brought this one out of the truck, and it's been just as fast.
Marlin in 11th. This is just behind the battle we showed you a moment ago. There's Irvin. Trying to move up from 12th position. And for now, it looks like that's about as far as he's going to get.
Yeah, he made a strong run. He ran up there, got right behind Davey, made a couple of shots to pass him. He couldn't get by. Either Davey picked up the pace or Irvin faded a little bit. Here, Davey get in and out of the gas. You get in it just a little bit too quick here and it starts shoving the nose. You roll out of the gas, hook them back up, mash your gas again. He's got the luxury, buddy, of a motor that you can get out and back in a few times and it still runs.
Right, and the car will carry the left front all the way down the straightaway if he really wants it to.
Yeah, he's got a lot of horsepower to deal with.
That group is catching the Dick Trickle, Alan Kulwicki, Kyle Petty, and Bill Elliott pack.
I think that's one of the keys, Mike. Whenever the 4 car was gaining, those 3 cars were racing each other. These 3 Fords were all over, just like we see them right now. And they were slowing down, and they were catching them. Now, you said racing together, they're going to the front. But they get a little antsy, and they want to pass each other out there. It slows all of them down.
Live with Davey Allison.
Fred Bodine does a good job in that car. Good, steady run. He's always up in the top 5. There's nothing wrong with the car, and he's just doing a real good job. I hope he gets to stay there next year.
Yeah, it's the time of year you start hearing all these rumors, so-and-so's doing this, so-and-so's doing that, and I don't think anybody knows. So like yesterday, we heard the 15 car hooked Bodine back up for the season, and you just speculate. You hear who's hooked up the road for next season.
This is the time of the year you don't want the car owner to come up and say, if I was you, I'd be looking around a little bit.
No, I believe Brett's staying in that car for next year. Yeah. Out front, Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt. And this battle, Bill Elliott underneath Kyle Petty. Sterling Marlin's right there. That's for 7th place.
Boy, those Fords go good, don't they?
Kyle Smith, well, I thought he could get in between him. He couldn't do it. And what happens is now he's going to have 5 cars passing instead of 1. It's, once you lose that preferred line, you just can't get back down there.
You know, I think you hit on something earlier. There's always been, all these teams have been good running teams. It happens now that more of them are in Fords than there ever were. You used to have about 3, 4 good Fords. Now there's 8 or 10 of them.
The rumor mill, we haven't seen it, all of it yet. There's still, Ford Motor Company supposedly still offering some more of the major GM teams to switch over. So we see it go in cycles. You know, Pontiac, Chevrolet, Ford. Right now, Ford is one of the guys that's really pushing pieces out there for them to race with, and it's showing up on the racetrack. Some of the major General Motors teams supposedly have had offers to change.
Let's go back to 17th position, where former winner here, Derek Cope, is being pursued by a man who knows the way to victory lane here, Harry Gant.
It's just a little early for Harry to let you know what he's got yet. He's still watching everybody and kind of plotting his way to the front.
There might be a lot of teams that would be nervous about your driver being 17th, but they got old Harry right where they want him.
Yeah, it's about 400 laps before we ought to see him. They better get going, though, because Mark Martin has opened up a 1.6-second lead on the rest of this field. He is not waiting around. But how many times have we seen on this racetrack a car jump out like a jackrabbit, and then things change? Dick Trickle has just changed 5th position. He's gone past Alan Kulwicki.
Well, this track is so temperamental, it changes all day long. You'll see different guys lead.
They lap past Mike Potter's car. 68 laps complete here at Dover Downs. Mark Martin leading Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Bodine, Ricky Rudd, and Dick Trickle.
Only a Pep Boys Automotive Supercenter could offer so much. Thousands of brand name parts and accessories in stock day and night, 7 days a week. Car or truck, import or domestic, Pep Boys will make sure you get the part you need when you need it. Pep Boys, the Automotive Supercenter.
Miller Genuine Draft. It's cold filtered. That's how we keep our commitment to everyone who knows that draft beer is real beer, pure beer, the best beer. It's why so many people can enjoy a beer whose taste hasn't been changed by heat pasteurization, and why so many people are making a change of their own to the genuine draft. Get out of the old, get into the cold.
From coast to coast, Dodge Caravan has happily served more families than any other minivan. But we've made it even better, because we've come up with an all-wheel drive Dodge Caravan. So now you not only get a vehicle loaded with safety features, including the first minivan airbag, you've got one that automatically handles just about anything the weatherman can throw at it. No shifting, no levers, no sweat. The all-wheel drive Dodge Caravan, a great way to rediscover American value.
Just because you go all out, doesn't mean you gotta stink. Not if you're wearing this. And here comes your chance to prove it. And you will, because Old Spice works. Man, does it work. Fights wetness, kills bacteria. The proof?
Hey, hotshot.
You're looking at her.
Old Spice antiperspirant for great odor protection. You demand proof, not promises.
All year long, TNN invites you to explore America. Here in Delaware, the scenic beauty of 18th century architecture blends with the beautiful farm country here across the first state. 73 laps are complete. 12th place battle has Kyle Petty and Rusty Wallace having an intramural struggle there in the two Pontiacs. That's Dale Jarrett just behind them in a Chevrolet. And you get a good look at Kyle Petty's car from our mother-in-law cam, the backseat driver cam.
See how steady his arm is. That car is working pretty good.
Further up front, 6th place, Alan Kulwicki. Bill Elliott trying to wrest it away, and oh!
A little pushing and shoving there. They got together. Bill tapping on that left rear quarter panel and got Kulwicki just loose enough that several cars went by.
We got to say something about the 22 car, too. Sterling Marlin's moving right on up. Every time Bill passes the car, he goes with him.
There's Allen stuck in that high groove. He's going to lose more than that one position. Kulwicki is going to drop all the way to 11 before he gets back in line.
That looked like Darrell and Neil when they were teammates with the Junior Johnson cars. That's you in front, Neil.
Oh, okay, thank you. I thought you meant doing the bumping.
Well, if you mailed in your entry for the Gillette Halfway Challenge, coming up here in a mere 175 more laps. Our halfway winner gets $10,000, and you can win the Chevrolet Lumina. New contest next week in Martinsville. The Goodies 500. Send your entry to Gillette Halfway Challenge, Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida 33731. You must be 18 or over, and they need your entry by next Saturday, and they could be calling you next Sunday. The Junior Johnson cars running 6th and 7th. Also remind you, we are getting a lot of questions on our 800 number. If you have questions about this race, 1-800-451-7331. If you have general questions like why some cars earn more money finishing behind others, we prefer you send them to Inside Winston Cup Racing. They can deal with that better on a weekly show format. The questions about this race we'd be happy to answer. Here's a timely one from Patricia of Georgia. Are the financial problems with General Motors Corporation hindering Dale Earnhart's efforts?
Mike, that's hard to say. You know, they get plenty of money from it. Maybe, like you said before, maybe Childress and Earnhardt's got more money than General Motors right now.
Maybe they could loan
give it back.
Maybe they could loan them some. No, Patricia, don't think that has much to do with it. Let's go back about 11th spot here, where Alan Kulwicki now has dropped into line behind Ernie Irvin and is trying to hang on there. There's Mike Waltrip from Pennzoil Pontiac. He's a lap down, and Kulwicki's back in line, but that one little bump from Bill Elliott sent him back, what, 4 spots?
Well, Michael's having a horrible time. He's made about 3 or 4 pit stops on the right front tire. He's got some problem there, because you've seen the car right in the middle of the corner just jump out from under him. There's something bad wrong.
Let's give you a Napa Field standing update to this point. Brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts.
That's what Dale Earnhardt says. No unimportant parts. They're just going through a bad time right now. People, they're so used to seeing that car dominate races. When they can have an average year, and everybody thinks they just absolutely deteriorated.
Well, just like right here, he's running second right now, and everybody's saying, what's wrong? You know, when you get so dominant and so used to leading races, when you don't lead them, boy, they start second guessing, and you hear the rumor mill that things are happening personally with among the team and stuff, and boy, they're just having trouble on the racetrack all these right now.
Let's check down on pit road with Steve Evans.
As you guys know, there is no louder racetrack than Dover, so I'm communicating with Christie by writing the notes. I watched Ernie Irvin move from 20th to 13th, so I wrote a note to his crew chief, Tony Glover. Did you make adjustments? 20th to 13th, or are you just at best? He wrote back. We are a little off, not bad, could have a good run. So I'm trying to hang around crew chief that has particularly good penmanship.
Fill out that postcard. Weather is here. Wish you were beautiful. Signed. There's Ernie. He's about to send a postcard to Davey Allison. He's been tracking him like that for about the last 15 laps here.
Well, that might they said that it was off just a little bit. That might have been the reason when he was on fresh tires, he was running all over the top of Davey. And now that the thing's got a little bit warmer tires, he sees that he's got to adjust the car and get it a little bit better under him.
If they're off, they're not that far off, and neither is Earnhardt. Our statistician, Greg Fielder, tells us he's only 0.9 seconds, 9/10 of a second behind Mark Martin, and closing a little bit each lap.
He might have heard the question a while ago and stepped up the pace.
Ernie Irvin on the speedway. Ernie likes his car set up just a little bit loose as he runs here in 10th spot, so we asked Tony Glover earlier if he likes a loose car. What do you like as crew chief? Tony?
Well, you know, this is a bad place to be loose at, because this place is not very forgiving. If the car gets away from you, then 9 times out of 10 you're going to wind up, you know, tearing your race car up pretty bad. So we're going to try to get it where it's pretty comfortable and, you know, pretty tight.
Hello, darling. Nice to see you. It's been a long
Country superstar Conway Twitty does one of his biggest hits on stage Tuesday on TNN.
Yes, it's a beautiful country we live in. And as TNN explores America all this year, we've got just what you need to really get around and see the sights. We're giving away, that's right, giving away a grand prize including a brand new Winnebago Brave worth $90,000, a 1992 Dodge truck, retail value $19,000, and 500 gallons of gasoline to get you around, and that's just the grand prize. First prize, a 10-day trip for 2 to beautiful Hawaii, plus $1,500 spending money. And 500 seconds at your favorite retail location for a shopping spree of up to $20,000. To enter, call 1-900-370-4866. You can enter as often as you like. Each call costs 95 cents per minute. Or send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address. Or you can pick up an entry form at your local Winnebago dealer. And wait, there's more. 10 cruises for 2 around Alaska, including airfare and spending money. With all these great prizes to win, you better get your entries in soon for the TNN Explores America Sweepstakes.
88 laps complete here at Dover Downs with the Peak Antifreeze 500, presented by Pep Boys. Mark Martin, class of the field. Dale Earnhardt closing in. Jeff Bodine, strong run with one more car in third. Ricky Rudd having a good day here in fourth. And Dick Trickle in the fifth spot. Bill Elliott, Sterling Marlin, Brett Bodine, Davey Allison, Ernie Irvin. That's the way they run here at Dover Downs. Still 23 cars on the lead lap. The last of those, Bobby Hamilton, Kenny Schrader.
I tell you, Mike, you know, when they were giving us the numbers a while ago, saying Earnhardt was closing in, they were on top of it. There's Mark Martin right there. Just a short way back. Earnhardt is noticeably closing in on him now.
Earnhardt now 0.8 of a second behind the leader. Here's your 8th place battle. Brett Bodine leading Davey Allison. From Davy's car. That straightaway, bank 9 degrees. Ray from Alabama called in, asked if there's any advantage or disadvantage to the race cars to have the straightaway bank.
Well, it's definitely an advantage. Anytime the car is already set to go in the corner is better than the flat straightaway and then having to dive up into a corner. You don't have to upset the car to get down in the corner here.
Trouble turn 3.
Oh boy.
One car slams the wall, and it's Alan Kulwicki ruining his second car of the weekend in a big way.
He hit it a ton, too. When we saw him, he was already turning around and got into it. Might have hit the driver's door pretty hard over there. Hopefully he's not hurt.
Kulwicki, the pole sitter, brings out the third caution at lap 93. And he pasted the wall. A hard lick. Pole winners have failed to finish 5 times this year. And this race has scarcely ever been won from the pole. Very few occasions.
Mikey had already fell back to 12th place, so certainly was having a problem and just trying to make it to the next caution. But the problem, he was the caution. You hope you can make it hold on and adjust the car, but he had the problem himself.
Climbing out, okay.
That's the best sight right there when you see a guy walking over to the ambulance. It's mandatory to go get checked, but he's okay.
Owns that car as well as drives it, runs his own race team. And in 2 trips here to Dover, they have totaled 4 cars. Kulwicki came into this race only 164 points behind Bill Elliott for the Winston Cup point lead. Watch the 7 car.
There he is going on the end on the outside of Chad Little.
They have contact right there.
Yeah, they touched a little bit. It's hard to say if Kulwicki was coming down, the 9's going up, but they did touch. Got him turned around backwards. And I tell you, they just get faster right here, buddy, when they start sliding.
Wow, I'm telling you, that is a hard lick, too. Look at that car get back up in that wall. It looked like a magnet on it.
What kind of lucky charm was Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett carrying there? And Rusty.
There's Rusty coming under with him, and he's going to cross traffic. This big banking on this thing's self-cleaning. He's going to sweep him down across the bank here, come back across traffic.
Here's a different angle.
Well, that's just after they made contact there. What happened? He thought he had cleared the 9 car, and they touched, and away he went.
Everybody hit by the apron.
A lot of activity on pit lane during this caution. Let's have a look at it from the in-car camera of Rusty Wallace.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is when you say, do I go left, do I go right? Stay down a little bit lower, and you can't just snatch the wheel around because you turn your own car around. There was Morgan coming through, still pretty good speed.
Steve Evans.
All right, we are trying to keep pace with Alan Kulwicki's crew, Paul Andrews and the guys. They are not quitting. They are moving their toolbox, their hammers, pry bars, everything to the garage area where they hope to beat that car back into shape. They don't know yet exactly what the damage is, but obviously they're expecting it to be severe.
Bring big tools would be our advice.
I'm telling you, I'm just glad to see him okay.
94 laps complete. Dale Earnhardt won the race off pit road. He'll be the race leader. To ride with Rusty Wallace. Coming up on the 100-lap mark.
It's in his head, his heart, in every muscle. The energy to go further. Texaco System 3 gasolines put this kind of energy to work for you. on the road. System 3 reduces deposits and cleans your engine in all octane grades to help put the heart and muscle back into older cars and keep new cars running like him.
In my career, I've had a lot of good things happen to me. Of course, there were a few headaches, but that's when I'd reach for a Goody's headache powder, and I'm not alone. In a recent survey, doctors preferred the Goody's Formula 2 by more than 3 to 1 over BC's. And only Goody's beats a headache the way I prefer, in record-breaking time.
All right. Makes you feel so good again.
At age 74, I'm the oldest Ironman triathlete.
Jim Ward has a hobby. It's called staying young.
It's a workout.
That's why he uses Armor All protectant on his dash, seats, and especially his tires. Rubber can age and crack, but Armor All penetrates to keep his tires looking like new. Jim says his tires never seem to get old. People say the same thing about Jim.
I like a good-looking car. It makes me feel good.
There is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. Armor All.
I gotta run.
Folks in these parts think Tom Lawton is the best thing to ever turn a wrench. But back east, they'll put their money down on the guys at McClellan's. It seems in every town there's always one place that does a little bit better job fixing your car. And it seems the things they all have in common are great mechanics, great service, and Napa parts. Look for the sign of quality car repair. Napa.
TNN's exclusive live coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 is brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. 96 laps complete. We're still under caution. Steve Evans has hospital duty today, Steve.
Well, behind that guard that nobody messes with is the first aid station here in the garage area. We saw Alan Quickie get out of the ambulance. He needed a little help. He was stumbling just a little bit, not seriously hurt. A lot of that may have been more emotional than anything else. After all, this was his 5th race car to be badly banged up, if not totaled, here at Dover. Again, Alan Quickie not seriously injured, but certainly needs the rest and relaxation in there.
Have a look at the race so far. Earnhardt is the leader. He's led 3 laps. Mark Martin's led most of the way. 22 cars still on the lead lap. 4 lead changes among 3 drivers. Kulwicki, Martin, and Earnhardt. We're working the 3rd caution of the day, and we'll get a restart next time by. Pit road speed for Jill of Texas, who called in. We neglected to mention 40 miles an hour, and the pace car runs the same speed around this racetrack, 40 miles an hour. There's the Elmo cam looking out the back of the safety car. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, I'm situated right between Earnhardt and Martin. They're pitted together on pit road. They came in together. Dale Earnhardt put on 4 scuffs. Martin put on stickers. Also, Mark Martin had the crew make a chassis adjustment. The car was a little too tight. That chassis adjustment cost him position on the racetrack. Earnhardt beat him out of the pits. Earnhardt says that, or Childress says that on Earnhardt's car, they're trying scuffs early in the race. They're saving a set for later on. They want to see which is best. Mike Joy?
Thanks, Glenn. We're ready to go back to green here at 97 laps. Deal with a few more of your questions on the 800 line here in a minute. But right now, let's get back to business. Earnhardt, Martin, Bodine, that's Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, and Ricky Rudd. And in the garage, Alan Kulwicki trying to hang on to 3rd place in the points and stay in this championship run. Green flag. Jeff Bodine dropping to the inside from 3rd spot behind the Cale Yarborough car, Jimmy Hensley Award, and nothing there. He'll hold that 3rd spot as the 2 leaders scoot away a little bit.
You know, in the very start a while ago, Earnhardt was able for a lap or 2 to stay with him. Then he faded back, and then he started reeling him in again. But Mark made a chassis adjustment. You wonder why the guy leading the race make a chassis adjustment. He feels like he can get that car better. If he does, it's going to be tough to handle him.
I'd say all the crews right now are going to school on these 2 cars because they need to know with 10 or 15 laps to go if they have a caution what to put on, whether to put new tires or scuffs.
Front 3 tight together. Mark Martin from the roof cam. That's Bobby Hamilton, last car on the lead lap that just went by ahead of the leaders. Hamilton changed a full set of spark plugs during that pit stop. and got back on the lead lap.
Yeah, good Jeff Bodine's car sticking to the bottom of the racetrack. He's tough at this racetrack. He's going to be a factor, I believe, all day.
Yeah, from the start of the race, he's been moving on up there, and he's putting a lot of pressure on Mark right here. We saw him get right up under Mark. Mark's car slid out coming off too, so give Mark a little bit of trouble.
Bodine has won here back several years ago, 1986, and his car owner, Bud Moore, has been to victory lane 4 times here at Dover.
Not too bad.
Looking at 3rd place from Mark Martin's car, let's go back to 11th place, Kyle Petty and Ernie Irvin. Isn't that funny? You run 20, 30 laps, caution comes out, everyone makes stops, you come right out, you're battling the exact same guy that you were fighting with before the caution. Bill Elliott and Ricky Rudd are right in there in this race for the lead.
You know, I can't see any advantage of new tires over scuffed. It looks like they run about the same speed. It's just who has the best chassis under the car.
You know, Mark said he made a chassis adjustment. Sometimes you make them, and it's not the right way. You know, this early in as long a race, you can make a change. If you make a mistake, you can go back where you're at. I don't know that Mark is as strong right now as he was before he made that adjustment. They might have to go back and put the car back the way it was before.
And 2, Bodine is all over him, so he's doing a little mirror driving also, and that takes the concentration off. You don't run the line quite as pure as you normally do.
Now, just behind this pack of 5, you'll see Dick Trickle, Brett Bodine, Davey Allison, Sterling Marlin, and then that Kyle Petty, Ernie Irvin battle.
Something else, Bill Elliott moved right in there. He's right up in the fight now.
He's done well at this racetrack.
Anybody that thinks it's in the team sport, just look at that. Bill Elliott come right up to the front on 1 pit stop.
Well, Harry Gant moved up a spot. 1 by 1 by 1. 17th. Racing with Derek Cope.
Seems to like that number, doesn't you? Sometimes like you go in and out, and through the course of the day, you'll end up racing the same people over and over. Harry was 17th before, right where he's at now.
Yeah, number 33, working around the lap car of Jeff Purvis. And pulling right up on Rusty Wallace.
Now there's Harry. Now he won't hesitate to try that outside line. We talked about earlier about that part of the track might not be usable. If anybody can cut it in and wear it in where they can race on it, Deanne will be the guy that tries it. There he goes out there. You know, 2 Carlings higher than anybody on the racetrack. He'll try it all day.
High Groove Harry, they called him here for years at Dover. Rusty Wallace just ahead. Here's where that side view cam. Now Rusty's car might come in handy because Harry is going to take the outside.
That was it. Harry blurred the vision. He was out there a little bit, I believe.
Neil, how about this guy we're working with, High Groove Harry?
Yeah. I'd hate to hear what he called me back when I was slipping and sliding there with it.
You remember those races because you were in most of them. You'd run right around the bottom of the racetrack. Harry'd take the long way around the 1.25 miles up on the wall, and he'd still be every bit as fast.
Yeah, but I'd run 500 miles. He'd run 550 before the day was over.
Right, that's right. There's Terry Labonte going past Wally Dollenbach, and we'll move back up front for a moment. Mark Martin right back up on the bumper of Earnhardt.
Starting to reel him in now. He got, I think one of the keys, like Buddy said a while ago, he shook Bodine off of the rear end of his car. And it really upset his car to have somebody up under him. He got Bodine off of him. Now he's going back to offense instead of defense, and he's starting to work on Earnhardt again.
Yeah, he's no longer racing the 3rd place car. He's trying to catch the 3, and that makes your line a lot better.
Mark Martin is a lot like nitroglycerin. It only takes a little bit of it, but there's so much intense energy all bottled up right there. When it gets going, kaboom. I wonder if there's a more intense person in the garage area, a more intense driver than Mark Martin.
I tell you, he's really dedicated. When he first started racing, everybody says his size, he couldn't do it. And I think he realized it hurt him. He couldn't go the distance of some of the long races, and I don't think there's anybody that works physically on themselves to try to stay in as good a shape as Mark Martin does. He's physically strong and mentally, he's really dedicated to win.
He's got a good team. Jack Roush, team owner, and long-time successful engine builder, both for drag and oval track cars and road racing cars as well. His crew chief, Steve Hamill, was asked if he built a car just for Dover, how would you set it up?
It'd be real tight for qualifying and real loose in the race. Typically, this place, the sealer boils up when we're not here over the 2 or 3 months when we don't run. And when you come back, you're real loose and you get sideways qualifying. And then in the race, place as you work on the track more and put more rubber down, it'll tighten up. So somebody like Harry Gant that qualifies in the middle usually whip your butt. Typically, we're too loose qualifying and too tight racing.
Most of our customers come to AutoZone for low prices and for parts they can replace themselves. But many people come because we speak their language. Things like duration and lift and compression ratios, stuff like that. Because a guy who's going to rebuild an engine, he won't buy parts from just anybody. And since AutoZone stocks complete engines, we know what makes them tick inside and out. Sure, we sell our best parts at our best prices every day. But if we know something that's going to help you do the job right, you get that free.
He's waiting about a car length and a half behind Al Jr. Al Jr. now lengthens it out. He's trying to hold him off. Goodyear low, Denver high. They go to four, Bob Laney.
Allison Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win?
The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second. Perhaps the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard, American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
Just because you go all out, doesn't mean you gotta stink. Now if you're wearing this, and here comes your chance to prove it. And you will, because Old Spice works. Man, does it work. It fights wetness, kills bacteria. The proof?
Hey, hotshot.
You're looking at her.
Old Spice antiperspirant for great odor protection. You demand proof, not promises.
$117 laps on the board here at Dover Downs. Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin, Jeff Bodine, Bill Elliott, and Ricky Rudd, the front five. Brett Bodine, Dick Trickle, Davey Allison, Sterling Marlin, and Kyle Petty. Right up there. This track is the only certified 1-mile speedway that NASCAR runs. Man from Mississippi called, asked how they measure the track length. 15 feet from the outside wall. It's 1 mile around here.
You know, we had a reader or a watcher call in a while ago and asked how Davey Allison's hand's doing, and I talked to him yesterday, and I tell you what, he's got a lot of pain in that arm, and it's still pretty ragged looking. I tell you, he's got a long ways to go before he's 100%.
But he's sure giving it 100% effort.
He's all got, I tell you, he's a real race car driver. Anybody can sit in one of these things and run 500 miles with pins, screws, and everything else holding his arms together in his hands. He gets my call for the toughest guy around.
About as many bolts in him as there is that race car.
Yeah, I tell you, his arm is, he has scars from the elbow all the way down to the hand, on inside and out.
Second in the Winston Cup points, 134 behind Bill Elliott, giving it a good run here today. Davey Allison presently is in 7th place. Up at 3rd place, the man he's chasing in the points, Bill Elliott, is chasing Jeff Bodine. Draws a bead on him as they roll off into turn 1.
You know, Sterling Marling was running right along with Bill. Bill's picked it up a little bit. He's closing in on Bodine. He's lost Sterling a little bit further back.
Jeff Bodine, former winner here, so's Elliott. Holds the track record for 500 miles here in just 2 minutes under 4 hours. That's 2 years ago.
Neil, he probably just told Bill, okay, if you want to go on up there and take the lead, we need that 5 points.
Yeah, Junior will give you flying instructions every now and then.
Let's check with Steve Evans.
I'm in the Dave Marcus pit, and we all heard a tire explode. And the crew looked out on the racetrack. We came back behind the tool cart, and look at this. Just sitting here, I guess, from the weight of all the tools, this little bitty tire blew. But it blew with such force, everybody thought it was something out on the racetrack. And in the middle here at Dover, we got a real good laugh.
I don't know how you're going to get a lug wrench on that one, Steve.
You think we'll have to go to inner liners on the toolboxes now?
Yeah. Perhaps so. Here's the Dave Marcus car, number 71. Jim Sauter, the driver from Wisconsin, is driving Marcus's car as Marcus has replaced Greg Sachs in the Kellogg's car. Interesting turn of events to finish out the season. The reason Marcus continued to keep his own car on the racetrack is he's well up in the battle for owner points in NASCAR, and that does pay off some money at the end of the season, so Jim Sauter will finish out the year in 71.
Mike, that poor little buggy down there will probably never get changed. It's just like having a car at home. You never work on your own car. We got guys there who change tires in 12 seconds. That thing, they'll hire somebody to come change the tire on that buggy.
Rusty Wallace and Harry Gant running 16th and 17th on the speedway. Gant has just settled into that 17th spot. There's Dave Marcus in the yellow car. Larry Hedrick Kellogg's car with Terry Labonte in tow. Ted Musgrave running right behind Gant in the Jasper engine Ford.
We're watching right here Harry climbing all over Rusty Wallace's car. And Rusty has ran good here in the past, but you heard him say he's got a softer set of springs than he's ever ran here before. And, you know, he's got a new crew chief in Buddy Parrott. And when you get new people, you're willing to try new things. They went from the standard setup to a little softer chassis stuff, and it might take through the course of this race. Don't count him out, because with soft springs, it just takes a little bit different bite and everything. And before the day's over, they've got a chance to get that car straightened out, get him back up front.
There's Wallace right in the middle of that picture. Marcus, Labonte, Wallace, Gant, and Musgrave.
Speaking of Marcus, he looks like he's going pretty well there.
Glenn Jarrett?
Still somewhat shaken. Alan Kulwicki has come out of the care center now. Alan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Can you tell us what happened up there?
Well, I was trying to lap the 9 car, and he pulled over on the backstretch to let me go. I went in the third turn on the outside of him, and he hit me in the left rear and spun me around. We hit the wall really hard, and not a very good day for us. Probably pretty much ruins our championship hopes for this year, but we'll be back.
Well, the crew is still working on the car. Do you feel up to getting back in it if they can repair it?
As hard as that thing is, they're probably just working on it to load it on the truck. I doubt if we'll be back today, but we'll be back another day. We're not going to give up.
Glad to see you're okay. Better luck next time.
Mr. Determination, Alan Kulwicki. He's had offers to drive for other teams, prefers to run his own railroad, steer his own ship, and he's in third in the Winston Cup points standings. But to hold that spot leaving here today, he may have to get back in this race.
Did you see that little snicker when he asked him, said, will you be able to get back in it when they fixed it? He knows how it felt. He's not sure they can fix it.
Back up front. Earnhardt works low on the racetrack. Mark Martin running right in his tire track.
Wally Dollar back there went under him. He was running slow. Must be a little bit of a problem. He's following back here on the outside. That's a teammate to Mark Martin.
Back at 15th spot. Make that 14th spot. The yellow car, Dave Marcus. Terry Labonte is 15th. Wallace 16th. Gant 17th. Musgrave 18th. Now, Ted Musgrave in the 55 car, that's the team Buddy Parrott left to go with Roger Penske and Rusty Wallace. And a lot of folks figured, well, you know, that's the end of the great ride Musgrave has had, but it hasn't been that way. He's run very well.
Good racer. He ran a lot of ASA stuff, won a lot of races up there. They get it sorted out, he'll win here.
132 laps complete here at Dover Down. Dale Earnhardt leading Mark Martin by a car length.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that have been away.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car is back in town. So you better hold on.
Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town?
Last year, Davey Allison added something new to his car. It wasn't wider tires or a slicker shape. It was the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy, straight off the shelf, to add more life to your car with complete protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Now, we're not saying it was Haviland Formula 3 that gave Davey the energy to lead more major NASCAR races than anyone last year and win this year's Daytona 500. But we're not saying it wasn't.
Over the years, I've made a lot of trips back and forth to Vegas.
How's it going this trip, George?
The odometer was broken for over 50,000 miles, so I say we've got 300,000 miles on this car.
Hi, George.
I've had a longer relationship with this car than I've had with any woman.
Hi, George. How are you?
This beauty's a living example of what can be done with proper maintenance and AC Delco.
Hi, George.
AC Delco parts. It's like buying time.
TNN's exclusive coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is being brought to you by AC Delco. It's like buying time. .137 laps complete. Riding along with Rusty Wallace in the Miller Genuine Draft Pontiac. Back in 17th position. There's leader Dale Earnhardt on the opposite straightaway. Earnhardt crosses the stripe to a 138 on the board, and now he's opened up quite a margin on Mark Martin, the second place car. 1.2 seconds, first to second. Another second and a half back to third. Third and fourth close together. There's back at Mark Martin. There's the interval, first to second.
Pretty impressive. He must have done some adjusting on his car on the pit stop, because he's picked up the pace quite a bit than what he was running early in the race.
Here's Jeff Bodine, top of your screen there for a moment. For Mark Martin, there's third place, Bodine. And with him, you'll see Bill Elliott. Two red Fords. Bodine, number 15. And just a couple of car lengths back. There's Bill Elliott coming into view. Elliott runs here in fourth, has not led today. Only three drivers have traded the lead back and forth. Kulwicki, Earnhardt, and Mark Martin. Elliott in fourth. He's got pretty good breathing room. Back to fifth place, Dick Trickle. There's the gap as Trickle went past. There's Trickle in fifth. And as he rounds up out of turn number 2, pretty clear racetrack behind him for a ways.
You know what? You see this little gap in here between the cars, and Dick Trickle's driving just as hard as the guy leading the race, but the car's just a little bit off in the corner right now.
There's sixth place Sterling Marlin. You see he trails Trickle by about 2 seconds now. Maxwell House car. And Davey Allison coming up on Sterling Marlin.
You know, we're all pulling for Dick to get a good ride for next year, because he's been told that he won't be back in the Snickers car next year. So.
And Sterling Marlin will move on out of the Junior Johnson stable. There's Davey Allison. Allison in seventh. Just about 5 car lengths behind Sterling Marlin. Riding along with Allison. Back straightaway.
He's steady moving up. Every time you see him, he's coming right on up and up and up. He'll be up there at the factor in a few minutes.
There's Kyle Petty, and he has moved up. Kyle's come up to 8th spot now. He had been back with that Rusty Wallace pack, but has moved up into the 8th position in the mellow yellow Pontiac for Felix Sabates. There's the interval 7th to 8th. Morgan Shepherd is 9th, Fred Bodine is 10th. Then Ernie Irvin. 145 laps complete here at Dover. Earnhardt, Martin, Jeff Bodine, Elliott, and Trickle are the top 5. We'll be right back.
This week on Crook and Chase, Lionel Cartwright joins us in person.
And we'll catch a glimpse of Garth Brooks' new album called The Chase. It's going to be good.
Crook and Chase, a full hour live weeknights on TNN.
Yes, it's a beautiful country we live in. And as TNN explores America all this year, we've got just what you need to really get around and see the sights. We're giving away, that's right, giving away a grand prize including a brand new Winnebago Brave worth $90,000. A 1992 Dodge truck, retail value $19,000. And 500 gallons of gasoline to get you around. And that's just the grand prize. First prize, a 10-day trip for two to beautiful Hawaii, plus $1,500 spending money. And 500 seconds at your favorite retail location for a shopping spree of up to $20,000. To enter, call 1-900-370-4866. You can enter as often as you like. Each call costs 95 cents per minute. Or send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address. Or you can pick up an entry form at your local Winnebago dealer. And wait, there's more. 10 cruises for two around Alaska, including airfare and spending money. With all these great prizes to win, you better get your entries in soon for the TNN Explores America Sweepstakes.
148 laps complete on the Monster Mile at Dover, Delaware. Dave Marcus and Rusty Wallace go at it side by side.
There again, he's got out of his position. He's moved up further than 17th. He's going to be careful. He's moving up. I think he's about 14th now. 15th.
There's your top 10. And you see Darrell Waltrip up there in that picture. And Darrell is just 1.6 seconds from getting lapped by Earnhardt.
Yeah, you can see in that shot coming off fourth turn, directly behind him was Earnhardt. He just put Schrader a lap down. Schrader had a little bit of problem. There's Earnhardt, you can see coming in the front of the shot.
Now there's Marcus. He dropped to the back of that pack, but Earnhardt will come up to lap him, and they will go like a rocket.
Boy, he's closing that interval every lap.
You know, Darrell's really good at pacing himself with a car. Now, if he's got anything, he can't pace anymore. He's going to have to see if he can stay ahead of Earnhardt, try to catch a caution and get that mile of racetrack back. With a caution will really help him right now.
Earnhardt up to the outside of Marcus.
I don't think you get that conservative. I think Earnhardt's just got him covered right now.
He's having some trouble. Waltrop's car not running like he wanted it to.
Back at 8th spot, Kyle Petty chasing 21 of Morgan Shepherd. Harry Gant's only 2.5 seconds from going a lap down.
Maybe that's the reason Harry pulled around some of those cars and started picking up the pace. Called and told him a leader was coming.
There's Shepherd and Kyle Petty running behind Davey Allison, the 7th place car. Those drivers staying put for next season. Morgan Shepherd, the Wood brothers, Kyle Petty, Felix Savati. Terry Labonte will stay with Billy Hagan next season. They'll have a new sponsor on that car, replacing Sunoco. And of course, Harry Gant will be back for Leo Jackson. This race is for 14th place.
Gant knows the leader's coming. He's trying to figure out how to get on around him. He knows he's got to go. He don't need to go a lap down.
He's driving his heart out now. You can see him trying twice as hard as he was just a second ago.
We'll let you know when it's halfway, and if you know the driver who leads at the halfway point and you filed an entry for this week's running of the Gillette Halfway Challenge, your phone could ring, and if it's the Gillette folks and you know the right driver, you win a Chevy Lumina Z34. To enter next week's contest for the Goodies 500, write Gillette Halfway Challenge. Send your name, address, and phone number, box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33731. Make sure they get your entry by next Saturday.
Gant's trying everything he can with Labonte. He's tried him high. Matter of fact, he's tried higher than most people try. See Harry run a little bit higher line. As he gets on the far side of the corner, watch how much higher he is. He's right up a little bit. He's trying to get a run down under Labonte off the corner, but Labonte's car runs good up off the corner.
And Earnhardt just put Darrell Waltrip a lap down.
Watch Gant go into this corner. He really goes in extra hard.
17 cars on the lead lap. Bill Elliott chasing Jeff Bodine. That gap's opened up a good bit. Jeff Bodine pulling away there from Elliott. And there's the gap from Mark Martin back to Bodine. Jeff Bodine's turned it up.
Yeah, they don't want to give Earnhardt a 7 or 8 second lead. If they do, they kiss this race goodbye. They got to try to keep up with him.
Dale Earnhardt working a lot of lap traffic. As there's the second and third place cars. He's just lapped Ted Musgrave, or has he? Here comes Musgrave right back at him for a second.
And right in front of them, you see Rusty Wallace, the next guy in front, and Rusty knows he wants to work on that car, but boy, I tell you, he's real close to a lap down here.
16 cars now on the lead lap. Wallace being the last of those.
You talk about somebody who runs the car hard, Rusty Wallace now. When he sees Earnhardt, they're good friends and all, but he certainly don't want to put him a lap down. And Rusty's sitting up on the edge of that seat right now. He's going to race his heart out so he can stay ahead of him. But it's tough at times, but you just can't do anything about it, can you?
Fifth place race here. Dick Trickle has Sterling Marlin on the move. There's Trickle's car. See it just wash up there right in the middle of the corner, just wash up a bit into that second groove. And Jeff Bodine has gone to second. He's passed Mark Martin.
Yeah, that's a little strange there. Mark was so dominant. You normally don't hurt yourself that much with just one little chassis change. I don't know. He may be experiencing a bad set of tires or something like that.
1.7 seconds, first to second. Earnhardt back to Jeff Bodine. There's Mark Martin in third.
Davies' car heading in the first turn. Roll out throttle right here, right back in throttle. You just lay it on the mat here. That's a big hill to climb. And we talk about the banking in this track. That's not only the thing it climbs, you're actually going uphill onto the straightaway, and it really pulls on the motors.
We asked Davey Allison's crew chief Larry McReynolds as we go to break, why is this track so tough on engine?
It's real hard on crankshaft, camshaft, valve train. Spike the RPM so high, and it's like driving off in a hole. It's just like the car goes out in midair and really turns a lot of RPM, so it's really got to focus on durability in your motors when you come here.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
In my career, I've had a lot of good things happen to me. Of course, there were a few headaches. But that's when I'd reach for a Goody's headache powder. And I'm not alone. In a recent survey, doctors preferred the Goody's Formula 2 by more than 3 to 1 over BC's. And only Goody's beats a headache the way I prefer, in record-breaking time.
All right. Makes you feel so good again.
Take the heat out of shaving. Soothe your razor burn with post-shave conditioning hydrogel from Old Spice. Because when you've got fruit, who needs promises?
Welcome back to TNN's live coverage from Dover Downs. We are 1/3 distance, 167 laps. Dale Earnhardt, your race leader. Jeff Bodine runs in the second position. Third is Bill Elliott. And Mark Martin has now slipped to fourth. Dick Trickle is in fifth place.
And coming down pit road.
Sixth will be Sterling Marlin. Seventh, Morgan Shepherd. Then Davey Allison, Kyle Petty, and Ernie Irvin. Glenn Jarrett.
Guys, I'm in Mark Martin's pit. Talking with Steve Hill. Steve, Mark seems to be backing up a little. What's wrong with the car?
Mark said something went wrong in the motor. We're not exactly sure what it is. He's switching ignition and looking at things like that. He said something just went bad in the motor. We're going to be okay. We'll loosen them up, get them where we can run wide open around here. We'll be fine.
Okay, Mike, that's the story.
Car ran so well the start of this race and is still running fairly well. Dick Trickle is getting a chassis adjustment and 4 tires on the Snickers Ford. It took 28 seconds to do that service. And he's back in the race at lap 170. He'll be a lap down.
Well, you know, we heard him talking about having a motor trouble. Here's Jeff Bodine coming down pit road while we're talking. He was up to second place, running real well in the race.
Well, it's been about 80 laps since many of the contenders were on pit road. We could be seeing the first of scheduled pit stops under green.
No, he's happy with the chassis. You don't see anybody hanging in the windows trying to adjust weight on that car, so it must be handling it smoothly.
By the time you say it, they look like they put a half around. They heard you and they wanted to change it anyway. Never fails, does it?
They saw them clean the grill. One of our questions over the 800 number was, if you get that grill blocked up with paper, how much that'll hurt you and how long you can run out there?
Well, it depends on the size of the paper, of course, but they have a lot of air intake on these cars on a mile racetrack like this. You see them up more at Daytona places, so it's not as critical here as it would be at Daytona where you have smaller openings.
Well, one thing, too, these radiators in these cars nowadays are like distilleries. The things are so big aluminum radiators, you can almost run the things plugged up. This is kind of unusual to see Earnhardt go a long way on fuel. Their team is usually the first ones to pit. We've seen some of the top teams come in, and Dale this bunch staying out right now.
Sterling Marlin's in the Junior Johnson car. And Hut Strickland is driving for Junie Donlevy today. He's on pit road. And the rest of the season, he'll drive that number 90 car with Junior Johnson engines.
Whoops, he's over the line. See the guy, Inspector tell him to back up. He had to stop and back up. He came over the line. That's going to cost him.
You know, they put those angle lines down. You see right at the left front corner of Sterling's car on the pit, so the driver knows exactly where to stop. But the problem is in the seat, you can't see where that angle thing is. It's like the curve when you're pulling into a parking space.
You also notice the nose there. He's been a little close to somebody, Neil.
Yep. And another thing, too, Mike, talking about this is one of the 4 tracks that has a 26-foot pit. It's a real short pit. It's hard to get in and get in short distance without getting over those lines.
Earnhardt's on pit road. Race leader. Now here under green, that last pit being all the way down, that makes a long run at 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, you think the guy will never get there. If he ever gets there, this bunch is pretty efficient in getting him right on out.
He has a long ways going slow, but when he leaves there, he can leave like he wants to and get up to speed, where if he's way down the other end, it takes you forever to get down through there. So when he comes out, he's back racing again.
Good more tires and fuel for Earnhardt. 21 seconds. And you're right. With that last pit, when he takes off, he's past the end of pit road before he's ever halfway through first gear.
He dropped the clutch on that thing with a AA fuel or leave, where the rest of them have got to come in slow and leave slow. So that end pit really works out in the course of the race.
Brett Levine, Jim Cotter on pit road. 177 laps, and Bill Elliott leads for the first time today. Here's Sterling Marlin coming back in for a second time. This will hurt their chance.
I would think it's probably some kind of penalty deal because of that deal over the wall. I mean, over the line a while ago. Now they're going under the motor there. You know, we saw the grill knocked in on the thing. The grill was knocked in. We saw a big puff of smoke when he left the pits a while ago.
Yeah.
Must have some kind of motor problem there.
Steve Evans.
Davey Allison is in the pit. Refuses any kind of refreshment on a very hot day. Fuel going in, tires going on. Obviously, we're looking to see if there's any chassis adjustment, and so far not. With the way that car is handling and moving up, I don't blame Davey for not wanting to green today. Larry McReynolds crew doing a tremendous job. Davey Allison smokes the tires. He's out of here.
22.2 seconds for Davey Allison. 40 miles an hour down pit road. Ricky Rudd is in. Ted Musgrave. Jeff Purvis makes the pit stop. All under green. Bill Elliott is the race leader. Mark Martin, Morgan Shepherd, Kyle Petty, and Ernie Irvin has risen to 5th place as most of the leaders make green flag pit stops.
It doesn't seem to be any surprise to see the 11 car go a long way on fuel. They always go and go and go. They get a lot of mileage with that car. It's usually one of the last cars to come in.
Dale Jarrett getting right side tires. Michael Waltrip on pit road. And they're waiting for pit road to clear so they can push Sterling Marlin's car to the garage. 181 laps complete here at Dover. There's the front 5. These cars have not yet made pit stops.
Today, performance cars come in a variety of designs, sizes, and even prices. So do Goodyear Eagles, the world's most successful line of performance tires. There are all-season Goodyear Eagles, new ultra-performance Goodyear Eagles. There are Goodyear Eagles for the classic and for the contemporary. No matter what performance car you own, there's a Goodyear Eagle priced for you. It's another reason we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
When 280 seemed out of reach, it's Joe Amato and Autolite who punch it. The wall goes to 290. Connie Coletta and Autolite smash it. 300, the barrier. Kenny Bernstein and Autolite shatter it. Autolite and the record breakers. Wow, I feel good. We feel pretty good about that.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
We have a wreck off 4. Trouble in turn 4 as green flag stops continue. One car has hammered the wall.
Jeff
Purvis. Jeff Purvis is involved in his second caution flag of the day. Wow. Mark Martin had just come down pit road, and I don't believe he stopped. I think they sent him on through. Bill Elliott had not pitted. Neither had Martin, Harry Gant, or Darrell Waltrip. So those 4 cars have not made stops. Smart heads-up move on Mark Martin's part because he was ready to pull into his pit stall. The wreck happened and he just kept on going, so he'd stay out there on the lead lap. And due to the timing of the caution flag, we may end up with a situation of few cars on the lead lap. Now, there's Jeff Purvis, Bobby Allison car, and it's pretty well used up. 4th caution of the day at lap 187.
Looks like he went straight in coming off the corner and really rolled the front of the car back.
Let's look at what happened to Purvis. Second incident of the day involving the young Alabama driver. Top of the screen, turn 4.
That was just a little bit of, he just turned around backwards there. I don't know whether he had any assistance or not, but look at this car go head on into that wall. Tell you what, Earnhardt did a pretty good job of missing him too. He come right back into the middle of the racetrack. You watch these cars come off here. He's sitting in a, look at Davey Allison.
Man, that's close.
Okay, now you would just keep watching. You'll see all these cars do everything they can do to miss him because you don't expect a car in the middle.
When you see the car, he's already sideways there, buddy. It's hard to tell what happened.
Yeah.
Boy, it took a lick in there. Like you're talking about now, the problem starts when he starts back across traffic, which he doesn't have any control over that. These other guys got to start dodging.
I tell you, Davey Allison did a beautiful job of driving there to miss him.
We're going to take a minute here to sort out the field, but we may end up when we come back from break with as few as 3 cars on the lead lap. Jeff Purvis okay after a grinding crash at lap 187. We'll be right back.
We always thought we knew a lot about Bud. Great taste, king of beers, that kind of stuff. But these guys...
Budweiser, it's Beechwood aged.
Whoa! Naturally carbonated.
Takes a long time to brew.
Where'd they learn this stuff? Some brewmaster information pipeline? Long forgotten, perhaps, deep in their collective subconscious?
No, I think it was on TV.
Here comes the king, here comes the big #1.
Splitfire earned a United States patent. It gets more out of every ounce of gasoline. Less efficient plugs waste gas. The patented Splitfire saves gas.
4 extra miles per gallon. A 4.8% gain in mileage. More complete combustion.
Stop wasting. Start saving with Splitfire. You'll get more mileage and more power or your money back. Get guaranteed split fire savings at leading automotive stores from coast to coast.
He promised me something really special for my birthday. A whole weekend in the great outdoors. Without me.
Here's to the great outdoors, men who understand, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
TNN invites you to explore America. Ever since Delaware was settled in the 1600s by the Europeans, they've lived off the land and off the sea. Fishing, crabbing in Delaware Bay, and agriculture still a big part of the first state here. Jeff Purvis' car hauled to the garage area, had a big spin in qualifying, didn't bang the car up too badly. But this was a tough one. Well, I'll show you an in-car view of that incident with Jeff Purvis. You saw Davey Allison just really had to swerve to miss him up there in turn number 4 in that last shot we showed you. Let's get an in-car look. Here's Davey's car.
He's already back in the throttle. Then he sees it. He's out of the gas. Thinks he's got a miss. There's Purvis. Boy, quick reaction to missing.
You see how quick things happen there. He had been just a little bit looking somewhere else. He'd run right in that car.
You heard him get back in the gas off the corner. He was ready to go racing, and the car sitting in the middle of the racetrack.
Well, fuel mileage has determined the complexion of this race. Right now, Bill Elliott's the leader, Harry Gant's second, and Mark Martin is third. Then Ernie Irvin and Morgan Shepherd among the cars that had made pit stops before the caution. We'll be back after this.
Mama, know that your babies grow up to be cowboys.
It's the Big Four. Willie, Waylon, Johnny, and Chris, the Highwaymen, Monday on TNN.
Classic Motor Carriages presents the Classic Cobra, a remake of the 60s ultimate muscle car. History on the track, performance on the street, the most complete, easiest to build kit on the market, an innovative one-piece body finished in your choice of high-luster gel coat colors. The Classic Cobra, with the performance and muscle of the original. Call 1-800-CLASSIC for more information on the special offering of the Classic Cobra from Classic Motor Carriages. Call now, 1-800-CLASSIC.
Garth Brooks.
What she's doing.
Vince Gill.
Look at her.
Alan Jackson. Reba McEntire. Travis Tritt. Nominees for CMA Entertainer of the Year. There's one place they all call home. The Grand Ole Opry. Saturday nights on TNN, the Nashville Network.
Back live at Dover Downs, Delaware. 190 laps completed. Watching Dale Jarrett's car from the Elmo cam from the pace car. Look at Mark Martin. And Mark Martin definitely benefited from the timing of this caution flag. He was on pit road and was all set to pull in and stop, and they sent him around as a result of the incident. Kenny Schrader comes into pit road. When he had that collision, something happened to start putting fumes into the car, and it looks like he'll get a relief driver in the form of Sterling Marlin.
Yeah, he knocked the inner panels out of the fender wheels, and all that heat, Buddy and I were talking before, that heat starts coming in there. They actually cut a hole in the roof of the car trying to get air in there for him to force some air, but when those go out, Buddy, there's nothing that copes with that fumes coming in there.
Well, it's just like going in the dyno room and sitting straight behind the motor and expecting to go very far. You don't make it that way.
You're right. Let's get down to the Mark Martin pit and Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, Steve, you had a chance to look at the car now. What is the engine problem?
We've lost the cylinder. We're not exactly sure what it is. There's 4 or 5 cars in the lead lap, and when they get their fresh tires on, even the slow cars can outrun us because we're down on horsepower. So we elected to stay out. Maybe later in the race we'll come look at it, but it may be a valve, or it may have closed up a spark plug or something. The Goodyear tires are so good that even the slow cars are going to run good for a while, so we're in bad shape, but we'll be okay.
Well, how much has it affected your lap time?
Oh, not a whole lot. We were too tight. You know, we were just a touch tight to start with, and then we lost the cylinder. We're tighter yet, so we loosened them up a bunch and put a set of stickers on it. We're going to run, but everybody can run on new tires, so we'll be at a little bit of a disadvantage unless the stage green.
Well, one thing they did, they got that pit stop under the caution, so he is one of the few cars on the lead lap. They're just going to try to hang on.
You see Mark Martin's car with the roof cam. The drivers, our commentators, all say that it's the closest view to what you see from the driver's seat. So Robert from Montana and a fellow from Warehouse Point, Connecticut called in and say, well, why don't you mount that roof cam right over the driver's head so you see exactly the perspective that he sees. So I talked to Peter Larson of Broadcast Sports Technology that puts that camera in the cars. We went down yesterday and had a look at the roof cam mounting to show you just why it's mounted where it is. Here's the roof cam on Mark Martin's car. There's the lens opening, and the housing is very aerodynamically designed. By mounting it in the center of the roof, you minimize any aerodynamic advantage or disadvantage by having it one side or another. The other reason it's not right over the driver is safety. The camera is bolted through the roof, and you wouldn't want the bolts and hardware to be right up over the driver's hands. So where they put it, though, gives you great view. That's about what Mark Martin sees.
Here they go. They're giving one to go, and all these guys that got caught in the pits and lost that lap are trying to scramble up there and get them a good starting point. There's going to be a bunch of cars here trying to get their laps back.
When the caution came out, 3 of the lead cars had not yet made pit stops. Bill Elliott, Harry Gant, and Mark Martin, who was on pit road but went straight on through to stay on the lead lap. So those cars are up on the lead lap. And it is Darrell Waltrip, Ernie Irvin, and Morgan Shepherd on the tail end of the lead lap. There's Irvin out front. He is on the tail end of the lead lap. Bill Elliott is the race leader. That's Elliott, right side of your screen, battling with Ricky Rudd's car, just back of Ricky Rudd's car.
There's Gant, you know, who stayed out and stayed out. He's right up there in second place, and he's trying the outside of the 11 car, Bill Elliott.
You know, Earnhardt wants to make that lap back up, but he's on the inside there, and he just cannot get running room to get up to the front to try to get his lap back right now.
Well, a strange set of circumstances. The guy who's been the fastest car of late, Earnhardt, is a lap down. The guy whose motor is busted, Mark Martin, is the second place, third place car. Harry Gant's up to second. Well, almost up to first there for a moment.
Boy, there's a little touch right there. Car's getting slipping around right behind Gant. Almost got him.
Derek Cope down into Earnhardt.
There's the reason Earnhardt's definitely on the move. There'll be a lot of slipping in just a second.
The backseat driver cam on Rusty Wallace's car. Giving you that picture. Morgan Shepherd's on the tail end of the lead lap in the Citgo car. Bill Elliott trying to deal with him here.
Well, that caution could come at a worse time for some of the drivers, a better time for the others. Just made a big turnaround with his leading this race.
Of the 5 drivers who have won races by fuel mileage this year, 2 of them are among our front 3. Elliott did it at Atlanta. Gant did it here in June and at Michigan. Darrell Waltrip did it twice.
Well, they're consistent. These guys that get break gas mileage get a break most every race in the past 3 or 4 races now.
Mark Martin down to the inside. Jeff Bodine right with him. They're in mid-pack. Martin is on the lead lap. He's the third place car.
I walked into the garage this morning. Elmo Langley is the guy that checks those fuel cells. He had a measuring tape out of Gant's car. He said, I'm going to find out why you guys go so far on gas. And they stole his measuring tape. and he said, you keep this up and you'll be getting 80 miles to a tank. He'll be chopping it back. But, boy, they certainly do go a long way on the tank of gas.
There's Gant, Dale Earnhardt right with him, and Elliott the leader. Morgan Shepherd, 5th place car, number 21, trying to stay on the lead lap here.
I got to tell you something else. Harry Gant was real close to getting the lap. He seen the leader coming. He started picking the speed up, and he actually drove away from Earnhardt a little bit. So he may be as tough as he needs to be today.
You know, buddy, that's what we were talking about. He was racing with Labonte. We were wondering if he could get around him. He cleared Labonte and drove by the straightaway. So Gant's got a pretty strong race car under him.
Who does that surprise?
Nobody. Yeah. Here's probably the most surprised fellow in the place. Dale Earnhardt was leading when he made his pit stop. Then the caution came out, and the drivers that did not stop are on the lead lap, and Earnhardt's a lap down. It's tough enough just playing catch-up on this track, but when you have the fastest car for a while, then you've got to play catch-up. That's tough.
And not only that, when you pit, you can have a 4-tire stop for 20 seconds, and you still don't stay out there, so it's just a turn of events you can't control.
I'll tell you something else. They either tighten the car up or something. You said they put a half a round of bite or something in it. Dick Trickle's giving him all he wants. As a matter of fact, he passed him. Along with Davey Allison.
Get on that outside line, there's a good chance a bunch of folks pass you. Boy, Trickle's car loosened up coming off that corner there, buddy.
Now, that's not for position. Trickle's pit stop took 28 seconds, so he is 2 laps down to the race leader, a lap behind Earnhardt.
You know, Neil, you said they didn't do anything but a half a round. Sometimes a half a round knocks you right out of the ballpark here.
It's one thing about race car drivers, they're greedy. They'll be running good and say, boy, let's just do a little bit, make it better, and sometimes it doesn't get better.
Jeff Bodine underneath Mark Martin. Bold move. Did he get in there? Yeah, 2 bold. Exactly. Exactly.
Ran real fast, just couldn't make the curve.
Yep.
What's the old saying? Old and bold, but no old bold.
Well, Mark Martin, they said he's lost a cylinder. They think his runners are pretty fast race cars. What Steve Bill was talking about, they're going to take bite out of the car and virtually let Mark almost hold the car wide open. When you lose a cylinder, you can almost hold the throttle wide open through the corner, and that's where he's going to have to run in the corner speeds.
Earnhardt moves underneath. Jeff Musgrave, 55.
That's amazing. The car can be that dominant for that long a period. And just one little chassis doesn't now he's out of the ballpark.
You know, let me take you a little back through the field here just to sort out the scoring. It's been a little tough what with the timing of this caution fly. Bill Elliott's the leader. Harry Gant is second. Mark Martin is third. Now, almost a full lap back, but on the tail end of the lead lap, Ernie Irvin is fourth and Morgan Shepherd is fifth. Sixth, 1 lap down, Davey Allison. Seventh, Darrell Waltrip. Dale Earnhardt's in there with Jeff Bodine and Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett, Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, and Brett Bodine. That's back to 14th place. Those cars are 1 lap down. 2 laps down, Dick Trickle, Terry Labonte, and Ted Musgrave. Count Kenny Schrader with those cars 2 laps back as well. You may need a scorecard to figure out the halfway leader here in the Gillette Halfway Challenge. And if you've entered the contest and they call you, you can win a Chevy Z34 as the halfway leader picks up $10,000 today. To enter the halfway challenge for next week's race in Martinsville, send your name, address, and phone number to Gillette Halfway Challenge, Box 2246, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33731.
Bill Elliott didn't get around Morgan Shepherd, which that did put him another lap back. So he held Bill off for a long time until Bill finally got around him.
We invite your questions about how this race is progressing or any aspect of it at our 800 number. It's a free call, 1-800-451-7331. It'll be up all during the live telecast of our race here at Dover Downs. We want you to be a part of it. We'll try to get the answers to your questions for you. Shirley from Ohio called Matt who's replacing Dick Beatty as Winston Cup director. First, we want to say hi to Dick and to Morris Metcalf, who's recuperating. Both out of the hospital, but Dick had planned to retire at the end of this season. He's done a great job as head of the Winston Cup division for NASCAR, and no announcement yet on who will replace him. Gary Nelson's been the technical director of the series and has done a great job. Ray Hill, the new Busch Series director, is up in the control tower today, as is Gary Nelson. So,
there's a lot of changes going on NASCAR. Jim Hunter, they're talking about going to Darlington. So NASCAR's making a lot of changes at the top, and I don't think we've seen the end of them yet.
Now, Kenny Schrader is still in his car. We talked about the inner fender panels being knocked in and the fumes that have about overcome him. The caution flag did help, but they ran and got Sterling Marlin, and they called Schrader on the radio and said, "We got Sterling in your pit if you want to come in." And Schrader radioed back, "Handcuff him. Make sure you keep him there."
Let me tell you, I stood by for him the whole race in Daytona. If he can go, he'll make it all the way.
Yeah, he's tough as any of the guys out there. He runs a lot of races, number of races other than the Winston Cup. He's in plenty good shape. That thing's giving him a bit through those fumes.
211 laps, 4 cars on the lead lap now. Darrell Waltrip among those drivers, 1 lap back. As the new crew chief, Jake Elder. We asked Jake, what worries you most about running 500 miles here at Dover?
It's just a tiresome track to drive 500 miles on because you're in the corners alone here. And it's just a tiresome racetrack to drive if it's hot. If it's cool, it ain't that bad. But if it's a good, hot, sticky day, it's just a hard day on them drivers.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sport Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula Free Motor Oil. With not 1, but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car is back in town. So you better hold on.
Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town?
Folks in these parts think Tom Lawton is the best thing to ever turn a wrench. But back east, they'll put their money down on the guys at McClellan's. It seems in every town there's always one place that does a little bit better job fixing your car. And it seems the things they all have in common are great mechanics, great service, and Napa parts. Look for the sign of quality car repair. Napa.
TNN's exclusive live coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 is brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. 218 laps complete here. Bill Elliott running out front. There's Richard Petty running in 23rd position in his final Dover appearance, chasing Dave Marcus. Those cars 3 laps back after a caution for Jeff Purvis scattered the field. Some had made pit stops, some had not. We've had 4 caution flags. The first at lap 15, Ken Schrader spun up in turn 2. Lap 43, Jeff Purvis spun in 2. Lap 94, Alan Kulwicki made an attempt at knocking the wall down up in turn 3. And lap 4, Jeff Purvis took a big whack at it up in turn 4. Those have been the 4 caution flags. Carl from Illinois writes in, how many cars are hooked up to computers? Well, none of them now. NASCAR doesn't allow any onboard telemetry. Occasionally you'll see it in the telecast, but they're not allowed to relay any information from the cars back to the pits except by the two-way radio and hand signals.
They use it all the time in testing purposes and during practice, but it's illegal to put them in the car during the race.
I have 2 questions about tires. First off, what do they cost? And also, how many tires are you allowed to mount up and put behind the wall?
You can mount all you please, but it's about $1,100 a set. So, and we noticed there's about 9 sets in each one of the top contenders here.
Set on the car, you're talking about 10 sets. Best way to figure, you got to run 5th to pay the tire bill.
Wow. Here are a couple of guys running in a battle for 8th position. Earnhardt and Darrell Waltrip. 1 lap down. Let's give you a Napa field standing update as we close in on the halfway point. Brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. Those 4 cars are on the lead lap. These cars are 1 lap down. All these cars are showing you now running just 1 lap back. Schrader's still out there, still in the car. And after Brett Bodine, now these cars are 2 laps down, starting with Dick Trickle. Back to Jimmy Hensley. Now cars on the field roll 3 laps down. Hamilton and Colton. Dave Marcus.
Well, I'll tell you, that caution really put it in a scramble up there. Hard to figure where everybody's at now.
Now we're looking at cars that are 5 or more laps behind the race leader. Out of the race, Jeff Purvis, Sterling Marlin, Alan Kulwicki, James Hilton, and Graham Taylor. Mike Potter was in the garage area, but has come back out. Many laps behind. Looks like Darrell's closing in on Earnhardt just a bit, little by little. One driver that's running 1 lap down is Kenny Schrader. Schrader's in a good position here. He's in a top 10 spot. But how long can he hold out there? Steve Evans?
Sterling Marlin is in the Schrader pits. If Kenny needs him, he's ready to fill in. But as you just saw, Sterling, you're among the walking wounded yourself.
Well, we done this at Richmond last week. My 2nd-degree burns on my heel. It don't hurt, but instead the Max House Thunderbird's running great. I think got up 4th, and we just about in time. I believe we dropped a valve or something. I'm on relief here from old buddy Schrader. He's getting gas, got gas fumes in the car, so I'm going to get in next caution.
How soon do you expect the foot to be fully healed? When do you think it'll be healed up?
It'll probably take a couple weeks. I went to Dr. Tuesday with it, and he's 2nd, 3rd-degree burns on it. I just ramp it up, and one of the boys in the crew fixed it up for me. Put the padding on the heel, and it never bothered me all day.
Hey, whatever works, you know. Mike?
Thanks, Steve. Trouble in turn 1. A lot of smoke out of Wally Dallenbach's car as he went way up high, skittering in turn number 1, and this may be that caution Schrader was looking for. There are NASCAR observers down there to see if anything's on the racetrack as Dallenbach coasts down the back straightaway, drops to the inside. No indication. And it looks like we're going to stay green here. Tense moment up there for Wally Dallenbach, but he'll bring the Keystone Beer car to pit road and we'll stay green as Bill Elliott pulls up on the back bumper of Brett Bodine. Bodine is in 15th position, 1 lap down. Hut Strickland.
Boy, while that was going on, Mike, I was watching down the pits. You see Tony, he's the crew chief for the 4 car. He stepped over. He was just over about 5 foot to the right, just really getting in the face of the inspector. He's wanting that caution because his car will get a lap back. He jumped over that wall. They better get that other foot back. The inspector will be talking to that driver for him. But they're really needing a caution, and they're trying their best to get him to throw that caution flag.
Kind of like an appeal to the third base umpire. Didn't work.
Same results, too.
Right. Rick Mast and Ricky Rudd here. Mast in 25th spot, 4 laps back, while Rudd is among that group of cars 1 lap down in 12th. They got together a little bit in the back straightaway a lap ago. 2nd and 3rd place here, Gant and Martin.
Mike, that's pretty amazing. And, buddy, you know yourself, here's a guy that's lost a cylinder. Steve Mill was kind of prophesying what's going to happen. He said, you know, they'll get away from us on new tires, but as soon as the tires get hot, we'll be able to gain back on them. They're down on power, and here comes the 6th, reeling Gant in. He's on 7 cylinders and still gaining, run right up in front of the race.
And they're coming up on quite a group of cars. Jeff Bodine, Davey Allison, just ahead. Moving past Hut Strickland there. We're just 18 laps from halfway here at Dover Downs.
I'll tell you what's got me concerned. This has probably got Gant's game strategy all out of whack. That caution. He was back there in 15th, 16th, 17th, and this crazy caution thing happened. He's 2nd. They're going to regroup, figure out what to do.
I don't think he minds. Bill Elliott is the race leader at 233 laps. Harry Gant, Mark Martin, and Ernie Urban on the lead lap.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
Your first big snow, Joey. Here he comes.
Joey doesn't care that inside is the world's most energy-efficient furnace.
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Or that Carrier can save up to 40% annually on heating.
Look at him. He loves it.
All he cares about is how warm and comfy Carrier keeps it inside.
Hey, come on. Joe?
If you care about energy efficiency and saving money, call your Carrier dealer.
Turn the knob, Joey.
Carrier, we're the inside guys.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
TNN invites you to explore America. And here in the state of Delaware, one of the largest employers, the U.S. Air Force. And there's some more high flyers out in the Delaware Bay. Here's a high flyer, Bill Elliott. Flies his own plane, and he's flown here to a 4.8-second lead. Flying that bird, that T-bird. Elliott's the point leader. He's running first. Davey Allison is 134 points back. He's running sixth. Alan Kulwicki is 164 points back and way back after falling out of this race here today. Harry Gant, Mark Martin, both poised to move up in the point parade.
Just passed his notes saying the 25 car is going to be in 2 laps. I guess Schrader's taking about all he can of it, so they'll be going down to his pits and Sterling Marlin in the car.
That's not a great break for Sterling Marlin, by the way, to have to finish a race in a car that's giving Kenny Schrader a hard time, believe me.
Now, Schrader's tough as they come, but when he climbs out, there's a problem.
You know, that's the thing about Dover. There's no tunnel from the infield to outside the track, so when you fall out of the race, you can't leave.
You can't escape.
That's, yeah, right. There's quite a pool of available drivers for relief duty.
Here comes Schrader. If they do like they say, Mike, he's coming in, and boy, of all times, they probably would be nice if they could do it on a caution, because if he comes in, he's going to lose a lot of time changing drivers. There's Sterling.
Schrader just 1 lap down, but he'll lose at least a lap here.
Well, you know, you'll go as far as you think you can go, and you say, well, I can make it a little bit more. And then that fumes and that thing gets you kind of woozy, and you come off the corner, and you really don't even realize where you're at on the racetrack. So if it's getting to where it's questionable, he'll be coming in.
I noticed something else. Sterling's got a helmet on with the air intake on the side. I hope that Kenny's got his on, but because if he don't, that little tube don't give you much air up under that helmet.
That's that Parker pumper system.
Yeah.
The cold air box. I'm told that the crew has been radioing Schrader repeatedly to pit, telling him to pit. He says, won't come in.
Well, I could have told you if it was his choice, he wasn't coming in. But he knows that if he can do it on a caution, he'll keep that car in contention. It's going to take a lot to make him come in. He'll faint in that seat before he gives up.
Pitmore's been out for some time now, but
you notice he's running erratic lines and all. It might be a better thing if he went ahead, bit the bullet, and brought the car in.
You can actually, and you might see it happen, the crew can actually call the flag stand and say, how about black flagging our guy and getting him in here? That's your last alternative to get the driver in.
And you know, this has been one of his better racetracks. First time he ever came here, he finished 10th. Won here in the spring race last year. Has 7 top 10 finishes here in 15 starts.
Schrader probably ran those last 2 laps and said, boy, those 15 were tough. Every lap you run seems like it takes 5 minutes. Here he comes.
Ken Schrader brings it to pit road. He is 1 lap down. Mindful of the 40 mile an hour speed limit on the pit road. And this is when it hurts you, when you have to make an unplanned stop under green. There has been some lobbying of NASCAR to allow green flag pit stops without the slowdown rule in the pit lane, but NASCAR said no, in the interest of safety, we're going to keep that speed limit in. Schrader's out of the car.
The question you had, buddy, about the helmet, Schrader didn't use that system. There was no hose on his helmet, so.
There's Ricky Rudd, who now takes over Schrader's position. Ken.
This is going to be interesting. Where they're going to hook that hose up to.
Fresh air duct, I hope.
I do too.
The extra hoses you see on the car, they stuck those in there. The ones you see in the window, they were added on the last set of caution flags, trying to get Schrader some more air in the car.
I think Sterling's a little bit taller than Kenny.
I drove that car in that same seat as tall as I am, so he's okay there. Okay. The biggest thing's getting the adjustment.
Look at the roof. Look at the hole in the roof that they've cut, trying to get fresh air in there, just back of the windshield.
That looks like Bobby Allison. He won Darlington one time. He had to cut the roof like that.
Yep. Credited on, what was it, muffler gun?
Yeah.
Air chisel. With winning that race. They chopped a couple holes. That was Bud Moore's car, I believe, was it?
I don't know what car it was, but I remember him doing it.
See the guys working, trying to get that ducking point directly at him.
It was a Dygaard car, 1983. We are halfway. 1 minute, 13-second stop for Ken Schrader.
When we see all that deal going right there, changing drivers, if Schrader couldn't make it halfway, Schrader's probably going to get rested when we get back in for the day's over.
Our leader at the halfway lap is Bill Elliott, who takes home the $10,000 award in the Gillette Halfway Challenge. So stay by your phone. If you've entered today's Gillette Halfway Challenge contest, let people call you. You can correctly identify Bill Elliott as the winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge. You'll win a Chevrolet Lumina Z34. Well, it's been a $10,000 day for Bill Elliott. Glenn Jarrett tracking Kenny Schrader, who looks like he may get a little bit of attention before we get a word with him.
Yeah, they're going to take him down the infield hospital, cool him down, give him a little bit of oxygen.
Glenn?
Well, Mike, Ken Schrader is on his way to the infield care center. He took some oxygen on in the pits there. He is very woozy. I asked him if he was okay. He shook his head. He said he just couldn't feel good at all. So we'll try to get a word with him as soon as he comes out of there, but he needs some attention right now. Good thing for him that he is walking on his own power. He's just got a lot of gas in him right now. He needs to get cleared out.
Voiceover only. Schrader dropped 15 positions in 3 laps, making the driver change to Sterling Marlin. We said Bill Elliott's already had a $10,000 day on our 800 line. A gentleman called in and asked what kind of a weekend Alan Kulwicki's had. What kind of dent that put in his pocketbook. He's the owner of those 2 cars that crashed. Could be $40,000, $50,000.
Yeah, you could hear it in his voice when you interviewed him. I mean, that guy is really down a little bit right now. This place has been tough on him this year.
You know, the cars cost like $40,000 or $45,000. With the damage like we saw in Kowicki's car, having to put a snout on it, caution flag just came out.
And Morgan Shepherd passed Elliott to unlap himself as they were going for the caution. Pace car will pick up the field here.
I know the 4 car is happy. He's been wanting that lap back and driving his heart out to stay ahead. This will bring him right back into contention.
Really don't see anything, Mike. It might be debris on the track or something. Boy, Schrader and his guys just missed it by 4 or 5 laps on getting to make that change.
It is debris on the track. There's a joke about the French driver Jacques Debris bringing out the caution, but or Neil Bonet, I think I heard once. But now they've taken that joke one further, and down in the garage here, they call a debris flag a French caution flag.
Yeah,
debris. 255 laps. It's the 5th caution flag of the day.
I guarantee you, these drivers are glad to see these cautions too. This racetrack, you deserve a break every now and then.
Bill Elliott is the leader. After the run that Ford Motor Company had the start of the season, amazingly, a Ford has not won a Winston Cup race since Davey Allison won at Michigan in June. 3 months since the Blue Oval's been in victory lane.
This place catering to the Fords as well as it does, suits their cars. This is their best shot right now.
Pit stops.
Well, they don't have any trouble getting a pit place to work. Only the cars in the lead lap can stop right now. There's what, 3 or 4 cars on pit road.
at 5. Morgan Shepard was the 5th place car. He got that lap back, like Mike said, when he beat Elliott to the line. So just 5 of them on the lead lap.
We should explain on that last restart, there were cars in front of the race leaders that were still on the lead lap. What happened? Those cars ended up on the tail end of the lead lap. They've made pit stops. Well, when the leader comes in and pits, he's got to go to the back of the line, and that leaves cars between him and the pace car. That's why it looks so jumbled up on the restart.
Yeah, they're like 7/8 of a mile behind.
Yeah.
A little excitement there. Harry Gant's crew beat Bill Elliott's crew through the pit stop then, put him in the lead.
And Ernie Irvin back on the lead lap as well, or still on the lead lap, and right up there with the leaders. Steve?
Well, Andy, great pit work. Put you in the lead, as a matter of fact.
That's good. I didn't see that. But, yeah, we got a good break here today when that caution came out. Hopefully we can capitalize on it.
I'm sure you're not complaining, but this is really earlier than usual for Harry to be in front at Dover.
Well, you know, we got behind early, too. You know, I felt like we weren't going to get back up to the front, and we probably wouldn't without that break.
Again, great stop.
Thank you.
257 laps complete. We're under caution. First race here at Dover some 24 years ago. Richard Petty beat Sonny Hutchins and James Hilton, July 6th, 1969. Bill Elliott continues among the front three, and we asked his crew chief, Tim Brewer, how you're set up for Bill compared to other
just
drivers.
Depending on characteristics of racing tires. You know, back a few years ago when we ran the bias tires here, Cale would want something different from Darrell. Darrell wanted something different from Terry. Terry wanted something different from Jeff. Now Bill wants something different from everybody. So it's dictated by really the tire combination that Goodyear comes with.
Mark and my relationship goes way past business. I'm sure in a previous life he and I were twin brothers. Throughout the race, the driver and crew chief communicate. The driver complains about the car or brags about the car. It's the crew chief's job on pit stops to make whatever fixes he can to help the driver's predicament. Everyone has about the same access to equipment and technology, but the people who rub on it the most and think the most of it and think about it the most will end up winning the race.
Quote, a Dodge Ram pickup with a Magnum Cummins diesel has the power to out-torque, out-pull, just flat-out work Ford and Chevy diesels. Unquote. Dodge, with new Magnum engines, the most powerful line of trucks anywhere.
At age 74, I'm the oldest Ironman triathlete.
Jim Ward has a hobby. It's called staying young.
It's a workout.
That's why he uses Armor All protectant on his dash, seats, and especially his tires. Rubber can age and crack, but Armor All penetrates to keep his tires looking like new. Jim says his tires never seem to get old. People say the same thing about Jim.
I like a good-looking car. It makes me feel good.
There is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. Armor All.
I gotta run.
It's a week of wine, women, and Woolley on Miller & Company. Meet the flying wine man Andrew Jones, Bailey and the Boys, Sheb Woolley, Chris Hillman, and Doug Gray of the Marshall Tucker Band.
Miller & Company, weekdays 1 Eastern on TNN.
Thinking about getting in shape is the first step. The next step is easy. Introducing Easy Step. Now you can enjoy the benefits of stair climbing in the comfort of your own home. Step by step, you lose weight aerobically as you firm and shape buttocks, thighs, and calves. The free step-in system adds an upper body workout to tone all major muscle groups. Scientifically engineered hydraulics provide just the right amount of resistance, and it's so portable, you can Easy Step anytime, anywhere. There's no assembly required, and Easy Step comes with an amazing 5-year warranty. Unlike this $1,000 monster, Easy Step can be yours for 3 easy payments of $33. Exclusively available from Fitness Effects. So take the Easy Step to a younger, firmer-looking you and order now.
Don't be fooled by imitations. Just call 1-800-257-0800. We'll bill your credit card 3 monthly payments of only $33 plus shipping and handling. To order your original Easy Step, call now 1-800-257-0800.
259 laps complete here at Dover Downs. I'm Mike Joy with Neil Bonnet and Buddy Baker topside. Glenn Jarrett, Steve Evans on pit road. The debris on the track was a pair of pliers down in turn number 1. Now, I know that didn't come rolling down out of the grandstand. Something a mechanic left in a car during some of the preparations for this race.
I guess old Jock Debris dropped it when he was out there working on one of them. Jock is giving us a lot of fits today.
I'm thinking of a joke here, but I better not. We're getting ready to go back to racing.
Morgan Shepherd's got Jeff Bodine's got a real shot at making his lap up here. He's on the inside.
And we're back to green. Harry Gant leads him down. He had the fastest pit stop. Bill Elliott. Ernie Irvin right up there in third place now. Remember, he was on the tail end of the lead lap, came all the way around. Bodine's going to hold him off for the moment. Now Gant gets that good run up off the corner. Jeff Bodine's going to dive it in there hard once more. There's Earnhardt right with him.
Oh, man, here we go.
And here comes the whole field. Jeff Bodine got that thing down to the inside of the racetrack, and amazingly, everybody gets through. Now, did the leader get the caution flag? He did, and Irvin beat him back to the line. Earnhardt, rather. Got back to the line ahead. The leader did take the caution. Earnhardt's back on the lead lap.
Where's the caution car coming out to pick everybody up?
You know, it looked as though Dale might have got into the back of the 15 car, but he didn't mean to. He was just trying to make that lap up, and he got up under him there, and they just casual contact. It wasn't on purpose.
Boy, you hate to see it happen. You know, Bodine's car has been running exceptionally well, and he got caught on that same caution deal that some of the other guys did.
Ernie Irvin has the lead as a result of the run to the flag. But let's have a look.
Okay, here they come up out of the corner. It looked like Bodine's car might have just jumped out just a little bit right there. Here comes Earnhardt up under him. There's your contact. I tell you, it don't take much. Just a brush, and there he goes sideways. That's a shame for Bud Moore and those guys, because that car was running really well.
Where does Gant go here? Look at Gant sitting behind this thing, leading the race.
The good part is these guys cleared him without bumping into him.
Look at, you know, it looks like Bud like Gant, nowhere to go. He sweeps out in front of him. Now, I guarantee Gant didn't know what was going on. He couldn't see solid smoke.
Okay, I'm going to explain this. Everybody knows that car has got to spin down, so everybody turned up the racetrack. That's how they got by.
And that's one of the advantages of having a bank straightaway.
Yep. Okay, you see him bump him right here? That's just enough.
You'd almost say there's no way the two lead cars can clear this wreck at this time. Sitting right directly in front of them. Like Buddy said, the banking sweeps the car down off the track. Gant and those guys, look, I'll tell you that Gant missed him by 2 inches if he didn't touch him a little bit.
All these guys did a great job of not slamming.
Look at Davey right here. Kyle and Davey got together. Davey's up in the wall. They got hung up, nowhere for him to go.
And you see how Ernie Irvin gets the lead there. Gant is the leader. He's the third car in line up on the outside. Then Irvin in the yellow car on the bottom and Bill Elliott up high. The cars that are on the outside have to get hard on the brakes, and there goes Irvin on the right side of your screen. He's the new leader. Then Gant, then Elliott. Boy, Davey almost got pinched into the wall there by Kyle.
There they are looking inside the car here, trying to figure where to go. He got all tangled up coming off that corner. Nice green.
Green flag with Irvin out front. And the complexion of this race changes again with Earnhardt back on the lead lap. We saw Jeff Bodine just getting back into the race down on the apron coming out of the pits as we went back to green.
There's Kyle Petty fighting along Ricky Rudd. They're trying to get back in it.
Now they're on the tail end of the lead lap. Here's Gant coming back after the lead on the bottom.
I looked over in the booth beside of us just then. We were watching reruns, so was NASCAR at the same time. I think they agreed with us. It was just something that happened. It certainly wasn't on purpose.
Big tangle of cars down in 1 and 2. I'm telling you, they all but wrecked, buddy. Right behind this shot here, there's a big mix-up back there, but they got straightened out.
Earnhardt came right through the middle of that pack. Ernie Irvin, now the graphics misleading. He qualified 19th, but because he's in a backup car, he started this race dead last. Now he leads.
Not only that, 9 laps ago, he was a lap down.
Yep.
What a turn it could go. He got a caution, got back in the lead lap, another caution, he's leading the race.
Kyle Petty and Ricky Rudd right on the tail end of the lead lap now. That would put 7 cars on the lead lap if they can stay out in front of Ernie Irvin.
aggravating. These guys are trying to stay in the lead lap, and the flagman's telling you to get out of the way of the leader. So they have a choice here. They can either move along or get out of the way, but they can't just stay right in front of him.
And you can't just roll over and play dead either. You know, you got to battle for your positions. And Irvin's wanting that racing room, so he's leading the race. But these other two cars are plenty fast.
And here comes Earnhardt. He's the fourth place car. And on the move.
And on the move.
Ernie Irvin is the fifth different driver to lead this race. Kulwicki, Martin, Earnhardt, Gant, make that sixth. Elliott. And now
we got a spin on the back straightaway over there. One of them's the 71 car.
That's Sauter on the left side of your screen. There's another car involved.
There's 2 or 3 up down that apron. It's such a steep banking in the back straightaway. Hard to say. There's one. Looks like Schrader's car. Is that his down there?
Yes, with Sterling Marlin.
Yep.
Driving. And I'm told Jeff Bodine is part of that as well. And that will give Kyle Petty and Ricky Rudd a free pass to come around and join the lead lap.
That's what we were talking about. They had to stay there, even though the flagman wanted them to get out of the way. Now they're back in the lead lap again.
Boy, the complexion of this race changed. Kyle, we're told, has now made up nearly 2 laps. He'd almost gone 2 laps down a bit earlier after that penalty on pit road for going too fast.
We'll see where that car set Mike right now, Mike, but it looked like there was a lot of skid marks where he hit further back up the track. Let's see what happens here. Coming off the corner, you see him all the way off too back there. A couple of cars tangled up. Yeah, you're right. There's Jeff Bodine right there turning around. 71 car Sauter. There's 25 car with Sterling Marlin in it now. Watch, he's going to really take a wrap on the inside wall. Boy, come out there, and then the car comes on there where we saw him stopped earlier.
That's exactly right. The 15 car broke loose back there, and these guys went out and hit the outside wall and spun to the inside.
Another look at it. Already well underway.
Yeah, and that's pretty well clogged the back straight. These guys right here are going to get them a good picture, or either some sheet metal in their face. I'm not sure which.
That's why I'm not a photographer.
3 caution flags in the last 14 laps.
It always seems safer sitting inside that cage, didn't it?
I'd have had nothing but blue sky.
7 cars are now on the lead lap at lap 270. Irvin, Gant, Elliott, Earnhardt, Morgan Shepherd, Kyle Petty, and Ricky Rudd are on the lead lap. We'll be right back.
At Oldsmobile, we know the difference between designing a race car to be fast and designing a race car to be a winner. The new Achieva SCX has an engine that just doesn't know when to quit. Anti-lock brakes that help make cornering a breeze. And the difference between this winner and the winner you can buy is a wash. The Achieva SCX from Oldsmobile. The power of intelligent engineering.
Yo, guys, there's Yogi. You can't top the Pringles pop. The taste is tough.
Pringles? I haven't tried them in years.
Pringles taste better than these bag chips. Check it out, yo.
I'll believe it when I believe it.
So?
I believe it. They taste better.
Yeah. Observe. Bag chips feel greasy.
Grease don't taste good. Taste tastes good.
Yeah.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
TNN Motorsports coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is brought to you by Peak, the heavy-duty antifreeze. Don't stop short of the peak. Says if God was a stock car driver, his name would be Earnhardt. Well, religion is where you find it. Even in the grandstand here at Dover Downs. Let's get down to pit road. Steve?
Tony, you've never had 3 cautions come at a better time. Now, you came in this last time while we were away at commercial just for a chassis adjustment, it appears.
Well,
we're trying to make a car suitable to the tires. You know, Everest, that's just a little bit different, and these tires only had like 4 green flag laps on them, and now we know what they're going to do, and we hopefully suited the chassis to the tires, and we're not getting quite as good a fuel mileage as we need, so the extra fuel may help us near the end.
You took a little bite out of it looked like.
Yeah, this set of tires, like I said, is just a teeny bit tight, and, you know, it felt like if we get a little bite out of it, we'll be okay.
Go get them.
Mike, you know, we hear that all the time, buddy. Everybody's always saying all the tires are just alike, just like we've been to the radios, and it never changes. But still, when he's talking about that little bit of difference, you know, when we show that picture in the pits, there's, you know, 2,000 tires laying on the ground, and there's a little bit of difference in all those tires, and these guys will actually cater set to set.
You know, folks, Goodyear, who supplies the tires for all the Winston Cup teams, has different compounds of rubber and some different kind of tire construction, as Sterling Marlin takes a walk into the care center, that they use for the different racetracks. And Goodyear elected to come here to Dover with a harder compound tire than what they ran when they were here earlier in the year, to try to give the cars a little better tire wear and also a tire that would hold up under the loading up here in this banking. And it's meant that a lot of the teams have had to kind of chase the chassis and figure out a much different setup than what they've had on the cars here before.
Also, Mike, when you say supply the tires, we don't want to mislead a lot of the fans. These people buy these tires. Goodyear makes them available, and you purchase them at the racetrack, and even though they supply them, you have to pay the good hard cash to put them on those race cars.
Yeah, $260 a piece. Down in Morgantown, North Carolina, Michael Bailey will be driving his new Chevy Lumina Z34 around town, terrorizing the streets as the winner of the Gillette Halfway Challenge. Winning driver, Bill Elliott, of that halfway challenge. He got $10,000. Mike Bailey gets a whole car. Congratulations. Not too late to enter next week's Gillette Halfway Challenge for the Goodies 500 at Martinsville, Virginia. Hooking up to Ken Schrader's car, going to put it on the rollback. Richard Petty runs his last Dover race here. He started every one of them. The only driver that came close to that number of starts here, J.D. McDuffie, has started every single race at Dover. 274 laps complete. Harry Gant up front. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, Sterling, just not your day. First your car gave up, then you got tangled up in a mess out there. What happened?
It looked like a 15-car spun over there, and I guess the 71. I was right behind him, and I seen him spin, went high, and the 71 cut up to miss 15, and, you know, turned Kenny's car to the wall, and, man, I hate it for him. You know, I was wanting to run Kenny's give out in there, and he said, I guess I don't owe you much. You didn't run too long, but I hate to tore the car up, and, you know, we'll get him next week.
Okay, better luck next time.
Ken Schrader was 14th in points coming into this race. Sterling Marlin was 16th in points coming into this event. Bill Elliott owns a lead of 134 points over Davey Allison. Let's go to Steve Evans.
All right, I got my $1.98 calculator out here, and that $10,000 Bill Elliott earned here today made him only the second driver to top $12 million in Winston Cup earnings. I don't have to tell you guys up there who the #1 money earner is, and there's a big gap between he and Elliott, about $3 million. Of
course, if Dale Earnhardt had all that money,
the way they pay now, that's a half a season.
Yeah.
You know, buddy, you were talking before the top of the show about your dad. Won the championship, won a bunch of races, and you look back at the purses they won back then, it's unbelievable what it's gone to, isn't it?
Yeah, but that back end, the dollar was the dollar, too. You know, that has a lot to do with it. Also, folks, when we talk about Harry Gant, we all love him up here in the booth, and he's certainly not an old man. He's a lot younger than a bunch of people out there, believe me.
Yeah, we got one of the calls wanting us to quit calling Harry Gant old man. When you call anybody on this racetrack, it's respect. It's nothing detrimental meant by anything we say about it.
Well, they call Nolan Ryan the old man. They call Jimmy Connors the old man. They're kids compared to Harry Gant.
Gant has laughed about it all the way to the bank.
You bet.
Several times lately.
We're getting set to go back to green after this 7th caution period of the afternoon. Six different drivers have led this race. Let's check with Glenn Jarrett real quick.
Ken Schrader has been released from the infield care center. Ken, first thing, are you okay?
Yeah, we just had a little nuclear meltdown there. Sterling just come in and he said, damn, you did have a hot box there. And I've never had to get out of the car, and I don't think I'm going to do it again, but I had to today.
Had to be a bad feeling to be sitting in there and see the guy that got in your car come in there after a crash.
I felt real bad for Pop and Rick and the whole Kodiak team, because we haven't given them much to talk about this year. We're not done yet, but I was glad to see Sterling was okay.
Okay, better luck next time.
When he talks about Pop and Rick, that's Rick Hendricks, and Rick Hendricks' dad is listed the car owner at Schrader's, and you talk about a racer, he loves it.
Davey Allison trying to get his lap back. Bill Elliott holds him off. Harry Gant, the race leader. New third-place car, fellow we talked about at the top of the show and then didn't see for a while, Ricky Rudd, is back on the lead lap and running third. Rudd in that tied car, trouble out the back straightaway.
The spin, oh,
5, 6, 7 cars.
Keep counting, Mike. Keep counting. There's more. I'm telling you, it's a mess of them.
I collected a bunch of them, including Richard Petty. He was right in the middle of that deal.
Davey Allison does not get back on the lead lap. Gant and Elliott meet into the line. There's Dick Trickle's car. Richard Petty up against the inside retaining wall.
Boy, there's some more. The number 1 car, Rick Mast.
There's Jim Sauter, 71.
Looks like the 9 car of Chad Little up on the left.
Dave Marcus, excuse me, Jimmy Means.
There's Darrell Waltrip torn up real bad coming out. 90 car of Hut Strickland. Right. And these are the ones that just stopped. There were several of them that drove on damage through the wreck.
The field's about got to stop to get through. Chad Little.
Wow, look at that.
Waltrip.
Boy, I tell you, Darrell's had such a good run here the last few months and really improved in the points, won a bunch of races. He's got big problems. And boy, look at that thing of Trickles torn all to pieces.
This car of Trickles looks like a gremlin. Look at the back of this car. There's nothing there.
Yeah, this will make you appreciate fuel cells, folks. That hose hanging out there is the overflow hose for a fuel cell, and it's literally knocked on the ground, and there's not a bit of fuel coming out of the car. There's Darrell. He's going to try to turn in the garage. It's going to be tough. Going in his pit, he's got the wheel hung all the way out to the left.
Made it. 10 cars were involved. Richard Petty, Dick Trickle, Mike Waltrip, Jim Sauter, Chad Little, Jimmy Means, Darrell Waltrip, Hut Strickland, Dave Marcus, and Rick Mast.
I see Richard Petty moving around in there. I seen the racket he uses wiping his face and all that. In his mouth, you see him moving around in there, telling them what to do. So
he's okay. Ernie Irvin on pit road, one of the top 5 cars.
You know, it's amazing. When you see these drivers in the kind of wrecks we just saw, the first thing that comes to their mind, let's get this thing cranked, get it back around there, and try to get it back in the race. No matter how bad you tear one up, you think you can always fix it.
Well, I don't know about that one.
Now, I was bragging on that fuel cell. It doesn't do them any good to drag them on the ground.
No.
So they'll have to get in their pocket. There's Chad Little's car.
He's okay. We need updates on Jeff Purvis. He did climb out of the car that he wrecked up in turn 4 and is okay. Chad Little's all right. Going to get the mandatory ride to the care center. Here's Glenn Jarrett.
Well, here's Rick Mast has brought his car to the garage area. Rick, can you tell us what happened out there?
Not really. I came off the corner, and the only thing I seen was smoke and cars everywhere. Our alternator went out about the 100th lap mark. We've been running on 6 cylinders, just kind of riding in there. It was a big melee. I tell you, the problem right now is the track is real super slick on these race cars. It's a lot of rubber, a lot of dirt on the racetrack, and the guys have an extra time holding on to it.
Okay, that's the story from Rick Mast. He has heavy damage to the right side of the car. They're going to try to get the thing fixed and back out there. So let's go back upstairs to Mike Joy.
Thanks, Glenn. Darrell Waltrip, Davey Allison, and Jim Sauter on pit road right now. Bobby Hamilton, Rusty Wallace, and Brett Bodine making stops. 280 laps are complete. We'll have replays of this jam session on the backstretch when we come back.
He's waiting about a car length and a half behind Al Jr. Al Jr. now lengthens it out. He's trying to hold him off. Goodyear low, Denver high. They go to 4, Bob Leaning.
Alistair Jr. has the lead. One more turn to go. Here they come. Coming to the finish line. Bob Jenkins, who's going to win it?
The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins by just a few tenths of a second. Perhaps the closest finish in the history of the Indianapolis 500.
Hey, I like to save money as much as the next guy. But what are the odds that there's going to be a sale on the parts you need when your car breaks down? Hey, it's not going to happen. That's why I go to AutoZone. I mean, sure, you could wait around for a couple weeks and maybe beat their price by a few pennies someplace else. But I don't want to wait for a sale when I need a part. Now, what more could you ask for?
I don't need some fancy aftershave to tell me I'm a man. And I don't need some expensive cologne to make time with the ladies. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great. It also cools my skin, tones it up, and takes care of it after a good close shave. I don't need anything more. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think?
Skin Bracer Aftershave, more than a great scent.
By Menon. Coming up tonight on Race Day, we'll have all the highlights from today's ARCA race, as well as the latest stop on the NHRA Nationals Trail, plus all the action from last night and around the country, along with today's exciting Winston Cup race highlights. If it happened this weekend in motorsports, you'll see it tonight on Race Day.
Race Day, second edition, 8:30 p.m. Eastern today on TNN Motorsports.
Just a moment ago, Richard Petty, after a chat with Jimmy Martin, his team manager there, or his special assistants, walked into the care center. He is okay. Dick Trickle's car is not.
And that is definitely a non-smoking area.
Darrell Waltrip's car is still on pit road. We're back to live action now as they try to repair Darrell's car. Let's have a look and see if we can figure what happened.
Boy, looks like Trickle lost
Trickle got sideways there, got up into the wall, comes across the racetrack, and here we go.
Earnhardt just missed him.
Everybody behind him, I can't see, they don't know where he's at, they jam on the brakes, and it just starts a chain reaction.
I mean, this buddy,
look at Mark Martin come right through the middle of it.
There's Morgan Shepherd making it through. It's no different than when you're going down the road and run into a fog bank on an interstate. That's exactly what you get into with that much tire.
Okay, here's Trickle. He's up in the loose stuff. You see the car brake loose right there.
There's Earnhardt and Rusty going by on the inside.
Of course, right now you got 24 spotters all screaming into the radios.
Look at Derek Cope there. You talk about skirting by. You know, 5-6 years back before we had these safety cells and all, that would have been an awful fire there. There were 2 cars that were definitely caught on fire with the old fuel system. Look at Richard.
Ooh, he and Chad Little together, and then they came down into Waltrip.
Looked like maybe they'd already Richard already gotten back, and maybe Waltrip. He had the nose really caved in before he got in the outside wall.
Glenn Jarrett.
You can see the crew trying to repair some of the damage to the number 8 Snickers Ford. A lot of damage. Hard to believe that Dick was able to drive that car back in here. Dick, looked like the thing got out from under you. What happened out there?
Well, it got out from under me. We were all tight in the pack on a restart. They're just bumper to bumper, you know, and I was just going fast, the car ahead of me, and, you know, somebody just knocked the living hell out of me, and I mean, just knocked the car right out. I don't know why, but I just got hit terrible hard and just knocked the car clean out from underneath me. And of course, everybody's in a tight pack and just scrambled up everybody. And, you know, the Snickers Ford was running real good. We're in the top 3. We got to cut a tire down and got a lap down, but we were in a hunt to get 3rd place, you know, and probably pick our lap back up. You know, I just don't know. I'm not sure who hit me, but there might have been some kind of mess up behind me, too, that somebody else got hit. I don't know.
Okay, thanks a lot. Steve Evans?
Well, it's mandatory, Chad, when you're in a train wreck like that you come to the care center, but I've never seen a line. What, you have a number to get in here or what?
I don't know. It's just one of those deals, the chain reaction. I saw the Snickers car, the 8 car, you know, hit the wall hard coming out of turn 2, and can't slow down in time, and, you know, it's just one of those deals. We all tried to go high and got pinched into the wall, and then everyone's spinning around, and it's the way it goes.
Did it look like anybody hit Dick Trickle?
I couldn't tell you. When I saw him, his car was completely in the air and pieces going everywhere. He hit the wall pretty violently, so I don't know what got him in the wall, but, you know, it wasn't very far in front of us, and it left the 8 or so cars that were behind him with nowhere to go.
Well, cars can be fixed. The most important thing, all of you are okay.
Yeah, I think everyone's okay, and, you know, it's a tribute to the good, safe cars, and just try to get them next week.
Thanks, Chad.
Chad Little out of this race. A lot of cleanup activity on the back straightaway. We'll be right back to Dover Downs after this.
Hi, I'm Charlie Chase.
And I'm Lori Ann Crook, inviting you to join us for CMA Preview 92, a close-up look at all the nominees for the 26th Annual CMA Award.
Don't miss it. The CMA Awards Preview 92, Saturday.
Yes, it's a beautiful country we live in. And as TNN explores America all this year, we've got just what you need to really get around and see the sights. We're giving away, that's right, giving away a grand prize including a brand new Winnebago Brave worth $90,000. A 1992 Dodge truck, retail value $19,000. And 500 gallons of gasoline to get you around. And that's just the grand prize. First prize, a 10-day trip for two to beautiful Hawaii plus $1,500 spending money. And 500 seconds at your favorite retail location for a shopping spree of up to $20,000. To enter, call 1-900-370-4866. You can enter as often as you like. Each call costs 95 cents per minute. Or send a postcard with your name, address, and phone number to this address. Or you can pick up an entry form at your local Winnebago dealer. And wait, there's more. 10 cruises for two around Alaska, including airfare and spending money. With all these great prizes to win, you better get your entries in soon for the TNN Explores America Sweepstakes.
Will taste good.
Those amber waves of grain are not just confined to the fields of the Midwest as TNN explores America and invites you to visit Delaware. Largest crowd for a sporting event, single sporting event in Delaware history. In fact, this race has held that record for many, many years, and as they keep adding seats, keeps increasing it. There's Elmo Langley. We had a call about Elmo not wearing a seatbelt. You see he's got a seatbelt and the shoulder harness in place there as he drives the Pontiac safety car. Now, earlier in the season, he was using just a 3-inch lap belt like the race drivers use. Now he uses the regular harness, just like you should on the highway. Harry Gantz, the race leader, he's led 17 of 283 laps, 8 cars on the lead lap, 8 lead changes among 6 drivers. Average speed keeps dropping, no chance of a record today.
How many cars are out of the race? You know, we're showing the 4 car in the lead. I don't know, he's right behind the pace car also, so I think
that'd be good.
I see Harry in 5th now.
Well, that's after pit stops.
Yeah.
Under this caution flag, it's Irvin, Bill Elliott in 2nd, Earnhardt in 3rd, Ricky Rudd in 4th, Harry Gant in 5th, Kyle Petty is 6th, Mark Martin is 7th, and Morgan Shepherd is 8th. So 8 cars now on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace is a lap down in 9th, and Brett Bodine is 10th. Mike Waltrip has completed repairs. He'll go back in the race. They're still working on Darrell's car on pit road. The front end of his car well messed up. Richard Petty came down the banking and into Darrell as everybody tried to avoid what became a 10-car mess on the backstretch.
See a little blower run along on the inside of the tractor. He's probably headed to that back straightaway. When we were showing that shot of the back straightaway a while ago, looks like they put oil dry with a dump truck. They're going to have to clean it up or the drivers won't be able to see on the restart.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, we just came from the garage area where all these crash cars were, the guys with bad luck. Here's a guy whose car has had good luck all day. He's narrowly missed a couple of bad incidents there. You finally got the thing back where you wanted it, Richard.
Yeah, you know, we're not getting the mileage today we wanted to. We're pulling a little more gear than usual here. And the car's working real good. You know, a couple other cars have got theirs. The guys got their cars working good now, so we just have to see. So we're pretty well pleased right now.
Well, who do you think your biggest competition is going to be?
Right now, everybody in front of us, so we'll just see whenever it gets back to green.
I don't imagine there'll be too many of them in front of him after a few laps, guys.
Well, we'll see. He's sitting in 3rd spot right now, Earnhardt is. Richard Petty out of the race, his last Dover appearance. His first, not Winston Cup, it was then Grand National race, 1958. He was 21 years and a couple of days old as Ken from Canada called in. Concludes his run this season. We'll be back to Dover as we continue under caution right after this.
She's an 83 with over 140,000 on-road and off-road miles. I must be in and out of it 150 times a day. It's a wonder the doors don't fall off. Only trouble was when the pig charged and caved in my door. I only use AC Delco. Cheaper parts can cost you a powerful lot. Of course, so can pigs.
AC Delco parts. It's like buying time.
Well, I drive a race car for a living. I depend on the parts and pieces in my car. And I feel so confident knowing that Pennzoil is protecting the moving parts inside of my engine. Pennzoil's quality and protection give me the confidence I need to do my job without second thought. The protection that Pennzoil offers this race team makes us feel great. That's why I have the confidence to use it on the street and in my race car. I recommend Pennzoil to everybody. Pennzoil, performance, protection, quality.
For age-old problems like these, Goodyear introduces a brand new solution like this. Goodyear Wrangler GSA. Goodyear Wrangler GSA has a unique triple tread zone that gives you breakthrough, all-service, all-season traction. Mile after mile, year after year. So if you own one of these, you need these. Goodyear Wrangler GSA. Then you'll know why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
What makes a mountain man a mountain man? Let's find out. Must a mountain man be a big burly guy with an axe? A man of steel? Must a mountain man even be a man? Actually, the only requirement is the right beer. Smooth bush beer or easy drinking Busch Light. So, head for the mountains and learn what makes the typical mountain man anything but.
The Nashville Network's coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is brought to you by Smooth Busch Beer and easy drinking Busch Light. Well, we just went back to green, but it didn't last long. It length of the front straightaway and then a jam up front. Brett Bodine's on pit road. A lot of damage to the Quaker State Ford. They'll pull that behind the wall to try to make repairs to the Kenny Bernstein car. Ernie Irvin involved in it down in turn number 1. We'll show you here in a moment. There's Brett behind the wall. Dale Earnhardt's car was involved in that as well, though he was able to continue around to the caution flag.
You know, you hear these guys say it's real bad when they start back under the green because the tires are not hot and they don't stick to the racetrack, and everybody's trying to get these laps back because that one bad pit stop that comes for everybody to get a lap down.
There's Earnhardt's car. A little bit of damage, but he was very slow coming down the back straightaway after that fracas in turn 1. Kyle Petty also making a stop, and Mike Waltrip. I believe the black flag had been out for Waltrip. His number was up on the board. Now Irvin is on pit road. He's come all the way around the racetrack, and they'll make repairs to the nose of Irvin's car. It looks much like Earnhardt's you're seeing now.
So maybe worse. It's going to be hard for that car. That's a lot missing on the nose. If you've got something left to work with, you can, tape it up, but there's not much left to work with there.
Let's show you what happened down in turn 1 as they took the restart just 3 laps ago.
Okay, here we go. They're about 3 abreast going in there. I'd say Rusty Wallace down under. They have contact there.
That's Brett Bodine.
To Brett Bodine, and Brett Bodine hits the 4 car.
Brett Bodine was kind of squeezed there in the middle. Maybe we can see that again and get a look on whether perhaps Wallace carried Bodine up, whether he was just up there, or whether Irvin was coming down.
That's what happened. He just went in under him, and there wasn't room there, and the two of them made a little contact. He tried to move over, and he caught him.
Also, let's look for Earnhardt. There he is. See what happened to his car. Davey Allison under Earnhardt.
Car's coming down off the track.
Okay, it looks like Davey Allison's following Earnhardt.
There's Earnhardt on the bottom.
Yeah,
and
that's what he did. He got into the 2 car. Right there.
What goes up must come down.
Yep.
Down the banking.
Davey went back up to the right and missed the wreck.
He's dodged a couple today. Here's how Davey saw it.
Well,
there's Earnhardt just up
you'll
into
see
his
smoke
right.
before you see the actual deal there. Here we go. Boy, when you drive into that smoke, you know they're coming down. There's nothing you can do.
I hate
see Davey shift into 3rd gear.
I almost hate to give credit, but did that look like a shot out of Days of Thunder? Right into that cloud. Here's Rusty on the restart.
Okay. You'll see him bump right here. See him fighting it. There we go.
Ooh.
4 car hit him there.
And again. Earnhardt hit him there, it looks like. Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, right now the crew is working, trying to get the hood pin bolt off so they can raise the hood to see if there's any further damage. They can't raise the hood right now. Their biggest concern is this damage that you see on the left front where all the guys are congregated. They have not done anything else other than just try to repair the sheet metal damage. So that appears to be all there is. Steve Evans?
Well, Ernie Irvin was in for the second time. The crew got out the air chisels, the 10 steps, trying to give him some kind of respectable aerodynamics on the front end. There was no leakage out of the radiator or any other fluids in the pit here, so he's okay in that department. The black car's going to be a little evil handling, I would think.
How well can any of those cars run now?
I know what Earnhardt's crew's worried about. That's right where the oil cooler sits. And that's where it's all bashed in there. They're hoping that's not damaged, I'm sure.
Gosh, if it isn't a seagull, it's something else.
They're going to come back in and see if they can.
One to go. We'll go back to green. Glenn?
Well, they're waiting on Earnhardt to come back in the pits again. They have diagnosed the problem. It did break the oil cooler. There's oil coming out of the car. They have to change it. Here Dale is. That's why they're working on the left front. They don't seem to be in too big a hurry. This is going to take a while. This is going to put them a lap down. Steve Evans?
All right, Ernie Irvin in for the third time on this caution. This time they worked on the right-hand side of the car with great big pry bars trying to get the sheet metal away from the tires. He's back out on the Monster Mile.
Since lap 256, we've had 28 laps of caution and only 10 laps of green. Let's try it again. 9 caution flags. Green for the 10th time today. 200 laps to go. You two fellas talked about surviving this race at the top of the show. That has been the story.
I'm telling you. And right now these guys are holding their breath because the last couple of restarts have been really exciting.
This one is a lot more sedate, if you will. Bill Elliott jumps out with the lead. Davey Allison 1 lap down, trying to get his lap back. He's the 9th place car. Earnhardt's car sits on pit road as the race goes on.
I doubt Bill will want to give up that spot, even though he does have a lap ahead of him. These guys are fighting for the national title, so that car is going to be pretty wide to get by, wouldn't you think, Neil?
Yeah, he'd like to keep Davey a lap down. There's so many numbers in between him right now. Davey gets back to the lead lap and takes some points away.
See Bill's car sparking there as it went down into the corner. Here's the battle for 5th. Morgan Shepherd there with Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty. Ernie Irvin's in there as well. Darrell Waltrip completed an 18-minute, 40-second pit stop. Now 12 laps down, but he's back in the race.
What's amazing about that bike, in 18 minutes, they totally rebuilt the race car. That thing was torn all to pieces.
Still in the hunt, running 22nd.
Davey still trying that lap back, get down the inside of Bill.
I tell you, he may have a messed up hand, but he's driving the wheels off his race car. You'd never know that's an injured man in that car. And he has his lap back.
And give him credit. That's a car that with the lesser driver might have been in 3 of today's wrecks. There were 2 that he missed by inches.
You know, right now, Davey would like to have a caution, but we don't have enough cars left, Harley. There's so many cars out of the race. The odds are off on getting another caution.
Here's the race for 5th place. Morgan Shepherd trying to hold Dale Jarrett at bay.
I believe we're seeing a little more give and take here than we think just a little bit earlier. I think these guys say, well, we just want to finish now. We're going to move up in the points, all of them.
Let's go down toward Brett Bodine's car. Steve Evans.
Well, Brett Bodine, the man who was in the middle of that wreck, is right here on pit road, not the garage area, trying to get his car repaired. Damaging the right front suspension and underneath the automobile. Still trying to get the change back in the hunt.
Tough break for Bodine. Harry Gant, the 2nd place car. One of our 800 calls was whether or not Harry could take over the point lead if he won today. He cannot. He is 214 points behind Bill Elliott. So even if Elliott dropped out, Gant would not get the point lead.
Elliott moved back around, Davey. I guess he may have moved up a little bit. We got a good race the second time. It's a good race, period. These guys are really having at it.
And Ricky Rudd may become the surprise of this race. He always runs well here at Dover. Ran good at Darlington, had a good run at Richmond. Won here in 1986 and 87. He's right now running in third. That's his best finish of the season, but it's not indicative of how well this car has run at times. And he likes this racetrack.
Most people will tell you that Ricky Rudd's one of the best slick track drivers that's ever driven a Winston Cup car. He's really talented. When the track gets loose, he really knows how to use that throttle and move up.
Rudd in the Tide ride is third. A bumper behind Harry Gant. Looking for second. Back straightaway. Draws a bead on Gant. And takes second place.
You know, this is like a home track for Ricky. He's right from Norfolk right down the road here. See, that picture looks good. He's grinning because he's in second. We have all these smiling shots of the drivers, and they show them when they tear their cars up and all. That's not a true thing. They need ones when they're frowning.
Battle for fifth spot, Kyle Petty, Dale Jarrett.
Kyle is just dug all day long. He's been down. He's worked his way back. The car seems plenty fast. They just had a few breaks and got back in the pack. This car's going real fast right now.
Let's make that fourth position. Kyle in fourth. Jarrett in fifth. Morgan Shepherd sixth. Mark Martin seventh. And with that banged up nose, Ernie Irvan is eighth, but on the lead lap. There's Shepherd running in and amongst traffic. Terry Labonte, who was 2 laps down, right behind him. There's Irvan's car, and you see the banged up nose. What's the effect of that at these speeds?
Well, it does everything wrong. It wants to carry the nose going down the corner and loses all its aerodynamic quality. This is just a mean race car right now.
I'll tell you what it does, Mike. We've been running on green about 15 laps since that caution, and he's about 20 car lengths from being lapped. He was from being in contention to win the race to right now they're going to lap him in 20 laps, so it just killed the speed of the car.
Rusty Wallace's car also knocked awry by that crash. Irvan goes past him. Rusty 2 laps down. There's the mother-in-law cam.
Mother-in-law cam. You can tell he's not running real hard right now. He's trying to finish the race.
He's just trying to keep between the 2 fences, and that's kind of hard to do when you got one bent up that bad. Here, just speed the throttle, coast all the way through the corner.
There goes Harry Gant by. He looks like he's running 100 miles an hour faster.
Back up front, Davey Allison closed it right up on Bill Elliott. Davey's in 9th place, 1 lap down. And the 10th place battle has the 55 of Ted Musgrave just ahead of Terry Labonte.
Speaking of Ted Musgrave, I think everybody agrees he's one of the next stars in this division here. He's got a good head about him. You notice he never gets in trouble, and he runs pretty hard.
One of the best chassis men among the drivers in the garage. Used to design his own suspension systems for the cars he raced on the short tracks. Davey Allison trying to get his lap back from Bill Elliott. And we're told Ricky Rudd is closing in on that duo. Elliott has not won since the 5th race of the season. Greg Fielden dug deep into his volume set of 40 years of stock car racing and found that no driver has won the Winston Cup Championship without winning a race after the 5th event of the season since Bill Rexford, who did it in 1950. 5th race of the year was the last victory for Rexford. He went on to win the series championship. Nobody's done anything like that since.
Glad Greg brought that up. I was just fixing to mention that.
Sure, Neil.
I can't remember who won 2 weeks ago. It's the first time I noticed on Elliott's car, he's got the nose rolled back on that car. So looks like he's got the grill area right there where it says Ford caved in. Some of these last few little deals has caused him some damage.
for the Wall Trip fans, he's back out there going at it again.
Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, they finally completed the work on Dale Earnhardt there, the oil cooler. I've got Richard Childers here. Richard, tough break there, lengthy repairs. I said tough break there, awfully long time to fix that car.
Yeah, you know, we broke the oil cooler and we had to get it was all knocked back against it. We had to make room to put it.
Well, tough break. He had an awfully quick car. I think he was a factor to win this race, but he's just out running for points now. They're cleaning up the mess that he left.
Earnhardt, defending Winston Cup champ, but 9th in the point standing, 430 points out of the lead, and not looking to gain ground on Bill Elliott today. If Elliott continues to lead this race and win it with Allison in the 8th position, where he runs right now, Elliott's lead would jump from 134 up to 177. We're showing Dale Earnhardt 22 laps behind. That pit stop took 8.5 minutes to replace the oil cooler on Earnhardt's car. There's your leader, Bill Elliott. 315 laps completed. Ricky Rudd chasing him down. We'll be right back.
Miller Genuine Draft. It's cold filtered. That's how we keep our commitment to everyone who knows that draft beer is real beer, pure beer, the best beer. It's why so many people can enjoy a beer whose taste hasn't been changed by heat pasteurization, and why so many people are making a change of their own to the genuine draft. Get out of the old, get into the cold.
Here we go again, guys. Wow, I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto license. American Oriental, we're guaranteed. I feel good. Yeah, 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Vegas. I feel good. Yeah. Daytona. I would now. LA. Wherever we're going. Oh, super, yeah. And we're not even tired.
Mark and my relationship goes way past business. I'm sure in a previous life he and I were twin brothers. Throughout the race, the driver and crew chief communicate. The driver complains about the car or brags about the car. It's the crew chief's job on pit stops to make whatever fixes he can to help the driver's predicament. Everyone has about the same access to equipment and technology, but the people who rub on it the most and think the most of it and think about it the most will end up winning the race.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing. I wouldn't be anywhere else.
TNN invites you to explore America, and here in Delaware, down at Rehoboth Beach, lots of nice scenery. Water's fine, too. That hole looked like the one you drive off in down in turn number 1 here.
Yep. Sometimes you don't think you can get out of there. Some guys haven't been able to today.
Now there's Harry Gant. He's the 3rd place car. There's a look back to Kyle Petty in 4th. Kyle may be the quickest car on the racetrack right now. Glenn?
Well, guys, one of the things that happens when your father's in the race with you and he falls out of the race, you get to use his tires. I'm in Kyle Petty's pit, but these are Richard Petty's tires. They brought them down here for Kyle to use. You can see it says right front 43. So Dad falls out. Son's crew sends word down there, hey, we need some more tires. We're running short. Now, if you look right here, these tires at one time belonged to car number 15. I don't know how Richard got them from 15. Maybe when they crashed, this crew came down and took them away. I don't know, but right now Kyle Petty's got them, so he's got 3 crews worth of tires down here.
Well, I don't know, Glenn. Those wheels look kind of Petty blue. I'm afraid that might have meant set 15. Richard, 15 sets of tires at $1,100 a set. It's going to take more than my $1.98 calculator to pay that bill.
If anybody can handle it, Savadas in the mellow yellow car can handle it.
Bill Elliott out front. Leading by now 2.8 seconds. He has opened up the margin on Ricky Rudd.
Not only opened the margin on Ricky Rudd, but he's taken Davey Allison's chance of getting that lap back. Davey's got way back and lost that opportunity to get the lap back.
Looking at our 800 number question, Gene from South Carolina just asked the $64 million question. How did Gant and Elliott get better gas mileage?
I think that's why Elmo had the tape out this morning checking cars.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys do work on mileage. You know, Darrell Walter does the same thing. Real smooth with the throttle and everything. So they certainly check the tanks every week.
And now everybody has to run the same size fuel cell, and everybody runs the same gasoline. Union 76 or Unocal provides the gas for all the tracks. But the way the engine's configured, the gear you pull in the rear end, even the circumference of your tires, there's a lot of things to turn the fuel mileage.
You know, you jet the car to run leaner. There's a lot of things you can do.
Ricky Rudd riding in second. I say riding. He's been working hard to try to gain on Bill Elliott. The Trans-South 500, April of 1991, the last time Rudd visited Victory Lane.
The one thing you always hear Tim Brewer say is that Bill Elliott's a great closer. When it comes to winning races, he knows how to win. And he's going to be tough to close in on, but if anybody can, Ricky will.
Runs well at this racetrack, likes it here, does well here. There's Gant, second to third. You see the interval. Then Kyle Petty in fourth, Dale Jarrett in fifth, Morgan Shepherd in sixth, Mark Martin in seventh, still on the lead lap.
Well, we really got things strung out now. You have a big wreck like that, it really thins things out. The guys were racing here in Gant. Nobody around him, but well, I say that, and Rudd's up there, and it actually looked like he's closing on Rudd some.
Yeah, but for Bill Elliott, it seems like the pack is closing. Now here's a look at Kyle Petty, who's in fourth, trying to race down Harry Gant, and a lapped car or two between them as he pulls up on Hut Strickland, driving for Junie Donlevy, and they move past Jim Sauter down on the apron, whose car was damaged in that earlier wreck. Everybody right down on the bottom of the racetrack here today. Again, they resealed this surface back in June. Didn't change it at all for this race, but with the change in the tire compound and the adjustments on the chassis by these cars, they found they can keep the cars on the bottom of the racetrack. And there's nobody up there in the Harry Gant groove today. Yep.
You know, Kyle Petty's probably been the most consistent runner all day. He's tried his heart out all day.
And here's fifth place. Dale Jarrett and Morgan Shepherd, both of who came from a lap down to get back on the lead lap and battle once again. Fifth place here as they work around Darrell Waltrip. Let's go down to the other Jarrett. Glenn?
Guys, I'm in the pit with my favorite driver, my younger brother Dale. This is my brother-in-law, his crew chief, Jimmy Maycar. Boy, you guys have had an uphill struggle all day.
Well, we're just kind of staying out of trouble right now. You know, everything seems to be falling in place.
He's calling lap times to Dale. It's very important that he does that so they'll know whether the groove he's running is correct or not. What helmet is Dale wearing today?
Jet. New York Jet.
New York Jet. How does you say the car feels now? I know you've been adjusting on it all day.
Well, it's not bad. It's just a little bit off right now. We're just kind of trying to ride this thing out in the later stages of the race and make an adjustment, see maybe we can do something. Right now, we're just kind of happy to be sitting a car in one piece compared to the rest of the cars out there right now.
Okay, that's the story here at Dover. Ride it out to the end and hang on.
Excellent. That was one of our 800 questions, was whose helmet does Dale Jarrett have on today? He wears a different logo of a different NFL team in every event. And he's running like a jet. Well, not Freeman McNeil, but, you know, 747 kind.
I'll tell you what, you got to have some fancy footwork today to dodge the wreck, so he's been doing a lot of things right.
How about Morgan Shepherd? They've come from a lap down. Morgan's had a tough week. Brought his Busch car here, crashed it before the race, didn't get a chance to run yesterday in the Split Fire 200. Let's give you a Napa Field standing update, brought to you by Napa, because there are no unimportant parts. These cars on the lead lap. Back through Mark Martin. And these next cars showing 1 lap down. Irvin now 2 laps back. Then 3 laps down. 4 laps behind. 5 or more laps back from Rusty Wallace on back. Dale Earnhardt still out there running after replacing an oil cooler from that crash back at lap 279.
Morgan's car, we're watching Morgan run right here behind Dale Jarrett. He seems to be able to run down in the corner and gain on him, but when he does, his car slides up high. He can't keep the car quite as low as he'd like to. They seem to be pretty evenly matched all the way around the track. One seems like the 18 car is a little bit better, staying at the bottom.
I had one question from Tom watching from here in Delaware, why Dale Earnhardt wasn't penalized for spinning Jeff Bodine. And we looked next door in the NASCAR booth, and as we were going over the replays, so was Les Richter and his NASCAR officials, and they concluded, as we did here in the booth, that the contact appeared unintentional. It was 2 cars running in real close quarters, but there was no intent by Earnhardt to spin Bodine around, so therefore no penalty. Intent has a lot. It's a ball and strike call, as Les Richter's fond of saying, but intent has apparent intent has a lot to do with how a lot of those decisions are made.
Well, that's true, and that's why they put erasers on pencils. We're not perfect. We do make mistakes every once in a while, but as you've seen right there, Earnhardt got out of the way and let Morgan go ahead. He's not that kind of driver. There was just contact, that's all.
Here's Mark Martin, who had the fastest car at the start of the day. Alan Kulwicki was on the pole, led for a lap. Mark Martin went to the front, stayed there for 46 circuits, and is still on the lead lap. They have a bit of engine trouble, as Steve Hamill reported. Not quite up to full horsepower, but still on the lead lap.
I would have to say that's the best running 7-cylinder I've ever seen. They run 6 cylinders in the Busch Series. That's the best 7 I've ever seen right there.
Here's where the point leaders are running. Alan Kulwicki is out of the race. Came in here in 3rd in the points. He will likely, possibly surrender that spot to Harry Gant at the end of the day. We'll be back to Dover Downs after these messages.
Georgia.
One of the all-time greats. Ray Charles stars on Austin Encore, Friday on TNN.
In addition to our complete coverage of the coming presidential and vice presidential debates, C-SPAN will present a series of high school forums to be held the day after each of the 4 scheduled debates. Students will give their reactions to what was said and who said it best. C-SPAN's high school forums will begin at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on September 23rd and September 30th, and on October 5th and October 16th. C-SPAN is brought to you by your local cable company.
They crawl, fly, dig, bite, sting, and multiply. Bugs. Outnumbering man 4 to 1, there are 1.5 million known species, each with its own niche in the natural scheme, each with a strategy for survival. For one entire week, watch as they invade living rooms all over America. Don't miss these creepy, crawly, squiggly, flying things. Don't miss Bug Week, beginning Sunday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central, only on the Discovery Channel.
345 laps complete here at Dover Downs. They're getting ready to get Brett Bodine back into this race. Steve Evans?
To the very process, Mike. They are just now finishing aligning the front end of the automobile. They use string to measure the wheel. They had Brett turn the wheel here, turn the wheel there. You know that if the front end is out of line on your passenger car, your tires wear unevenly. Well, you don't feel it because you're not running 150 miles an hour. Your tires certainly know that if it's Brett Bodine is out there, hopefully with a healthy automobile, and just accrue a few more points, Mike.
So Brett Bodine is back in the race as Davey Allison gets his lap back from Bill Elliott.
I don't know how he caught him that fast. It looked like Bill was pulling away, and then all of a sudden we look up and here he comes. I mean, he just drove right on by. Bill may be having some type of small problem just at the moment.
Or may have just eased the pace a bit.
Yeah. Well, he may have found out he's faster than Davy and said, so what if he's back in the same lap?
Davy's driving away from him. Bill Elliott enjoys a 3-second lead on Ricky Rush. Keep an eye on that. See if there's any indication that Elliott may have dropped the pace back a notch.
Sometimes you'll get to racing a guy like Elliott is trying to hold Davy back, and you'll run the car a little harder than you want to, and Rudd actually starts gaining on. Bill could possibly start pacing himself and maintain that lead on Rudd. He's probably worried more with Rudd than he is Davy right now.
Well, let's find out from Glenn Jarrett.
Tim Brewer, Davy Allison was able to get his lap back. Is Bill's car okay?
Sure, you know, we haven't changed our lap time, you know. He just stepped the thing up a little bit. I mean, that's what he's got to do right now. You know, it's no big deal to us.
Well, the car looks like it's really been performing well all day. You're just waiting until it's over now.
Well, you know, just kind of wading through the water right now. You know, things worked real well all day, so a long way to go yet. We can see what happens.
Things are very calm down here. They're very confident that they can wait this thing out with that 11 car.
Tim Brewer's a sharp guy. He knows you can't win this race at lap 350. Mark Martin and David are going a lap down. Let's go back to that race for fifth as Morgan Shepherd has now caught Dale Jarrett. Had a strong look underneath him, but Brett Bonine's car is up there as they get down into turn one. Morgan's car is coming up off the corner real well now.
I tell you, the Wood brothers have a great car for this racetrack, so don't be surprised that car's not one of the factors before this day's over.
Rusty Wallace on pit road. Green flag stop here at lap 352. A little early. 60 laps since our last caution flag. Shepherd's going to try it again.
I think our colleague here won a couple of races in the Wood brothers car. I couldn't let him have this ice cream and not bother him.
I'll tell you what, I had some good days with those people up here. But I'll tell you what, I learned about Dover, Delaware. Won a couple of races here, but I had 3 laps on the bill one time with 20 laps to go and fell out and lost the race too. So you can never think you got this thing put away. Boy, the racetrack is so tough on them, but Woods do have a good combination for this track. And you're not supposed to tell everybody I'm having ice cream. It is a long race, though, isn't it?
So Morgan Shepherd goes on past and moves to try to chase down Kyle Petty, the 4th place car. Kyle was almost 2 laps down at one point. Got penalized on pit road on a green flag stop for coming down too fast. There's a look from the roof cam of Mark Martin's car up ahead of Jimmy Hensley.
Yeah, Bill lapped him just a second ago, and look how far ahead he is in just a few laps there.
Doesn't that motor sound different? It just sounds like it's kind of loping along. Before, it was screaming up off the corner.
They don't get better. When that stuff starts running through there, it gets weaker as the race goes.
4th place is Kyle Petty. He has 4.5 seconds on Morgan Shepherd, and he is 3 seconds behind Harry Gant, running in 4th place. Glenn?
This is Robin Pemberton, the crew chief on Kyle's car. Robin, you guys have had pretty much an uphill struggle all day, too.
Yeah, it's been, we got 2 laps behind early, and we've been dodging all the wrecks as best we can. Right now, we're just trying to buy some time, 145 laps to go. Everybody will have to pit 2 more times, so see what happens.
Well, how does Kyle say the car is right now? Does it need further adjustment?
No, we're slow. We're not slow, but we're not as fast as we needed right at the beginning. And then about 30, 40 laps into the run, we'll get about the same. So we'll have to do something to correct it for a short spurt if that happens at the end.
Okay, just like everybody else, they're really waiting on a caution flag to be able to make those adjustments. They just hope that caution flag, however, is not them.
Like we heard, you know, you were talking about the 6-car a while ago. When they put the motors in these cars, say you got a 670 horsepower motor, after a race like Dover's over, if you're lucky enough for the motor to survive, you can hang it back on the dyno when you get home, and the thing will be down 50 or 60 horsepower. You wear the rings out, the valve job on the heads go away, and the thing is just used up. You just lose power all day long. Even one that finishes the race is a piece of junk. Expensive junk.
Yes. Rusty Wallace back on the track after a lengthy stop. They put 4 tires on Rusty's car. He's now in 18th position. 15 laps off the pace. Show you the cars that are out of the race here at Dover. As we go to break, Graham Taylor, first car out. These cars are in the garage. Bill Elliott leads Ricky Rudd and Harry Gant.
You about finished? How's it going? Great. We have a lot of good mechanics that shop at AutoZone. Well, you also have a lot of people who just want to save some money by doing a simple job themselves, like changing their oil or putting in new plugs. They just want to come in, get what they need, and get out. Well, at AutoZone, we have parts for just about every car made. So if you know what you want, great. But if you're not quite sure about something, no problem. We'll help. After all, that's what we're here for.
It was unreal. You woke up with morning breath. You were meeting Miss Wonderful for breakfast, and instead of minty fresh scope, where's my scope? There was something from the medicine-y mouthwash. It looked blue, but it still smelled somewhat medicine-y. I need my scope. It's okay. Relax. It was all a dream. You do have scope. It's minty through and through and kills 90% of morning breath bacteria. So you use minty fresh scope and you kiss morning breath goodbye.
It's the same thing every Saturday. He puts on those old blue jeans and goes out with that old dog. And he's gone all day. He says he's going to bring back dinner. But all he ever brings back is that old dog.
Here's to old dogs, Saturday mornings, and comfortable blue jeans. Wrangler.
Last year, Davey Allison added something new to his car. It wasn't wider tires or a slicker shape. It was the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy, straight off the shelf, to add more life to your car with complete protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Now, we're not saying it was Haviland Formula 3 that gave Davey the energy to lead more major NASCAR races than anyone last year and win this year's Daytona 500. But we're not saying it wasn't.
TNN's coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is being brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. Ricky Rudd running in second position here, and he's close to within 3.6 seconds of Bill Elliott. Watch on him last time by. He's picked up another 1/10 of a second this lap. As you look down through the top 5 here at Dover. 136 laps left to run here on the Monster Mile. So look at the top 10. 7 cars on the lead lap now that Mark Martin has gone 1 lap down. Glenn Jarrett, Ricky Rudd is pulling up on Bill Elliott.
Well, he certainly is, Mike. This is Gary Dehart, the crew chief on Ricky Rudd's number 5 Chevrolet. Gary, you guys have been awfully strong lately. Ricky looks like he's gaining on the leader now.
Yeah, we're running real good right now. We're running laps with the 11 car right now. We struggled a little bit earlier, couldn't get on the right tires, got on the stickers, and right now we're looking real good.
Looks like about the only thing you need maybe is one more caution, close that gap up. You might have something for him.
Yeah, we'll need a lot of luck. The luck got us a while ago, but we need a lot of luck right now.
Okay, they've got their fingers crossed.
Ricky Rudd, former winner here. We'll have a new teammate in the Rick Hendricks stable next year. More on that in a moment. Here's Morgan Shepherd running in 5th. 6 cars on the lead lap. Check that 7 cars. Davey Allison, the last of those. Shepherd is 5th. Let's go to Steve Evans.
Well, I'm in the Morgan Shepherd pits. And Eddie, you got to be tickled just to be on the lead lap at this point. That's an accomplishment today.
Yeah, we've had a few problems today. We were our car doesn't seem to want to run until we get about 10 laps on it, and then had a little fire. I got something like that. Everything's going pretty good. The longer we run, the better we get.
He was having a real good race with that 18 car.
I didn't understand.
He was having a good race with the 18 car. Excellent.
Yeah, I was having a big time.
All right, now you've been timing him every time around with your watch. What does it show you? How's he doing?
Right now, we're quicker than the leader, but, you know, we're about a half a lap down, so we got to come in and change tires in about 4 laps.
Okay, back to you, Mike. 4 laps. We'll see Morgan in.
And we're getting close on pit stops here. Harry Gant has slowed down. There he is. Now his stablemate Rick Mast is in the pits. Left side tire change, and Gant, I thought maybe Gant might be headed for pit road, but no.
It's like the motor did it, buddy.
Yeah, that's a bad sign right there. When they stay out there just making laps and everybody's passing them, it usually means they dropped a valve or something of that nature.
Yeah, it sounded pretty bad when he came up the front straightaway the lap before. Looks like he's jumped out there and got back in the throttle to see if it's going to run again. He picked the pace up a little bit.
Gant's the third place car.
Well, Morgan's got by him now. So
that's right.
He's got a little bit of a problem.
And Kyle Petty comes to pit road. 40 miles an hour, the pit speed today. Glenn?
Kyle Petty slowly brings the 42 Mellow Yellow Pontiac in. They're going to the right side to change tires. They're also going to change the left side tires. This will be a four-tire green flag stop. First can of fuel is in. Now the second can goes in. As of yet, they have not made a chassis adjustment on the car, so they must be trying to do it with stagger. Kyle is down and away. Good pit stop.
Green flag pit stops again.
All right.
Kyle Petty coming back up to speed at turn 2.
When we start talking about stagger, I know the first thing the fans start thinking about is all the radial tire stuff and everything, but I think a lot of these teams have learned to work with air pressure now. When they go with this type tire, they change the air pressure a good bit, and it affects the way the tire performs. We saw Davey Allison, Bill Elliott just went by Davey. Davey turned down pit road.
So Davey, who had gotten his lap back, is now back in the pit. Glenn?
Well, this is Randy Pemberton again. Randy, that looked to be a little bit early, maybe. Was there a problem?
No, my name's Robin. Randy's working the other end of the mic. That's all right. We were going to stop in the next 4 or 5 anyway. No problem. It's kind of, we just needed tires.
Okay, you just needed tires. They needed to come ahead and get them now. Sorry about that. That is Robin Pemberton.
Well, that's okay, Glenn. I heard somebody on pit road a minute ago call you Jerry. That happens. 376 laps. And Morgan Shepherd has brought the Wood Brothers car to pit road. Shepherd almost won here in May, but a lug wrench malfunction on a tire change, and he did not get the win. Now, see how he fares here. The Wood Brothers are the winningest car owners at Dover Downs, 7 victories.
If we've ever seen it before, these next few laps are getting to be so crucial on pit stops. Not with these guys making them, but the guys that haven't made them. We've seen this happen twice today. Caution come out right after pit stop. Bill Elliott's still out there. What these folks right here hoping for is it goes green to Bill has to come in.
22-second stop. Yeah, Bill Elliott's not holding his breath right now. Drivers like Morgan Shepherd are, because they've made their stop. You're exactly right. Will it stay green until Elliott has to pit? Mark Martin is on pit road. Remember, he's 1 lap down now in 6th place.
There's Harry Gant coming in the pit.
Gant's coming in, and Steve Evans is there.
All right, Harry Gant, the 33 car, rolls into the pits. These guys have been on their game all day. Few have performed better stops. Losing the lug nuts on the left-hand side. Tires already off on the right. 22 gallons of fuel, or as much as it will hold, and it appears that it was a very thirsty automobile. But the economy this car has gotten should be interesting to see if they can go for the distance. Very possibly can. We don't see any chassis adjustments whatsoever on the Oldsmobile, and Harry Gant is out of here.
21.7 seconds. A lot of these 4-tire stops right in the 22-second range. Terry Labonte in to make a stop. And Dale Jarrett coming onto pit road now. Dale had moved up to 3rd place in this round of stops. Third place car behind Bill Elliott and Ricky Rudd. Finished 27th here in the spring with engine trouble. Only finished in the top 10 once here in 12 starts. That was 6th in 1990. So headed for what could well be his best career finish at this racetrack today. Leader on pit road, Bill Elliott. Glenn Jarrett will be there as Bill Elliott brings the Junior Johnson Budweiser Ford to pit lane.
And Elliott comes to a stop well within his pit space there. Again, looks like a routine stop. There will be right side tires. They're loosening the left side lug nut. So it will be a 4-tire change, cleaning the windshield. putting in the fuel. Again, no chassis adjustment, so Elliott is evidently satisfied with the way this car is handling. Junior Johnson rolls that left front tire out to the tire changer, which is Tim Brewer. He's down and away. That's an excellent stop.
20.9 seconds, and we'll see that difference show up on the racetrack. That'll put Ricky Rudd in the lead. First time Rudd has led today. He's the 7th driver to lead this race. It's the 11th lead change. 383 laps down, 117 to go. Here at the Monster Mile, Ricky Rudd temporarily in command. We'll be right back.
Splitfire earned a United States patent. It gets more out of every ounce of gasoline. Less efficient plugs waste gas. The patented Splitfire saves gas.
4 extra miles per gallon. A 4.8% gain in mileage. More complete combustion.
Stop wasting. Start saving with Splitfire. You'll get more mileage and more power or your money back. Get guaranteed Splitfire savings at leading automotive stores from coast to coast.
Cold filtered. Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its real draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
On the road again. I'm on the road again. On the road again. I'm on.
Take the heat out of shaving. Soothe your razor burn with post-shave conditioning hydrogel from Old Spice. Because when you've got fruit, who needs promises?
Get 90 minutes of racing excitement from start to finish on the American Sports Cavalcade. The American Sports Cavalcade. 7 Eastern Sports Sundays on TNN.
Welcome back to Dover Downs as race leader Ricky Rudd comes to pit lane. Here's Steve Evans.
And he is going to get colder this time. Get the cold drink. He's going to get all 4 tires, obviously as much fuel as it will hold. Earlier when I said maybe Gank could go the distance, I didn't realize how many laps were left. It wasn't sure they could at this point. So Ricky Rudd's doing a terrific job. You see the tires going in on the left-hand side. Uh-oh. Nope, they're gone. Hands up in the air.
Good stop, 21.4. About half a second longer than Elliott's, but still better than most on this round of stops. So we're at 111 laps to go. Now I believe everybody has stopped.
Yeah, and you know, they're still showing Rudd on the board, but Bill, we're seeing Elliott right here. Bill passed Rudd as he was coming out of the pits. And I think there's a little bit of confusion on the scoreboard here right now.
Bill just now became the leader as he came around to complete that lap. And Rudd would be the 2nd place car. They're showing Kyle Petty in 3rd, Morgan Shepherd 4th, Dale Jarrett 5th, and Davey Allison 6th. .6 seconds, 1st to 2nd. That would be Elliott to Rudd. 2.67 seconds. So it appeared that on the pit exchange, Bill Elliott did extend his lead just a bit. Not much. Let's have another look at Ricky Rudd coming back up to speed out of pit road here. And look for Elliott coming by.
There he goes. There goes Elliott. Rudd's probably still just in 2nd gear, getting it up through the gears. Elliott has the distance on him there.
One of our questions, how long does it take to get back up to speed after pit stop? About 2.6 seconds.
That's what I would say.
That's the difference, 1st to 2nd. Here's Glenn.
Tim Brewer, the that was an excellent pit stop. You waited till lap 385. Can you make it the rest of the way on fuel?
No, Glenn, we can't make it on fuel. You know, as hard as Dave and Bill's running right now among themselves, I don't know what the rest of those guys are doing. You know, we're just kind of we're focused on something else right now. It's not that time car.
What about number 5? You told me, what if he made it?
Well, it'd make an interesting race, but, you know, we're not worried with the 5 car right now. We're kind of concentrating on something else right now a little bit further down the road.
Okay.
What, Martinsville?
I don't know. I believe it's a little bit more immediate than that.
Yeah. That's a week down the road.
You know, he mentioned the 28 car. I was questioning also. You see Davey Allison right there. I was watching. I thought Davey got back out in front of Bill after that set of stop share. He was in front of Bill when he pitted, and I thought he got back out front. I don't know if scoring's off or, well, I don't say he lost that much time.
I think we've got it now. It does take a while after green flag stops to make sure there are checks and double checks of scoring, make sure everything comes back up right. And what they are now telling us is that Bill Elliott is the race leader. Ricky Rudd is second, that Kyle Petty is third, Morgan Shepherd is fourth, that Dale Jarrett's in fifth place, and that Davey Allison is indeed back on the lead lap. He got out of the pits ahead of Bill Elliott as far as the time spent on pit road, and then Allison is in sixth, just behind Dale Jarrett. He's still on the lead lap. He's on the lead lap.
Well, that makes a lot more sense because we just heard Tim Brewer say they're concerned about the 28 because they're looking at the stopwatches. They're seeing the 28 car and the 11 car turn the fast laps, and they're concerned about this car here. If a caution comes out, can Davey racing for the win? That's what they're looking at right now.
Riding with Davey Allison.
Smoke coming out of the car in front of him there.
Dale Jarrett.
Looked like a little whisper of smoke. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Looks like a little haze of smoke coming out right on the center of the car. Or is it my old eyes giving me trouble this late in the day, you think, Mike?
Bill Elliott, the race leader, moving in on Derek Cope, former winner here. 102 miles to go. As we watch Derek Cope, we asked his crew chief if there's one component the Monster Mile is hardest on.
I'd say the driver. You know, mechanically a car has to really be sound bumper to bumper, but running 500 miles up here, 500 laps, and being competitive, that's the most important component we have.
From coast to coast, Dodge Caravan has happily served more families than any other minivan. But we've made it even better, because we've come up with an all-wheel drive Dodge Caravan. So now you not only get a vehicle loaded with safety features, including the first minivan airbag, you've got one that automatically handles just about anything the weatherman can throw at it. No shifting, no levers, no sweat. The all-wheel drive Dodge Caravan, a great way to rediscover American value.
When Darrell Waltrip needs a part, he needs the right part, and he needs it fast.
And when you need parts, see the parts team at Western Auto. We've got top name brands and thousands of parts in stock. Right, guys?
Right, DW.
And we've got the right price, backed by our low price guarantee, right?
Right, DW. And while you're here, pick up Haviland Formula 3 motor oil at a low discount price. Add more life to your car with Haviland Formula 3.
Western Auto, the official auto parts and service store of NASCAR. Right, guys?
Right, DW.
If you thought Banana George Blair had found the fountain of youth,
I'm 77 and still barefooting.
you'd be half right, because the one he's found is actually for his car. With a little Armor All Protectant, George restores the beauty of his dashboard and seats, and in minutes it helps protect his tires from fading and aging.
It keeps my car looking almost as good as me.
There is a fountain of youth, and we own the patent. Armor All.
I hope my teeth don't fall out.
Behind the scenes, in the boardroom, in the pits, or on the track, you'll read about it in National Speed Sport News.
I get all the latest sprint car news. It's got all the Winston Cup news. This is where I catch up on my drag racing news.
Even the Indy 500 winner reads National Speed Sport News.
I want to find out what the whole world of racing is doing.
Every week for 50 weeks, only $32.50. Call today and your first issue will be mailed within 2 weeks.
At Dover Downs, 96 laps remain. Mike Joy with Buddy Baker and Neil Bonnet. Steve Evans and Glenn Jarrett are on pit road today, and you see that Ricky Rudd has closed right up. Race leaders so far, and how many laps they've led.
Bill Elliott will pick up the 5 bonus points today for leading the most laps, it appears.
We were kind of joking about priorities a while ago. I would think the 11 crew is reevaluating the 5 car. He's really closed in on Bill, making big gains on him, buddy.
Yeah, they said they wasn't worried about him. I bet they are now.
Cars on the lead lap 1 through 5. And Davey Allison 6th. Harry Gant's going a lap down. Mark Martin. Terry Labonte. Ted Musgrave, good run today. He's the 10th place car. There it is, 1-2. Bill Elliott has won here 4 times. 1985, both ends of 1988, and in 1990.
If you notice Bill Elliott's car, they've all stepped it up a little bit. He's about to catch the 28 car of Davey Allison, so we got a gunfight coming up here pretty quick.
The way the race stands right now, Elliott's got a 10-point pickup on Allison in that he has led a lap and the most laps, while this man, Davey Allison, in 28, has yet to lead this race. No bonus points. But he just takes a spot away from Dale Jarrett. That's 5th place. And look who's right behind him.
Yeah, he had a big cushion on Bill a while ago. He was sitting there in a position where if the caution came out, he'd get that lap back, but it's getting threatening right now.
Elliott coming up to lap what is now the 6th place car of Dale Jarrett. 2 cars you don't see here are Kyle Petty in 3rd and Morgan Shepherd in 4th. Less than a second.
Oh, stopwatch ain't working real good, but I can see 3 car lengths.
You can count that one in car lengths, right?
I imagine Bill would like to have that lap on Davey if he possibly can without abusing the car. He's got to get by Dale Jarrett first.
You know, that you hit it. That's the piece of business Tim Brewer was talking about. Was not so much concerned about the 5 car, but getting Davey Allison a lap down. You think?
I would say. So they said they wasn't worried about Ricky Rudd. If I was in the 11 car, I'd be worried about him.
I would reevaluate my priorities in a hurry, I promise.
Looking back from Davey Allison at Dale Jarrett, Bill Elliott, and Ricky Rudd. Rick Mast on the inside there. Laps to go.
You know, Bill, Davey did this while ago. Davey ran up on Jarrett's car real quick while ago, and it took him a while to get around. Jarrett's car is good enough that it's tough for a car to pass him. And just like we talked about earlier, you can't roll over and play dead. He's racing for positions on the racetrack also. It looks like Bill's up under him back there behind Davey now.
I'm sure he don't want to go a lap down either.
No,
or another lap, you know.
If he'd stay on the lead lap, caution come out, he could win this thing. See that Chevrolet has as tough a time getting past Jarrett as the 2 Fords did. Yep. No favorites, right?
No. Yeah, he's coming by now. He's right up under him. He got the shot on him.
413 laps complete. Bill Elliott trying to hold off Ricky Rudd. Kyle Petty is 3rd. Morgan Shepherd 4th.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dover Downs. Hope you're enjoying the races this weekend on TNN.
Yes, indeed. Now, Monday morning, Al and I, we're going to be back home in our own little trash can on the set of Video Morning.
It'll be a blast to be back home. We hope you're there with us.
Please join us Monday morning live.
The 34 Classic Street Rod. It's hot, available, very affordable, fun to drive, easy to assemble. Call 1-800-CLASSIC. For more information on this special offering of the 34 Classic Street Rod and other timeless classics from Classic Motor Carriages. Call now, 1-800-CLASSIC.
The Big Four. Willie, Waylon, Johnny, and Chris.
Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. Between Hank playing song, Newberry's playing song, Blue Eyes crying in the rain. Out in Lucas Rock, Texas, there ain't nobody
My Women, Monday at 10 Eastern on TNN.
Back live at Dover Downs, Linda Rudd keeping lap times for husband Ricky. Down at the Tide pit, Ricky tries to run down Bill Elliott. Took him a long time, though, to get past Dale Jarrett. Jarrett now a lap down in 6th place, so Elliott's lead has opened up a bit. That's how the points leaders are faring today. Alan Kulwicki, the pole sitter, out of the race early. Lap 94 crash. Bill Elliott looking to pad his point lead today. Is Sauter dropping a lap here. A lot of bent and broken cars running out there. Some of the major collisions. Sauter in the Dave Marcus car is one of them. Darrell Waltrip, Mike Waltrip, Brett Bodine, Dale Earnhardt. All still running, but those cars pretty well beat up. Rick Mast had alternator trouble, as he said earlier. Rusty Wallace was in one of those wrecks. And Jeff Bodine all still running and trying to pile up Winston Cup points. And Ernie Irvin, who had one of the quickest cars here, but is now down to 11th place. This man, Bill Elliott, leads by 0.8 of a second. And has led the most laps today. That's 10 Winston Cup bonus points. 5 for leading a lap, and 5 more for leading the most laps. There's Ricky Rudd, and that's the distance. Now no lap cars separating the two of them. That's about to change. Brett Bodine on the inside. Now Bobby Hamilton. Hamilton's the 12th place car.
You know, Elliott's leading in the points battle, but he started the season just like a ball fire. You know, they sat there and they won races, and he's been off. You know, we talk about people that needs to win a race. Even though Elliott's leading in the points, win right here certainly would help this team because they've not been real consistent. Really, they're leading in points, but a lot of it's kind of come their way without a lot of effort. I mean, without the effort, the points sure went their way.
We talked earlier a little bit about how the drivers pull different gears here. Did you ever have enough gear? Is that like enough horsepower?
Well, I tell you what, you know, the problem you get into is you work with the crew and they say, we don't want to turn the motor too much. And you'll almost say, if you'll give me more gear, I just won't use it till the end of the race. And,
oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, but I've told bigger stories about things like that.
You use it the first lap of the race.
That's right. When they give it to you, you use it. So these crew chiefs, they've got these tachometers in the cars now that they can read by themselves with the telltale piece on it. And they know when you turn it too much, and they won't let you have that gear very often.
Well, we talked to Harry Hyde about that. He's been a crew chief for a lot of winning drivers on this circuit. Today, he's crewing the car driven by Dave Marcus, the Kellogg's machine. And we asked Harry Hyde, the driver ever try to talk him into a lower gear ratio?
Oh, yeah. They'll con you if you're big enough to go for it. But this guy, Dave Marcus, wanted me to put in a taller gear. Now, that is a real reverse act. I never dreamed that he would ever want to pull a taller gear, but we left the one in there we had and had a little bit of argument about going on sticker tires or 1 or 2 lappers, you know. I let him win that one, but I won the gear, so what the heck, I got 50% of the deal.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy, don't you think? Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon. And there's the checkered flag.
When the race is over, the scene begins. The Winston Cup scene. It's the largest and most informative NASCAR Winston Cup newspaper in the country. The pages of the Winston Cup scene are loaded with up-to-date information, insightful editorials and commentary, expanded coverage of each race, entertaining feature articles, the latest news, terrific photography, complete statistics, and even the gossip.
45 great issues, only $40. Call 1-800-800-1865 or send check or money order to P.O. Box 500, Concord, North Carolina, 28026.
Hey, Bill, checking out the scene? How'd I do?
Well, let's see. Petty. Richard Petty?
Why don't you take over? I'm into the scene. Why don't you get into the scene, too?
For the best in motorsports reading, it's Winston Cup Scene. Call 1-800-800-1865. MasterCard, Visa accepted.
Here we go again, guys. Wow, I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto license. American Orient, boy, we're guaranteed. I feel good. Yeah, 2 years no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Vegas. I feel good. Yeah. Daytona. L.A. Wherever we're going. Yeah. And we're not even tired.
TNN's coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is brought to you by Autolite Spark Plug. Guaranteed for 2 years, no matter how far you go. 70 laps left to run. Dave Marcus was involved in one of the wrecks. They spent a lot of time behind the wall, but he's still putting points on the board. Marcus is 134 laps behind and will probably end up in the top 20 today. Now, we were talking about Harry Hyde earlier. Both you, Buddy, and Neil drove for Harry Hyde. Did you ever try to con him?
We conned him all the time. I know I did. I tried to, but I tell you what, he's one of the most colorful guys in racing, but he's one of the shrewdest, too. A lot of times, you think you got him, he got you right where he wants you.
There he is.
Mike, I'll never forget, I went to Daytona, and you talk about gears. We were at Daytona, and 325 was a lot of gear to pull. We had a 333 in my car, and I went out, and I just twisted the motor out of the frame. It blew up. Put another motor in, it blew up. The third motor, I said, Harry, you think we got the wrong gear in the car? He said, yeah, let's put a 340 in it. He even went lower. He said, if they can't take it, we need them out of the car.
Now, for some reason, we're on Days of Thunder a lot here today. That movie, most all the incidents in that movie actually happened to Harry Hyde, including the one where he was sitting on the pit wall having an ice cream, wouldn't let his driver come in.
I'll tell you another part of that story. When they talked about the guy, the only one that he hadn't hit was the pace car. That happened to be this guy sitting right beside me. Buddy Baker hit everybody on the racetrack at Martinsville. Did Harry call and tell you that?
Not.
He called Baker and said, go ahead and hit the pace car. That's the only thing you had to do.
That's right. They didn't have the lottery then. Oh, Ricky Rudd trying to chase down Bill Elliott here. We're in the closing stages. 66 laps to go. But there will almost certainly be one more pit stop. Now, in this last run of green flag racing, Rudd went 7 laps more than Elliott before stopping for gas. Steve Emmett?
All right, if this race stays green the remaining laps, it will come down to the haves and the have-nots in the fuel department. As in the quad car, Ricky Rudd, that man up there, Eddie Dickinson, by his calculations, they are 2.2 gallons short of going the distance. If they don't get a caution between now and lap 488, they will bring Rudd in the gas to go on 489. As for Bill Elliott, well, Eddie Glynn's there to find out.
So Rudd would have to stop with 12 laps remaining.
Well, there might be some places where you take it easy and, save fuel, but we just get, I don't overemphasize the gear stuff, but you have to pull enough gear to run here, and it's hard to stretch some mileage. And when they ran them long runs a while ago, that was probably the best they could do. The guys that figure that are pretty accurate, or either pretty good liars, I'm not sure which.
Jimmy Means on pit road. Hurley Limo, his sponsor today. Jimmy completing a stop. He's the 22nd place car, completing 399 laps thus far, as the leader puts 437 on the board.
There goes Bill Elliott putting another lap on Mark Martin. That car has dropped off quite a bit.
Yes, we heard the driver say it had nuclear meltdown. These things, when they start destructing, it's just internal, and it gets worse and worse and worse. I'm surprised it's ran as well as it has up so long, buddy.
Yeah, you're right. And, the other thing, you can always tell when a car's running well. They'll come off the corner and go right out in the grooves. When they're running bad like Mark, you notice he had a lower line around the racetrack to stay out of the way.
Fourth place battle, Morgan Shepherd on the left of your screen, Davey Allison on the right.
These are big positions for Davey. Anybody he passes now may make the difference whether he wins the national title or not.
He came into this race, Allison did, 134 points behind Elliott. Make that difference 144 now that Elliott has led the most laps.
Well, when we start talking this points thing, I was just thinking about junior stuff, you know, the way their stuff goes, it seems like they can almost plan on having good luck. They stretch their fuel mileage. They'll stay out. They get behind. Davies had them down a couple of races, and they stay out and catch a caution. Davies behind 100 points, and a lot of it is due to the pit work and the strategy in Junior Johnson pits.
Now the man right in front of Allison, Morgan Shepherd, which you see out the front windshield of Allison's car. He's in 10th in the point standing, and he came in here just 51 points back of Dale Earnhardt, and he's running 14 positions ahead of Earnhardt on the racetrack right now. If the race ended in the positions they're in right now, Elliott would leave here with a 164-point lead. Let's ride along with Davey Allison a bit here.
Going through this corner, when the sun hits this nasty windshield, look how you just hardly can see through there. That's got to be wearing on him pretty much too. And then he looks in the mirror and sees Bill Elliott still back here, leading the race.
Going past Jeff Bodine, who had a strong car here today, got caught up in one of the wrecks.
Looks like a little 4-leaf clover on the dashboard there. It's time to cash it in. He needs a little bit of luck here. Caution comes out. He's back in the lead lap. And drivers will try anything for change their luck. You got that 4-leaf clover sitting there.
Plus, as Lucky Charms go, that doesn't weigh very much.
I never figured how 4-leaf clover or number 13 had anything to do with rods breaking and pistons flying out of motors.
Somehow there seems to be a connection. Back in 1985, Bill Elliott enjoyed a 206-point lead in the Winston Cup standings at this stage of the season. But in just 4 races, Darrell Waltrip made up 236 points. To end Elliott's chances for the Winston Cup, he is the leader by 134 coming in here today, and he leads Ricky Rudd by 3.2 seconds. 55 laps to go, including 1 pit stop, at least for Ricky Rudd. Check on Elliott's fortunes here. Glenn?
Well, Mike, after Steve's report on the number 5 car saying they pit on lap 48, I asked Tim Brewer, Elliott's crew chief, what lap they were looking at. He just looked at me, wouldn't answer. He said, it's their call, pointing toward the number 5 pit. I said, well, they say lap 488. He looked at me and winked and said, I'll bet they're wrong. I'm not sure that they're not going to try to make it all the way. He's being awfully secretive, and how many times have we seen Bill Elliott get that awfully good gas mileage and win the race because of it?
Boy, that's hard to believe he could do it. You know, a big stretch and a long way, because the 5 car actually went 7 laps further a while ago than Elliott. And their question is, here's Davey trying to get under the 21 car.
Got a good run on the bottom of the racetrack on Morgan Shepherd. This is for 4th place. And this pass is worth 5 points in the Winston Cup standings. Sounds like a game show, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For 5 points.
The only thing is $1 million payoff for this game.
Yes.
He made that look pretty easy there, too, when he went by.
Let's run you down the top 10. 53 laps, 53 miles to go here at Dover. Elliott, Rudd, Petty, Shepherd, and Allison, the front 5. They're on the lead lap.
It's in his head, his heart, in every muscle. The energy to go further. Texaco System 3 gasolines put this kind of energy to work for you on the road. System 3 reduces deposits and cleans your engine in all octane grades to help put the heart and muscle back into older cars and keep new cars running like him.
Folks in these parts think Tom Lawton is the best thing to ever turn a wrench. But back east, they'll put their money down on the guys at McClellan's. It seems in every town there's always one place that does a little bit better job fixing your car. And it seems the things they all have in common are great mechanics, great service, and Napa parts. Look for the sign of quality car repair. Napa.
Gillette presents Sensor, the system, the technology that will change the way you shave forever. Sensor, twin blades set on springs to read your face and respond. Independent suspension to sense and adjust to every curve of your face. No other razor comes close. Gillette Sensor, for the best shave a man can get. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard, American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
TNN invites you to explore America, and the research staff at the Home Office bet you didn't know that Delaware is home to 80,000 people and 25 million chickens. The blue hen chick is the state bird. Dale Jarrett's been black flagged to come to pit road, and they'll put tires on it while he's there. A bit of smoke was showing from that car.
I saw smoke earlier. I just didn't want to keep mentioning it because all I need to do is say, well, Bonnet said it's smoking, they black flagging. But he had a little whisper of smoke earlier, and it's getting a lot worse. So they brought him in to see what it is.
Left side tires going on. Fueling is done. Away you go. Fourth place cars on pit road now. Kyle Petty hasn't led this race, but he's had a strong run here today. He'll get 4 tires and fuel. Glenn Jarrett.
Kyle Petty has brought the Mellow Yellow Pontiac in for his final pit stop. Again, a 4-tire change, fuel being added, and no chassis adjustments being made on the car. Pretty routine stop down the way. That's an awfully good stop. They have made on this ground.
You bet it was. 18.9 seconds. Now, if you're Ricky Rudd or Bill Elliott, gas mileage question aside, if all these other cars come in and get fresh tires, do you have to come in?
I think they'll sit there and look at the stopwatches and let those tell the story, how much they're losing or gaining.
Bill Elliott following Morgan Shepherd, the 4th place car. The Goodies 500 is next Sunday at Martinsville, Virginia on Clay Earl's beautiful half mile. The short track that thinks it's a super speedway. October 4th, the Holly Farms 400, that's at North Wilkesboro. Then the tour moves on to Charlotte, has a weekend off before TNN is on the air at Rockingham with the AC Delco 500. We'll also be in Phoenix, the High Royal 500, and the season concludes with the Hooters 500 at Atlanta, November 15th.
Here's Elliott trying to put a lap on Morgan Shepherd. Morgan's going to fight him for it.
Our next Winston Cup telecast, Sunday, October 25th, will be live from Rockingham, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time for 500 miles, 492 laps around the Rock. Dale Jarrett has been black flagged again by NASCAR. Another big event coming up on TNN, the weekend of the Hooters 500. Richard Petty's final race as a driver. It'll be a great Petty fan celebration that Saturday night. They've rented the Georgia Dome. Randy Owen and Alabama will play. TNN, for all the Petty fans that can't squeeze into the Georgia Dome, will be there. We'll bring that event to you live Saturday night, November 14th, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us right here on TNN for the celebration. It's bound to be a big one.
They just black strike Dale Jarrett again. Whatever the problem is, he must be losing a lot of fluid on the racetrack.
I noticed when he pitted, the inspector walked over in the pit area and put his foot out on the ground and was stirring around some oil. So if he's putting down oil like that, they'll keep working with him to get him in. Here he comes in right now. Boy, it's a shame he run all day long and everything going. It's probably going to come down to a leak in an oil pan or something like that. The motor's still performing well, it's just got a leak.
He was the 7th place car, 1 lap down at the time of this stop. That'll move Terry Labonte up to 7th. Hood up.
The only thing you can hope for here is that a breather's loose or valve cover gasket or something like that. Tighten it up or something, but if this just keeps doing it, it's going to be hard to fix unless it's something minor.
38 laps to go.
Keeping it off some brake clean just to clean the excessive amount of oil off the engine, just see if it keeps smoking.
Yeah, if that's oil getting on a header pipe, say a rocker gasket, that'll temporarily stop the smoke, won't stop the leak. Bill Elliott leads this race as Jarrett comes back in the action. Second place car, Ricky Rudd, will have a new teammate over at Hendrick Motorsports next season.
Yes, he will. Jeff Gordon and the Hendricks Motorsports people had a get-together yesterday to announce that DuPont would be the new sponsor for them.
So DuPont comes to Winston Cup Racing.
Right.
With Jeff Gordon, rookie contender next year. Davey Allison had moved up to third. Now he makes his final pit stop today. So, Neil, as we surmise, those cars getting fresh tires did make enough of a difference, at least to bring Allison in.
Yeah, I think that they're going to see. We heard the guys talking about hard tire compounds and all. We heard them talking about, there comes Morgan Shepherd in at the same time. They're going to be so much faster, they're about going to have to go with them.
So Shepherd is in, and the famed Wood Brothers crew goes to work.
Looks like they're going to do left side only. They're not coming around the right side. We've seen everybody else do 4 tires. They're going to do left sides and turn him loose, it looks like.
That smoke you see there is braking smoke. That's not anything wrong.
Oh, the motor died on it.
Still a quick stop, 13.9 seconds for Morgan Shepherd.
That's a good call. They were getting beat by Davey Allison, so they got him 7 seconds there by just doing left sides.
That will move Kyle Petty up perhaps as much as third. Now, he lacked a lap on Shepherd's car. So we'll check that next time by. Kyle was showing it as Davey Allison, 2 laps down to the race leaders, Elliott and Rudd, who did not pit.
Yeah, while they're running right here, I see the black flag going back out on the 18 car. People's concerned. Jarrett, they're black flagging him again.
Like we said, it stopped the oil, it stopped the smoke, but not the leak, at least temporarily.
I find it hard to believe that the 2 lead cars can run 35 more laps than anybody else. I think they'll have to stop.
Well, I wonder, were they stopping for fuel or were they stopping for tires when they made those green flag runs earlier on? There you see all that smoke pouring from Dale Jarrett's car, and you get 3 laps to obey that black flag, and the rule is after 3 laps, NASCAR picks up your scorecard. So you don't write anything on it, you don't get credit for those laps, so you can stay out there all day and not make a dime. Steve?
Well, I was about to talk to Jimmy Maker, the crew chief on the 18 car, when all of a sudden NASCAR again waved a black flag. So we expect Dale Jarrett in here momentarily as you guys just said. We got 3 laps to obey it. And we can see all of the oil on the tarmac right in front of the pit wall. And hopefully this time, after a long, tough day, we finish this thing. But NASCAR will be keeping a very, very sharp eye on this car once it goes down. So we'll see if we can determine exactly what the problem is. It could be simple, valve cover gasket, any number of things that could cause oil to run out of the engine. Line, you really can't tell. It's on the left-hand side of the car, apparently, and they got plenty of hands in there trying to fix it, guys.
As that goes on, Terry Labonte makes the stop for 4 tires and fuel. Bobby Hamilton had a stop for gas only, trying to hold that 12th position, but came down pit road a little quickly and got held. Hamilton now back to 13th. That equals his best finish of the season. Kyle Petty and Harry Gant battle now for 4th. They, along with Morgan Shepherd and Harry Gant, are being posted up as 2 laps back of the leader. So Elliott and Rudd, and remember, they have not made pit stops. They are now 2 laps out in front of Kyle Petty, Harry Gant, Morgan Shepherd, and here comes Harry.
And we do know he gets good gas mileage.
You know, earlier in the race, we've seen him pull the inside and slow down. He's been running inside and inside, but he's still standing up in the lead.
Yeah, he's only 2 laps back, so, you know, he's still running well.
Gant was the 4th place car at the time of this pit stop. He is on a lap with Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd, and Davey Allison. Four tires, fuel, and away. 26 laps to go. 22nd stop for Harry Gant. Bill Elliott and Ricky Rudd on the lead lap. Rest of the top 5 now, 2 laps down. Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd, Davey Allison.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. With not one, but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that have been away.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car is back in town. So you better hold on.
Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town?
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Moments ago, Bill Elliott brought the Budweiser Ford of Junior Johnson into the pit, and as you'll see here, took on 4 tires and fuel. So he has played his hand. Comes back out 1 lap behind Ricky Rudd, who's still out on the speedway.
Here comes Ricky in now.
And here comes Rudd. What do you think, buddy? Will he draw tires or will he stand pat?
We're going to see if they're good poker players. We're going to see. Are they going to try to outrun him or out strategy?
I can't help but think you'd have to gamble and go with gas only. He doesn't need but a couple of gallons. Put some gas in there and send him on the way. But they had the luxury of seeing the 4-car put 4 tires on.
And it is fuel only. 3-second stop for Ricky Rudd. Bill Elliott took around 20. The question is, that 17 seconds that Rudd saved on pit road, can Elliott make that up on the racetrack with fresh tires?
Boy, oh boy. I don't think he has time, do you, Neil?
No, but they about went the way they had to. I mean, the car of Rudd had to go that call. After they saw the 11 car go 4 tires and take them on, then their only call was, to put fuel in the car and see if they could make it. No doubt this car of the 11 car is going to be a lot quicker, but can he make up the difference?
Rudd up to speed, 6.37 seconds.
Wow.
Is the difference.
Well, we got a cliffhanger ahead of us.
19 laps to go. Is a 6-second lead going to be enough? Dale Jarrett being black flagged again. Well, let's check with Steve Evans down in the pit lane as we watch Ricky Rudd trying to hold that lead.
All right, my fuel expert down there, Eddie Dixon. Did you get enough fuel, Eddie? Enough fuel in the car?
Yeah, we got enough fuel. If we stay ahead of Bill, we'll be okay. He's got 4 tires. That's probably second half a lap. He's got like 20 laps to go.
Boy, this is going to be one exciting finish. It stays green.
5 seconds, first to second. Elliott is reeling Rudd in. But I think, buddy, as you say, it might have been Ricky's best, if not his only chance to win the race.
It was his gamble, and the other thing, how much will Elliott hurt his tires trying to catch up to him? If he burns his tires up, he'll be on used tires when he gets up there, too.
We're seeing him knock off at least a half a second a lap right now. But that should happen for 4 or 5 laps.
And look at the traffic, Neil, that Elliott has to deal with.
Yep. And, he's gaining a half a second a lap, but he's going to get these tires hot, and they're going to level out a little bit. When he gets on Rudd, he better get it right now while those tires are fresh.
16 laps to go. Will Elliott win his 5th Dover race? Will Rudd win his 3rd? Will it be somebody else? Jimmy Hensley makes a pit stop, and the gap holds 5 seconds, first to second place. We'll be right back.
NHRA Today, next. This is TNN, the Nashville Network, the #1 source for country music, entertainment, and information.
The pioneers of stock car racing forged a rich tradition of exciting competition. Finally, the first book ever devoted exclusively to the sport's colorful early days. If you're a real stock car racing fan, you've got to own this book. Hi, I'm Ned Jarrett. I have a lot of fond memories about those early days in stock car racing. That's why I'm so excited about this series of books, 40 Years of Stock Car Racing. In Volume 1, the thrilling first decade of stock car racing comes back to life in more than 300 pages of racing summaries, box scores, and hundreds of rare photos. 40 Years of Stock Car Racing. It's your complete source for NASCAR's formative years. If you're a real stock car racing fan, you've got to own this book.
Have your credit card handy and call toll-free 1-800-238-9300 or save COD charges by sending $24.95 plus $2 shipping and handling to 40 Years of Stock Car Racing, P.O. Box 10030, Stamford, Connecticut 06904.
12 laps to go. In Ricky Rudd's pit, they anxiously clock the interval. It's down to 4 seconds. From this man, back to Bill Elliott. Elliott took on 4 tires. Rudd, where he was running on the racetrack, if he had taken on 4 tires, he'd be back behind Elliott with a slim chance of catching him. This way, he has the lead, and it's Elliott on fresh tires who has to play catch-up. 11 laps to go. 3 seconds is the lead.
That second lap, it comes down to a photo finish. It's going to be awful close right here at the end.
Now, Rudd's tires are not worn out. It's just that new tires, fresh tires, are faster than worn tires. Those tires have been on Rudd's car for 100 miles now.
What this boils down to is Bill Elliott doing 10 laps perfect. If he makes a mistake, it costs him the race.
10 to go. 2.88 seconds.
And the traffic. You know, we've talked about traffic repeatedly. We've seen just one lap car be able to hold you up for 2 or 3 car lengths, and that's going to be the difference if Elliott can reel him in or not.
Kyle Petty is third. With the pit stops by the 2 leaders, Kyle is back on the lead lap. Davey Allison is fourth. Morgan Shepherd is fifth. They're 2 laps down. Harry Gant is 6th, 3 laps back. Terry Labonte 7th. Ted Musgrave is 8th. Derek Cope is up to 9th, and Bobby Hamilton now 10th.
I'll tell you what makes a difference to a driver. Bill Elliott is beginning to see Rudd. When he first started, he was off the same straightaway. He's seeing Rudd now. He's got a gauge to work with, and it really makes a difference being able to see who you're looking for out there to gain on him.
It really does. I won a race in Talladega. I was running Earnhardt. Once I got to see him, I started running better and better and better, and I did catch him.
2.6 seconds is the gap between 2 of the smoothest drivers in Winston Cup racing. 2 fellas known for being able to conserve their car until the end. 7 to go. Cliffhanger time. Well, you Chevy fan or a Ford fan?
Well, I'm a little excited myself. I tell you what, they did the only thing they could do, and I applaud the guy that made the call. He had to do that.
2.2 seconds.
That's where when we go back a while ago, we said Rudd went 7 more laps than 11. It gave them that option to see what the 11 did first and then to make their call. So stretching the mileage earlier might pay off right now.
5 laps to go. 1.9 seconds the margin.
Wow.
No, it's a similar situation to yesterday. Catching the man leading that race is one thing, but can you beat him?
I tell you, it's going to be, I thought it would be close, but now he's getting right there on him. It's going to boil down. We're coming by this time. There'll be 4 laps to go.
I didn't think it'd be this close.
Boy.
1.6. 2 to 3 tenths a lap. Elliott's picking up about a quarter second a lap. He's going to be right at Rudd's bumper when they take the white flag.
And the bad part is they're calling out lap times. He knows he's catching him like that, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Here's Rudd coming up on a lap car. He's going to have to clear everybody real clean. There he goes. He gets around him. Rick Mass moves over. 1.1 second. 3 laps to go. time to sweat down there, guys.
They're sweating. Look at this guy. He looks like he's been swimming.
Eddie Dickerson, formerly Rusty Wallace's crew chief, moving over to help out on the Ricky Rudd car. It'll be 2 to go this time. Look at the gap shrink.
Look at the traffic right here. Just what Rudd doesn't need.
The closest race in Dover history, 1989. Dale Earnhardt beat Mark Martin by 28 1/100ths of a second, just about 3/10ths of a second. Rudd by Ted Musgrave is falling from the pace, and he'll be facing the white flag this time. Elliott coming as hard as he can.
If Rudd doesn't slip or have a problem, it looks like he's going to be able to hold Bill off, but he's going to really reel him in this last lap.
Linda Rudd hasn't been to victory lane since April of 1991 with her husband, and this is the last lap. Everybody's on their feet.
A lot of traffic right in front of them.
Back straight away. Elliott so close he can taste the win, and he hasn't won since the 5th race of this season. 4th turn, checkered flag. Ricky Rudd wins the Peak Antifreeze 500, his 13th career Winston Cup victory. And a great day for Rick Hendrick, Gary Dehart, that whole team. A muchly needed win for Rudd.
You think he'll get out and brag on those tires how good they ran on? He ran them a long run and they held up under him.
And what an effort by Bill Elliott. They ran a textbook race, didn't count the points, ran the car hard all day to try to win it, and came up just about 10 car lengths short. First win for Rick Hendrick's cars in 1992 as well. Well, last week it was Rusty Wallace breaking a 34-race winless streak. Been a while since Ricky Rudd's been to victory lane. And Steve Evans will be in victory lane to greet Ricky Rudd. There's Linda, the team coming in. Let's go to victory lane.
Ricky Rudd getting a kiss from wife Linda, the Chevy Lumina, here in victory lane as he's getting unbolted. Linda, just quickly, congratulations.
Oh, thanks. I'm so tickled, I don't know what to say.
Boy, you were like a mouse. You didn't make a peep that last 12 laps.
Oh, I tell you, it seemed like the longest laps he's ever run. I was just praying, and finally when it came through, we were lucky.
Yeah, he did a magnificent job of driving. In fact, the whole crew did a terrific job. We're going to move in now. Ricky Rudd with one of the most famous grins in all of Winston Cup racing. If we can just get him out of the car in a second, I'm sure we will. Ricky Rudd, who started in go-karts and moved right into big-time stock car racing when he was just a youngster. Didn't really come up through the ranks like a lot of drivers have done. He had the natural-born talent. Rudd coming out of the car. It's been a long time since we have seen this in victory lane. Ricky Rudd, you have won it.
Well, I think we stole it. You know, Bill had the car at the end, but, you know, we'll take it any way we can get it. The guys in the pits won this thing. They put their heads together, made a daggum good call, and that's what won it for us.
A perfect gas and go. That car never even stopped moving.
Well, like I say, we've had some building problems in our pits. We've got a bunch of guys that are now they're just coming together. Like I said, we've had some problems during the year, but I tell you, they won the race hands down. It wasn't done on the racetrack.
Did you know how quickly Bill Elliott was coming on you?
Well, I could see it in the rearview mirror. You know, I'm sure those guys sat down and calculated it out, and they knew it was going to be close. That was the only chance we had, and that was a heck of a call.
Was indeed. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett. Glenn?
Well, thanks, Steve. We've got Gary Dehart here. As Ricky Rudd said, he owes this all to the pit crew. So on behalf of Miller Genuine Draft, you guys win the pit crew award for this race. That was a great call, Gary.
I tell you what, this goes to the guys. All the guys helped. You know, they worked hard, and we had some serious pit strategy going on in the pits. Everybody was involved in it, and it just come out today for us real good.
Well, as I said earlier, you guys have been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. You're now a force to be reckoned with.
Hey, buddy. Hey, we feel like we're getting better every week, and this is just going to help us a whole lot right here.
Well, congratulations again on the win and the award.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Ricky Rudd breaks a 46-race winless streak here at Dover Downs. We'll have more from the Monster Mile right after these messages.
The American Society for Testing and Materials set a new technical standard for antifreeze used to protect heavy-duty truck engines against boiling, freeze-ups, and corrosion. Only one of the 3 best-selling antifreeze brands made for cars meets that standard. It's the patented car antifreeze that can also keep heavy-duty engines running at their peak. Protect your engine from freeze-ups and boilovers. Remember the heavy-duty standard. Don't stop short of the peak.
Last year, Davey Allison added something new to his car. It wasn't wider tires or a slicker shape. It was the same Haviland Formula 3 motor oil you can buy, straight off the shelf, to add more life to your car with complete protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Now, we're not saying it was Haviland Formula 3 that gave Davey the energy to lead more major NASCAR races than anyone last year and win this year's Daytona 500. But we're not saying it wasn't.
Through the way.
The Miller Genuine Draft Rusty Wallace stock car is back in town. So you better hold on.
Spread the word around. Get the vacuum down.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard oil filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard, American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
Welcome back to the Monster Mile, where Ricky Rudd, in his own words, stole one from Bill Elliott today.
Probably all the way back to his truck already.
We'll talk to more of the drivers that were involved in this great finish in a moment. Here's a look at the rundown. Rudd, Elliott, Kyle Petty is 3rd. Davey Allison 4th. Drops a few more points back. Morgan Shepherd finishes 5th today. Harry Gant was 6th. Terry Labonte was 7th. Ted Musgrave had his 4th, 8th place finish of the season. And Derek Cope jumped into the top 10 this afternoon. Bobby Hamilton, his best finish of the season. Ernie Irvin, 11th. Dale Jarrett, 12th. Both had trouble. Jimmy Hensley, Jeff Bodine with a crashed-up car, and Hut Strickland driving for Junie Donlevy finished 15th. Rusty Wallace got knocked back to 16th. Mike Waltrip, Jim Sauter all had problems. Mark Martin, engine trouble. Darrell Waltrip into the wreck. Back in 20th. Dale Earnhardt had to stop and replace an oil cooler. Brett Bodine got smashed up. Jimmy Means, Rick Mast, and Mike Potter spent most of the first 100 laps of this race in the garage. Came back out to finish in the top 25. Dave Marcus, Dick Trickle, Richard Petty all in the garage at the end of the race. Chad Little, Kenny Schrader with relief help. Wally Dallenbach, Jeff Purvis, Sterling Marlin, Alan Kulwicki, and James Hilton. The final finisher, Graham Taylor. Well, the Monster Mile certainly got enough lunch today. It ate a bunch of race cars. Here's the points and how they fare. Remember, Davey Allison came in here 134 points behind. And now the difference 154. Elliott to Allison. So Bill Elliott picked up 20 points. Harry Gant passes Alan Kulwicki into 3rd in the standings. And Mark Martin hangs on to 5th. Here's Steve Evans.
Davey Allison taking some much-needed oxygen. It's been a long, hot day for all of these drivers on one of the toughest racetracks. And to come home with a race car in one piece today was a triumph in itself, Davey.
Yeah, you know, we ran good in the early stages of the race with Texaco Haviland Thunderbird, and that one caution flag pinned us a lap down real early after most of us had made green flag pit stops, and we had to play catch-up all day from there on. And I got involved in a couple of bumps with a couple of cars. When Jeff spun over here on the front straightaway, Kyle and I touched, and I brushed the outside wall, and it seemed to knock the toe out off a little bit. And then on one of the restarts, we were coming up through the line and got pinched off over here by a couple of cars, and that knocked the toe out, some more out, and we just really had to fight it all day. But we had a good run. We came out here with the 4th place finish, and you know, it's an exhausting day, but we had a good time, and we'll be looking forward to next week.
You seldom root for Ricky Rudd, but you might have done those last 10 laps.
Well, I'll say this, it's a tough break for Bill, but maybe that's a sign that his luck is turning around and starting to fall back in our favor again.
Mike?
Now, Davey loses 10 points by finishing 2 positions behind Elliott. Elliott got a 5-point bonus for leading this race and 5 more points for leading the most laps. That's the 20-point difference that Elliott gained today. We'll have more from the Monster Mile after this.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
It's a beautiful morning.
Was it the desk clerk's smile?
Gonna meet my new granddaughter today.
The days in discounts for seniors?
I hope she looks a lot like me.
Maybe the wake-up call.
Not him.
One thing's for sure.
The beautiful morning.
Days in. Isn't it time you wake up to us?
I think I'll go outside and just smile.
Most of our customers come to AutoZone for low prices and for parts they can replace themselves. But many people come because we speak their language. Things like duration and lift and compression ratios, stuff like that. Because a guy who's going to rebuild an engine, he won't buy parts from just anybody. And since AutoZone stocks complete engines, we know what makes them tick inside and out. Sure, we sell our best parts at our best prices every day. But if we know something that's going to help you do the job right, you get that free.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think? Skin Bracer Aftershave.
By Menon.
The Nashville Network's exclusive coverage of the Peak Antifreeze 500 by Pep Boys is brought to you by Peak, the heavy-duty antifreeze. Don't stop short of the Peak. By Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. By cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft and Miller Genuine Draft Light, taking the country by storm. By Fram Oil Filters. Fram, you can pay a little now or a lot later. And by Goodyear, #1 in tires.
Well, you had an awfully good car all day long. This has to be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow.
Well, not really. You know, we gained some points, and you know, for a quest for the championship, I guess means more winning a race. But you know, that Budweiser Amoco Ford ran well all day long, and the biggest thing is we stayed out of trouble. And you know, had a lot of opportunities to tear that thing up, but we come unscathed.
Well, on that last pit stop when you took on 4 tires and the gas, that seemed to be the thing you had to do. Did you agree with that call?
Well, I just come down pit road and they did whatever they had to do.
Okay, well, he's not too awfully disappointed.
No, Glenn, he didn't win the race, but he did win 20 points on Davey Allison, Harry Gant, Alan Kulwicki, and all in the quest for the Winston Cup. Here's Steve Evans.
I'm with Felix Zabatas, Kyle Petty's car owner, and at least you had a shot at it today.
We had a great day. As a matter of fact, you know, we had a pretty good shot at it, and Kyle drove his heart out. The crew did a great job with the car. We got penalized 15 seconds early on in the race in there for going too fast on pit road, and who knows, that could have been different.
I saw you just talking to Les Richter and Gary Nelson of NASCAR. Were you discussing that still?
Well, I was just asking how we got penalized because we ran out of fuel, and our engine was dead. We were just coasting, and there was a car coming out of pit road, and we got on the inside of him, and I guess Kyle might have been going just a little faster than he should have been going.
With a run like today, you've got to be looking forward, though, to the few remaining races. Get ready for next year, really.
Yeah, well, we're working for next year already. You know, it's too late to win the championship this year. Our goal is to finish in the top 5 in points. You know, if we continue running the way we're running, I think we'll finish in the top 5 in points.
Always good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Steve.
Okay, let's go to Glenn Jarrett with the crew chief that works for that man.
Well, I'm here with Robin Pemberton. I'm sorry about that. You guys had a good run, though. You struggled a little bit, but still it was a good day.
Yeah, it was a good day. We were happy with it. Couldn't hardly hear you out there earlier, except for when you called me Randy. But, you know, we had a good car, and the main thing here, like I told you, is just staying out of trouble. You got to stay out of trouble and race the racetrack for a little bit. And that was our goal going in. And like I said, we made up 2 laps, and it went pretty good. We weren't as good as Bill or Ricky, but when it all shook down, we were going to be probably a 4th place car today anyway, so we were happy.
Well, you got to feel good also, Robin, about the way the team and the car is performing. You're coming into some races now like Martinsville, North Wilkesboro, and particularly Charlotte. Kyle likes those places. I know you like to take a race car there.
Yeah, we like those places. It's relaxing to go to those places that are close to home. You can spend the night with the wife and the kids, you know, and that's good. And it's good for our team. We enjoy going to Martinsville. We enjoy going to Wilkesboro. We were up there testing a couple weeks ago, and looking real forward to going to Charlotte. We're really hoping to do better in the points, you know, as the year winds down.
Well, congratulations again on a good day. And guys, why is it they only hear the bad parts, the parts where I mess up?
That's all right. When Mom calls me, Randy, that's when I'm in trouble.
I guess so. Well, Kyle Petty will leave here 1 point better in the points than he came. Darrell Waltrip was 6th, Kyle was 7th, and they will swap positions. As a result of this race, Ricky Rudd will close up quite a bit. As a result of this win, he came in here in 8th in the Winston Cup point standings. Well, the fans got their money's worth today, and then some. Steve?
Well, Morgan Shepherd, I always root for you, but I was rooting more than usual because I had you in our Diamond PT and in pool. Boy, you got close for me.
Well, I believe me and you both lost today. Our Citgo Thunderbird ran real good, and we thought we was going to be strong early in the race, but I should have told the guys took some wedge out of it because the car got way too tight, and then we had a flat tire there with about 10 laps to go, and we rode her out on the inside, and just lucky to come in 5th.
You look pretty fresh for a guy that just drove as far as you did on this racetrack.
Well, I feel pretty good. Believe it or not, I did have a little bit of stomach virus, and I had to raise my shield on my helmet to get air in my face, but after we got that, I got back to feeling good, and come on, I'm in pretty good shape.
Thanks for talking with us. Great job.
Thank you.
Mike?
Good run there for Morgan Shepherd. I don't know, what a day. You know, Ricky Rudd, we didn't hardly see much of Rudd in those first 300 miles. But once the problem of the caution flag coming out when 3 cars had not yet pitted, once we got past that, cars got back on the lead lap, sure became a whole different race. Let's check with Glenn Jarrett.
You got time left.
Well, Ernie, you had an awfully good race car there. You got in a little trouble in the middle of the race, kind of messed things up.
Yeah, you know, we came from dead last, finally got the lead, and then just got in a little skirmish up there, getting into one. But, you know, we had a good race, and the guys did a good job, gave me a good race car for a backup car, and probably better than our other car.
Well, how hard was it going into the race in that car? You got very, very little practice time in that car, but still, you know, the way you came from the rear there, looks like they hit the combination of setup right on the nose.
Well, you know, they're basically the exact same cars we ran before, so we knew basically what setup to run, and, you know, the cars seemed to work well. We would like to have had a few more shots at it in practice, but, you know, the car was close. I thought we were one of the top 3 cars in the race, but it didn't end up that way.
Well, what started that trouble as you got in up there?
I'm not real sure all what went on, you know, and don't want to point no fingers, so it's one of them deals.
Okay, that's a gracious answer. Now let's go back to Steve Evans.
Well, I'm with Morgan Shepherd's crew chief, Eddie Woods. And Eddie, Morgan mentioned I should have told him to take some wedge out of the car. A little miscommunication can hurt a team on an important day.
Yeah, well, you know, we had a pretty good day, and the car was, on restarts, you know, we'd take about 10 or 15 laps to get going. It was a little tight, but, you know, he's like that. You know, if he doesn't win, it's, you know, well, we need to do this, we need to do that, but, you know, we're pretty happy.
How long does it take you to put a race like this out of your mind? Quit, if I'd have done this, if I'd have done that. Can you do that by tomorrow, the next day, or right now?
Well, I'm not really one of them, if I'd have done this, moods. I'm pretty thankful to be where we are, because, you know, there's a lot of wrecks out there, and Morgan didn't feel good today, and, you know, he drove a good race, and things went good. You know, the car ran good, motor was good, you know, everything about it was good.
And there appears to be real parity as far as the Ford and the General Motors products are concerned.
Yeah, right now things seem to be, you know, pretty equal up. You know, I thought the 11 was going to win the race, but it didn't. But, you know, things just have a way of working out.
See you on down the road.
Okay, I'd like to say hi to Larry and Fran Britton, our biggest fans out at Citgo. See you, buddy.
Okay, Mike.
Look at the drivers who led this race. I'm with Eddie Wood. I think any day you can leave Dover driving the car up into the truck is a good day. Next race live on TNN. Next NASCAR event, the Winston Classic, Sunday, October 18th. on that beautiful half mile of Martinsville, Virginia. Busch Grand National Racing on TNN. 7 Eastern. For Buddy Baker and Neil Bonnet, Steve Evans and Glenn Jarrett, this is Mike Joy congratulating Ricky Rudd on his peak 500 victory. Next live Winston Cup race on TNN, Rockingham, North Carolina in October. Stay tuned. It's TNN, the greatest motorsports action.